I'm here to help you today. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from and what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. It started on a Tuesday night, close to midnight. I was sitting in my living room staring at the TV, feeling bored and a bit restless. I remember the sound of the knocking on my front door. It was 3 knocks. Not too loud, not too soft, just clear and direct. I got up right away, walked to the door and looked through the peephole. There was nobody there. I opened the door and looked outside. The porch light was on and I could see my front yard and the empty street. There was nothing unusual. I stood there a few seconds, stepped out to check around, but I didn't see anything. I went back inside, locked the door and sat down. I told myself it was probably some random noise. The next night, around the same time, I heard the knocking again. 3 knocks, very similar. I paused the movie I was watching and rushed to the door. I checked through the peephole first. No one. I opened the door and looked out. Same situation. Porch light on, street empty, no movement, no sounds, just stillness. I felt confused. I wasn't scared yet. I was just annoyed and a bit puzzled. I thought maybe it was some prank. I stood outside for a while, hoping to catch someone hiding behind a bush or a car, but I didn't see anyone. The air felt heavy, but that was just my nerves. I went back inside and locked up. The 3rd night, I was ready. I stayed in the hallway, near the front door, waiting, watching the time. It was just before midnight when I heard the knocks again. 3 knocks, same pattern. I threw the door open immediately. The outside light was on. Nothing moved. I tried to catch someone running away, but there was no one there. I stepped out and looked left and right. Nobody on the sidewalk, nobody in the yard, nobody in the street. The houses around me were quiet and dark. I listened carefully. Nothing. I walked around the front of my house, looked at the sides. Just grass and the neighbor's fence. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing out of place. I felt something inside my stomach twist a little. My chest felt tight. I realized this wasn't normal, but I tried to stay calm. I went back inside and locked the door. I didn't sleep well that night. I kept waking up, checking the door, looking out the window. No more knocks came. On the 4th night, it happened again. 3 knocks, right before midnight. By this time, I was feeling more tense. My breathing got faster when I heard it. My palms felt sweaty. I was getting irritated and a little bit scared. I rushed to the door again, checked the peephole, opened it. Again, not a single sign of anyone. The street was empty. The houses were quiet. I stood outside and said, "Who's there?" I said it in a normal voice at first, then louder. I felt stupid talking to the empty air. No one answered. A breeze came by, and I felt cold. I went back in, heart beating hard, and locked up. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? Someone knocks and disappears every night? It sounded ridiculous. Besides, no one threatened me, no one broke anything. It was just knocking. After a week of this, I decided I needed proof. If I could record someone doing it, I could show it to the cops, or at least figure out who was messing with me. I bought a small camera that connected to my Wi-Fi and had night vision. I installed it above my door, facing the entrance, and made sure it covered a good portion of the front yard and the walkway. I tested it during the day. The image was clear. I could see everything. I synced it with my phone so I could watch live if I wanted. I thought this was going to solve everything. That night, I sat in my living room with my phone in hand. A few minutes before midnight, I turned the TV off. I listened closely. My heartbeat was steady. I was determined to catch whoever it was. Right on schedule, 3 knocks. I jumped up and opened the app. The feed was there, but it looked strange. The image seemed a bit distorted. I could see my porch light and part of the walkway, but the rest looked fuzzy. The connection was strong, so that wasn't normal. I ran to the door and opened it. No one was there. I checked the camera's live feed again. The distortion was worse. It looked like static, a kind of interference. After a few seconds, the image stabilized. The walkway looked empty. I replayed the footage and saw something weird. Right before the knocks, there was a dark shape moving toward my door. It looked like a faint shadow, hard to define. As soon as this shape got close, the video started to glitch. Then, after a moment, the shape was gone, and the image was clear again. I watched this replay over and over, trying to make sense of it. My eyes got tired from staring at the screen. I felt my neck tense up and my head started to hurt. I didn't understand what I was seeing. It didn't look like a person. It looked like a vague outline, like a shadow that wasn't attached to anything. I know I'm not supposed to use any weird descriptions, but I can't find a better way to say it. It was just a dark shape, unclear and hard to describe, moving in a straight line toward my door. There was no detail, no face, no clothing, just darkness. And once it reached my door, the camera went crazy, like it couldn't focus or couldn't process what it was seeing. The next night, I positioned myself near the front window. I turned off all the lights inside, hoping to see something outside before it knocked. I placed my phone on the coffee table with the live feed open, so I could check both outside with my eyes and on the screen. I waited. My breathing was shallow. My hands were shaky. I felt my heart pounding in my chest as it got close to midnight. When I heard the first knock, I tried to look through the window quietly, but I didn't see anything. It was just the front yard and the light shining down. I checked my phone, and again the camera feed was messed up. The static and distortion were there like last time. I tried to open the door fast, but again, nothing outside. The night was silent, the street empty. I felt a strong urge to leave my house and not come back. I didn't know what I was dealing with. My stomach felt sick. My mouth was dry. I paced around the living room, trying to calm down. I told myself I would try a different approach. The knocking always happened at the same time, always 3 knocks. Whatever it was, it didn't cause physical damage. It just knocked. I tried to imagine it was some sort of weird mechanical glitch, something with the pipes or the door frame. But the camera footage showed otherwise. There was something approaching, something that made the camera malfunction. The night after that, I decided to stay awake outside, in my car, parked across the street. I wanted to see my house from a distance. If someone came to my door, I could see them. I left all the lights on inside the house. I set the camera to record. I sat in my car, engine off, windows slightly cracked for air. It was dark and quiet. I could see my front door clearly. Around midnight, I heard the knocks, but I heard them faintly because I was in the car. I focused on the door. I didn't see anyone standing there. I saw the light on my porch, the doorway, the walkway. It all looked normal. Yet, I heard 3 knocks. Clear as day, even from where I sat. No one was there. I felt sweat on my forehead. My back felt cold against the car seat. My heart beat faster. I turned my phone on and checked the camera. Again, the camera feed was static and fuzzy at the knocking moment. I felt a wave of panic in my chest. I got out of the car and walked slowly to my house. My legs felt weak, like they might give out at any second. My hands were shaking. I opened the door and looked around my living room. Everything was the way I left it. I went to the camera's recorded footage and watched it. Same thing. A dark shape moved toward my door. The image went crazy, then cleared up, and the shape was gone. There were no footsteps, no sound other than the knocks. It was always 3 knocks. The shape had no clear form. It just moved in a straight line and vanished. I decided to call the police the next day. I told them someone was knocking at my door late at night and running away. They sent a patrol car after dark. 2 officers stayed in their car at the end of the block watching my house. They kept radio contact with me. The time came. I heard the knocks again. I called them right away. They said they saw nothing. No one approached my house. They got out of their car and walked around. They found nothing. When I reviewed the camera footage, I saw the same shape again, the same distortion. I told the cops about the video. They looked at it on my phone, shrugged, and said it must be some glare or a camera malfunction. They seemed frustrated that I was calling them for nothing concrete. I could see they were annoyed. I didn't blame them. I had no explanation. That night after they left, I felt more alone. I had no help. I considered staying at a friend's place, but I didn't want to explain this to anyone. It sounded crazy. I tried to come up with a plan. I thought about turning off the porch light to see if that changed anything. I thought about placing more than one camera, so I went and bought 2 extra cameras the next morning. I installed one on the side of my house, covering the walkway from a different angle, and one inside the front window pointing out. I tested them all day, and they worked perfectly. The images were clear and stable, no issues. When night came, I turned off the porch light and relied only on the camera's night vision. I sat in my living room with a baseball bat in my hands. I don't know what I planned to do with it, but holding it made me feel a bit safer. My throat was dry, and I felt a slight headache creeping in. The time passed slowly. The house was quiet. Then, close to midnight, I heard the knocks. 3 knocks, the same pattern, but this time the sound was softer. I checked the cameras live. All 3 showed static and distortion. I couldn't see anything clearly. I got up, opened the door fast, and stepped outside. I swung the bat in the air, expecting someone to be there. Nothing. No one. Just the quiet street. I felt the cool air on my skin. I didn't see anything move, just stillness. I went back inside and locked the door. I checked the recorded footage from all 3 cameras. Each camera showed the same thing. A dark shape approaching, the image going bad, and then the shape was gone. From the side angle, I noticed that the shape had no height I could measure. It just moved in a straight line. From the front window angle, I saw the distortion start before the shape was fully visible, like the camera sensed it before it came into view. The inside camera just showed static and then cleared up. None of the cameras showed a person. No face, no body, no clothing, nothing recognizable. I tried cleaning the cameras, resetting them, changing their positions. Every night, the same knocking, the same distortion. I started to feel weaker every time it happened. My chest felt tight and I had trouble sleeping. During the day, I was jumpy and alert, checking the windows and doors for anything strange. At night, I felt dread build up in my stomach as midnight approached. I drank water, paced around, tried to calm myself. The knocks always came 3 times. I considered leaving my house for good, but it was my home, and I didn't want to run away without understanding what was happening. One night, I decided not to open the door at all. I sat in the dark and listened. The knocks came. I stayed still, holding my breath. My heart pounded. I watched the camera feeds on my phone. All 3 showed the same static. I didn't open the door. After a few seconds, the knocking stopped. The static ended. The shape vanished. It never tried to break in. It never tried to open the door. It only knocked. I realized that I had no idea why this was happening, but it seemed to follow a pattern. I tried ignoring it the next night. Same thing. Knocks, static, then gone. Every time at the same hour. Always 3 knocks. After a few days of this, I became numb to it. I still felt fear, but I tried to hide it. I prepared each night by turning off the TV, turning off most lights, and watching the camera feeds. The knocks came. I didn't answer. The shape arrived on the camera feed. Distortion followed, then it left. I never found any physical evidence outside. No footprints, no scratches on the door. No sign that anyone had been there. Now, I don't know how to end this story because it never ended for me. It still happens. Every night. 3 knocks. A dark shape on the camera. A few seconds of static. Then, nothing. I sleep badly, wake up tired, and go to work feeling anxious. I don't have a solution and I don't have proof that would make sense to anyone. I have strange videos and my own memories. The cops don't care. Neighbors don't notice anything. I don't tell friends because I don't want them to think I've lost my mind. I just deal with it. It's been going on for weeks now, and it's always the same. No escalation, no final confrontation. I don't know what it is. I only know that every night, right before midnight, I hear 3 knocks on my door. and when I check the camera, I see a dark shape that makes the video feed go bad. Then it disappears without a trace. It doesn't matter what I do. It keeps happening. I'm stuck with this routine. I feel tense all the time, and my chest hurts from holding my breath whenever I expect the knocks to come. That's all there is to say. It's happening. I can't stop it, and I can't explain it. That's my story. When I stepped into my building's elevator that evening, I immediately noticed something felt off. There was a man already inside. He stood near the back, facing the doors, not looking at me, not pressing any button. The doors slid shut behind me, and I reached out to select my floor. My hand paused in midair because he hadn't chosen any floor at all. It was strange. People normally pressed something right away, or at least moved. He did nothing. I picked my floor number and waited, feeling a tightness in my chest. The elevator began moving up, and the man stood there, still and silent, as if waiting for something I couldn't see. I tried not to stare at him, but I kept him in my peripheral vision. He wore a dark jacket with the zipper halfway up and dark jeans. His hair was short and neat. I didn't recognize him. His body was still, and he kept his gaze fixed straight ahead. I shifted my weight from one foot to the other. I tried to act normal. I looked at my phone's screen, unlocked it, locked it again, and cleared my throat. He didn't react. The floors went by. The numbers on the small digital panel above the door lit up one by one. I heard the soft hum of the elevator's motor and the slight clank when it passed each level. When we reached my floor, I stepped forward. I didn't look back at him. I just moved through the open doors and into the hallway. After a few steps, I heard a second set of footsteps. They matched my pace. I turned my head slightly and saw him coming out behind me. He was walking about the same speed as me. The hallway on my floor is simple and well lit, just a long corridor with identical doors, cream-colored walls, and a dull gray carpet. My apartment was near the end on the right. He was behind me, about 10 steps back. My heart beat a little faster. I didn't know why he would get off on my floor if he hadn't pressed a button. Maybe he lived here. I tried to stay calm. I kept walking. The hallway was quiet. No one else was around. The only sounds were our footsteps. Mine, then his, always in sync. I reached into my pocket, feeling for my keys, making sure I had them ready. I glanced back again. He was still there, walking, keeping the same distance, not looking at any door, not slowing down. I didn't say anything. I just wanted to reach my door and lock it behind me. When I got to my apartment door, I stopped and turned fully around to face him. For a split second, I was ready to ask him if he needed help or if he lived here. But there was nothing. He wasn't there. I stared down the hallway, saw nothing but the closed doors and the empty corridor. No sound of footsteps now, no movement. The hallway felt still and silent, as if he had never been there. I felt the back of my neck prickle. The overhead lights flickered for a second, just once, and then stayed steady. I took a breath and listened. There were no voices, no steps, no doors closing. I felt my stomach tighten and my pulse was loud in my ears. I put my key into the lock and opened my door. I went inside and locked it right away. I stood there in my small entryway holding the doorknob. My apartment felt normal. The living room lights were off, but a little glow came from the kitchen where I'd left a small light on. Everything looked the same as when I left that morning. I took off my shoes and placed them on the mat by the door. I walked through the living room, turned on a lamp, and checked the windows. They were all closed. I leaned against the kitchen counter for a moment and tried to shake off the weird feeling. Maybe I was just tired. Maybe he went into one of the apartments quickly, so I didn't see him. That must have been it. I told myself not to overthink it. I heated some leftovers in the microwave and ate, standing in the kitchen. The food tasted bland, or maybe I just wasn't paying attention to the taste. I turned on the TV in the living room and flipped through channels. I found nothing interesting, just random shows and commercials. I turned it off again. I wasn't in the mood to watch anything. I tried to focus on regular things. I checked my emails. I looked at my messages. Nothing unusual. After a while, I got ready for bed. I brushed my teeth, washed my face, and got into bed. The feeling of the sheets was familiar and soft. I turned off the lamp on the nightstand and closed my eyes. I must have fallen asleep quickly because the next thing I remember was waking up suddenly in the dark. My digital clock read 3:00 a.m. I didn't know what had woken me at first, but then I heard it again. A knock at my door. 3 quick, dull thuds. I sat up, my heart thumping. I turned on the bedside lamp. The knock came again. It was a bit louder this time. I reached for my phone. I checked the time again. It was still just after 3 in the morning. There was no reason for anyone to knock on my door at this hour. I stayed still and listened. No voices, no footsteps, just silence. Then the knock came again. I got out of bed, moved to the door as quietly as I could. I stood by it and waited. Another knock, softer this time, but steady. I leaned my eye against the peephole. I saw nothing. The hallway light was on, but I didn't see anyone standing there, just the empty hallway. I looked carefully. No shadows, no shapes. Nothing. My stomach tightened again. I stepped back and considered calling someone, maybe the building's security desk. But I had never spoken to them at this hour, and I wasn't sure if they were always there. My building did have a small lobby area with a desk, but I had seen the security guard mostly during the day. I didn't know if anyone was there now. The knocking stopped. I held my breath and waited. Silence. I felt my heart slowing down a bit. I hoped it was just some drunk neighbor knocking on the wrong door and then wandering off. I looked again through the peephole. Still nothing. I turned and moved away from the door, heading back toward my bedroom. I reached my bed and sat down on the edge. I listened. Nothing. No sounds except the hum of my fridge in the kitchen. I turned off the bedside lamp and tried to lie down again. I couldn't sleep right away. My eyes were open, staring at the dark ceiling. I waited for any noise, any sign that something wasn't right. After a few minutes, I started feeling my eyelids getting heavy. Just as I began to drift off, I heard the knock again. It was the same. 3 dull knocks, no variation in rhythm. I sat up straight. My body felt rigid. I stood up and marched back to the door, trying to keep my breathing quiet. I switched on the hallway light inside my apartment, unlocked the door, and opened it just a crack. I kept the chain on. I looked out through the small opening. No one. The corridor was completely empty. The overhead lights were bright. I saw the doors of the other apartments, all closed. No movement. "Hello?" I said quietly. I got no response. My voice sounded small and shaky. I closed the door again and locked it. My hands felt sweaty. I wiped them on my pajama pants. I stood there for a moment, pressing my ear to the door, listening. Nothing. Just the buzz of the hallway lights. I took a few steps back. I tried to stay calm. Maybe it was a prank. Maybe someone was messing with me. I walked to the window in my living room that overlooked the street. I pushed the curtain aside and looked down. The street was empty except for a few parked cars. No one was out there. It was quiet. A few lamps lit the sidewalk, but I didn't see anyone moving around. I stood there for a while, waiting to see if I could catch someone leaving the building. Nothing. I thought about the stranger in the elevator. I remembered how he followed me down the hallway and then vanished. I wondered if he had something to do with this. I didn't understand how he could disappear so fast. There was no place to hide. The hallway is straight. No turns, no extra doors other than the apartments. If he lived here, he would have needed a key, and I would have heard a door open. But I didn't. I didn't want to think about that now. I just wanted to get through the night. I went back to my bedroom and turned on the light there. I pulled a chair from the desk and placed it near the door of my bedroom, facing the apartment's front door. I sat there, arms folded, trying to stay awake. I listened to the quiet apartment. The walls were thin enough that I might hear neighbors if they were talking or playing music, but it was silent. I could only hear my own breathing. Time passed slowly. I checked my phone. It was around 3:30 a.m. I kept waiting, expecting another knock. My muscles felt tense. My mouth was dry. I got up once to get a glass of water from the kitchen. I returned with the water and sipped it quietly. Nothing happened. Eventually, around 4 a.m., I decided to try to sleep again. I got into bed, leaving the bedroom light on. I felt safer with it on. I closed my eyes, but every few seconds I opened them to listen. I forced myself to relax, to focus on my breathing. After some time, I drifted off. I slept lightly, without any real rest. When I woke up, it was 8 a.m. The sun came in through the window. I rubbed my face and stood up. My neck was stiff. I walked to the front door and looked through the peephole again. The hallway looked normal in the morning light. I unlocked and opened the door, stepping out to check if there was anything on the ground. Nothing. The hallway smelled like cleaning products. I saw one of my neighbors leaving for work. He nodded at me and said good morning. I nodded back and didn't mention anything. I got dressed and went down to the lobby. The elevator ride felt tense, but I was alone this time. When I reached the lobby, I saw the guard at the front desk. He was an older man I had spoken to once or twice. I approached him and asked if someone had come in late last night, if anyone reported strange knocks or noises. He shook his head and said it had been quiet. I described the man in the elevator. He said he hadn't seen anyone like that on his shift. He looked at me as if I were a bit paranoid. I didn't press the issue. I decided to check the mailroom before heading out. I had a package waiting. I picked it up and went outside. The morning air felt cool. I walked up the block to get coffee. I thought about what happened. I tried to push it out of my mind, but it kept nagging at me. I knew what I saw and heard. That man was definitely in the elevator. He definitely got off on my floor. He followed me. Then he vanished. And then there were those knocks at my door at 3 a.m. without anyone there. I took my coffee back upstairs and sat in my living room. I looked around. Everything seemed normal in daylight. The furniture, the walls, my TV, my kitchen. Nothing was out of place. I tried the door's peephole again just to see if the perspective somehow tricked me at night. I looked through it, saw the hallway. Everything looked clear and bright. No distortions. I spent most of that day in my apartment working from home, trying to focus on my tasks. I answered emails, did some online research, made a few phone calls. I didn't mention the incident to anyone. By lunchtime I had calmed down, but every now and then I glanced at the door expecting a knock. No knock came. I listened for footsteps in the hallway. I heard normal sounds, neighbors coming and going, doors opening and closing, muffled voices. In the evening I thought about the elevator ride again. I tried to remember details about the stranger. I remembered his jacket, his jeans, his hair, the way he stood quietly. I remembered the exact spot in the elevator where he stood. I remembered that he never looked at me. I remembered how he followed me at the same pace, almost like a mirror. And I remembered how he was gone in an instant. Before going to bed that night, I checked the doors locked twice. I checked the windows. I left a hallway light on. I took a shower and got into bed. I was still worried something might happen again. But that night, nothing did. No knocks, no footsteps, no strange visitors. The next morning I felt more rested. I got up, made coffee, and left for work at my usual time. I tried to put it behind me. Over the next few days I kept my guard up, looking around, checking who got into the elevator with me. But I never saw that man again. The hallway remained calm and ordinary. No strange knocking at 3 a.m. Still, I didn't forget how it felt. I remembered standing in that elevator, watching him not press any button. I remembered walking down the hallway, listening to him match my steps, and then seeing him vanish. I remembered the knocks and how I never saw anyone through the peephole. These were facts. I saw and heard them. No matter how normal things looked afterward, that feeling of confusion and tension stayed in my mind. Even though I moved on with my life, I kept the memory of that night clear. I had no explanation for it. I didn't dwell on deeper meanings or strange theories. I just knew it happened. I knew what I heard and what I saw. and I knew I never wanted to experience it again. I remember that night because I was tired, a little hungry, and I just wanted to get home. I had worked late. My shift ended around 9, and I had walked a few blocks in the wrong direction because of some construction. I wanted to save some time. I decided to cut through an alley I usually avoided. It wasn't pitch dark, but the light was dim. There was a single streetlight near the entrance, and the rest of the alley stretched out with only a bit of light coming from the windows of the buildings on either side. I could see old trash cans, a few cardboard boxes, some scattered plastic bags, and dirty puddles. The place smelled like stale beer and old garbage. I remember the sound of distant traffic behind me, but inside the alley it was mostly quiet. I stepped in, trying to keep my feet away from the wet spots on the ground. I tried to move quickly. The alley ran straight for a while and then turned right, which I knew would bring me closer to my apartment building. As I walked, I heard a soft sound, like someone shifting their weight on a loose piece of pavement, but when I turned, I saw nothing. I shrugged it off. Sometimes there were rats or maybe a cat. I tried not to think too much about it. I was about halfway through when I heard my name. At first, I thought I imagined it. It was barely louder than a whisper. I froze and looked behind me. There was no one there. I looked to my left, then my right. The alley was empty. I could see the rough brick walls on either side. A few old posters were peeling off. One of the trash cans had its lid half open, and there was some shredded plastic sticking out. I saw nothing else. I waited a moment, listening. All I heard was the distant hum of traffic and maybe a dripping pipe somewhere. I turned forward again and walked, now feeling a bit uneasy. My heart thumped a little harder. My skin felt warm around my neck. I tried to act calm, but I looked behind me once more. Still nothing. That's when I heard it again. My name. It was clearer this time, and it sounded closer. Someone said it quietly, like they were standing just a few steps away. I spun around. The alley was still empty. I said, "Who's there?" Out loud. My voice sounded too loud in that quiet place. No response. I looked carefully. I could see the details of the walls, the ground, even some small cracks. I saw no place where a person could hide. There were no doors nearby, no recessed doorways, no large piles of trash tall enough to hide a person behind them. Only a few small boxes and cans, nothing big. The alley was maybe 8 or 9 feet wide, and I could see from one wall to the other. There was nowhere for someone to stand without me noticing. I took a deep breath. I felt a heaviness in my stomach. Something was off. I said my own name out loud to see if my mind was playing tricks on me. It sounded different from what I heard. The voice calling me sounded softer and slightly deeper than my own. It definitely wasn't an echo. I tried to ignore it and kept walking, but a few steps later I heard it again, this time from ahead of me. I stared forward. I could see the corner where the alley turned. I strained my eyes, but there was no one. The light was weak. The streetlight behind me didn't reach that far. The only illumination came from a small window on the second floor of the building to my left, and it was too faint to show more than shapes. I walked forward slowly, trying not to make noise. My shoes scraped a bit on the concrete. I tried to keep my breathing steady. I knew something was wrong. It wasn't just hearing my name. It was the feeling that someone was right there, close to me, watching me. My neck felt tense and my shoulders were tight. My palms were getting sweaty and my throat felt dry. I wanted to get out of that alley as fast as possible, but I also didn't want to walk straight into whoever was playing this game. I reached into my jacket pocket for my phone. I gripped it tight. I considered calling someone. The thought that I might seem paranoid stopped me. I decided to just keep moving. I took a few more steps and then I heard my name again, right behind me this time. I spun around so fast that I almost slipped on a wet patch. Still, no one. My heart was beating harder. I could feel my pulse in my ears. I looked up at the fire escapes overhead, but they were empty metal structures. No one stood on them. There were no shadows up there. I stood still for at least 20 seconds. turning my head from side to side, trying to catch any movement. Nothing. Just the dim light, the smell of trash, the quiet drip of water. I could hear my own breathing now, fast and shallow. I wanted to run, but I didn't want to run blindly and fall or get cornered. Instead, I walked backward for a few steps, keeping my eyes in front of me and then behind me, alternating every few seconds. That made me dizzy, so I stopped and faced forward again. If someone was there, they were hiding too well. But how could they hide in a place like this? I reached the turn in the alley. I stepped around the corner, pressing my back against the wall before looking ahead. The next stretch of alley was even darker. There was a dim light at the far end, probably from a distant street lamp. I could see broken concrete and a large dumpster on the left side. The dumpster's lid was closed. There was a small stack of crates near it. They were wooden, probably empty. I could see a patch of moss or mold on the ground and a slight incline leading toward the main street at the far end. I knew my building was just a short walk after I got out of here. I took a step forward, and as soon as I moved, I heard my name again. This time it seemed to come from my right side. I looked right. There was nothing but a wall. No doors, no windows at eye level. I noticed a small ventilation window near the top, but it was too high for anyone to reach. I listened carefully. Nothing now. I licked my lips and tasted salt from my sweat. My heart was still racing. I said, "I know you're there. What do you want?" I tried to keep my voice steady, but it cracked slightly. No answer. I walked closer to the dumpster, thinking maybe someone was crouching behind it. I approached it slowly, one hand gripping my phone in my pocket. My other hand was free. I felt the urge to clench my fists. As I got near, I smelled something rotten. Probably old food. I reached the edge of the dumpster and leaned forward, trying to peek behind it. It was empty space. No one there. I kicked the crates with my foot. They were light and slid a bit, but nothing was behind them. Suddenly, my name again. This time it was so close I jumped. It sounded right next to my ear. I turned around, almost losing my balance. The alley behind me was empty, just as before. My chest felt tight, and I wanted to leave this place. I walked faster now, almost jogging, but careful not to slip. My shoes made a damp sound on the ground. Every few steps I glanced behind me. Still nothing. The alley felt longer than before. I noticed details I hadn't before. A small pipe with water dripping, a torn piece of fabric stuck to a nail on the wall, a flattened soda can near a drain. I heard my name again, this time from ahead of me, softer but still there. I stopped and held my breath. I thought maybe I could lure whoever it was into making a sound so I could spot them. I waited 5-10 seconds, holding my breath until my chest started to burn. Then I let out the air and said, "Show yourself." Nothing. Just silence. I kept walking. My legs felt weak and my stomach kept twisting. I tried to focus on getting out. My apartment was just a short walk once I reached the main street. I passed another stack of trash bags. They looked wet and sagged against the wall. I nudged one with my foot, trying to see if someone could be hiding behind it. It was soft and squishy, just trash. I moved past it. Halfway down this second stretch, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I jumped at the sensation. I pulled it out and checked it. It was just a message from a coworker asking if I had made it home. I typed back quickly. Almost. On my way. I didn't mention anything about what was happening. I didn't know how to explain it. It sounded crazy. I put the phone back in my pocket and looked around again. I could see the end of the alley now, maybe 20 yards ahead. Beyond it was a more well-lit street. I could see parts of parked cars, the edge of a sidewalk, and a bit of a storefront sign. If I could get there, I'd feel safer. I moved forward. 10 yards left. I felt a breeze coming from the street. It carried the smell of exhaust fumes and fried food from a nearby diner. I wanted to run, but I forced myself not to. If I ran and tripped, I'd be stuck here. I took steady steps. With every step, I glanced to the sides, behind me, above me. There was nothing, just the same empty alley. but the voice wouldn't leave my mind. I kept hearing it in my head now, even when it wasn't sounding in the air. It made me tense, made me question my own senses. 5 yards left. Then I heard it again, but this time it didn't say my name. It just made a soft sound, like a quiet exhale. I stopped and listened. The sound came from behind me. I turned. The alley behind me looked exactly the same. Dark, empty, quiet. I listened harder. Nothing. Just my own breathing and the distant city sounds. I said, "I can hear you." I felt stupid saying it. No answer. I turned back toward the street and took those last steps. When I reached the end of the alley, I stood there, half in darkness, half in the glow of the streetlights. I looked back into the alley one last time. I wanted to see if something would move now that I was leaving. The alley was still empty, just wet pavement, trash and dim walls. I waited a few seconds, listening, expecting to hear my name again. It didn't come. I stepped out onto the sidewalk. The street was calm. One car passed slowly. I saw a man leaning against a wall about half a block away, smoking. He didn't look at me. I saw a couple walking on the opposite side of the street, holding shopping bags. They didn't look my way. Everything looked normal. Everything sounded normal. My heart rate was still high. My shirt felt damp with sweat. I wiped my forehead with the back of my hand. My mouth was dry. I swallowed a few times. I turned in the direction of my apartment. It was only 2 blocks away. I walked fast, trying to get some distance from that alley. My mind was racing, but I tried to focus on what was right in front of me. I passed a closed bookstore, a barber shop with its lights off, a couple of old benches on the sidewalk. After a few minutes, I reached my building. It was a 3-story structure with a small lobby. I had to use my key to enter. My hand shook a bit as I unlocked the door. Once inside, I walked straight up the stairs to my apartment on the 2nd floor. The hallway smelled like cleaning products. The light was bright. I fumbled with my keys, unlocked my door, and entered my apartment, locking the door behind me. My place was quiet. Just my old couch, my small TV, my kitchen table. Everything looked normal. I sat down at the table and just breathed, in and out, until my heart slowed down. I could still feel the tension in my shoulders and neck. I didn't know what to think. I heard my name whispered several times and I saw no one. The alley was empty. I had no explanation. My body still felt tired, my legs a bit shaky. I grabbed a glass from the cabinet and filled it with tap water. I drank it in a few big gulps. I felt a slight ache in my stomach, probably from all the nervous energy. I took another minute to calm down. Then I walked to my living room window and looked outside. I could see the street, the lights, and the distant corner where I knew that alley entrance was located. I couldn't see the alley itself from this angle. I stood there for a long moment just looking at the normal scene outside. A car parked, a man crossed the street, someone rode by on a bike. No strange voices, no whispers, just normal city sounds. Eventually, I pulled the curtains closed. I decided I would avoid that alley from now on, no matter how inconvenient. I felt safer in my apartment. It was quiet, well lit, and everything made sense here. I stayed up for a while that night, drinking water, pacing a bit, trying to shake off the feeling that something had been there, calling me, messing with me. I knew I wouldn't find any answers. I just knew I didn't want to go through that alley again. When I finally turned off the lights and lay down in bed, I could still remember the exact sound of my name spoken softly in that empty space. I tried not to think about it too much. I was just glad to be inside, with a locked door and a clear sense that I had gotten away from something I couldn't understand. I remember that night clearly. It was late, probably past midnight. The streets were almost empty, and the air felt colder than usual. I was tired, but still focused on my job. I was working as a driver for a ride service. I had been on the road for several hours, picking up passengers in different parts of the city. Most were normal trips. People going home from bars, a couple going to a hotel, a man rushing to catch a late-night train. Nothing unusual. Then I got this request. The pickup point was at the edge of a residential area, not too far from the center. I accepted it without a second thought, like any other ride. I pulled up at the address the app had given me. It was a street with dim lighting, a couple of old houses, a few small parked cars, and not much else. I waited about a minute. The passenger approached from the sidewalk on my right. He was a man, probably in his mid-40s. He wore a jacket, jeans, and sneakers. He walked slowly and didn't seem drunk or high. He opened the rear door and got inside without saying much. He closed the door and gave me a location. I glanced at the destination pin on my phone. It was outside the city, close to a rural area, about 30 minutes away. I thought it was a little odd, but it wasn't my first time driving someone out of town. Sometimes people had family in isolated places, or they wanted to get away from the city for some reason. I pressed the start button on the app and began driving. The streets were quiet as I followed the directions. The man sat in the back seat. He kept his gaze somewhere in the darkness outside. He didn't talk at first. After about 10 minutes, I asked if he was comfortable with the route. He just said, "Keep going," in a calm voice. I didn't push. I kept driving. The GPS showed a route that would take a main road, then turn onto smaller roads. There weren't many lights in that direction, but I knew some rural areas had very few street lamps. I tried not to think too hard about it. The passenger didn't show any emotion. He wasn't smiling, he wasn't frowning. He looked calm. His voice, when he spoke, was steady and quiet. We left the main part of town and entered a smaller road with fewer signs. There were patches of trees and bushes on both sides. The headlights of my car illuminated a narrow strip of asphalt ahead. The sky was dark with no stars visible. The passenger suddenly said, "Take a right turn up ahead." I checked my GPS, but it said to go straight. I hesitated for a second, then slowed down. The man repeated, "Take the right turn." His voice was louder now. I felt a slight tension in my chest. It wasn't panic yet, but I was aware that something was off. I asked, "Are you sure? The GPS suggests going straight." He said, "Yes, right turn. Don't worry about the app." I turned right onto a smaller road. It was even darker here. The asphalt gave way to a rough surface with dirt and gravel. I heard small rocks rattling under my tires. I clenched the wheel and tried to focus on the path ahead. My headlights were the only source of light. The passenger leaned forward slightly, but I couldn't see his face clearly in the rearview mirror. His figure was a dark shape against the seat. After a few minutes, the road split again. The GPS was useless now, trying to reroute in confusion. The passenger told me to turn left. I did. We went deeper into this area with no signs and no buildings. My heart rate increased. The interior of the car felt warm, even though it was cold outside. I noticed my breathing was getting faster. I asked, "Is this place safe? It's really dark out here." He answered quietly, "Yes. Keep going." I didn't argue. I just drove. We passed a small clearing where I could see a fence and some overgrown grass. There were no animals around, no other cars, not even the distant hum of traffic, just the sound of my engine and the gravel. After another turn, the passenger said, "Stop here." I slowed down and brought the car to a halt. I looked around, but I couldn't see anything except the vague outline of trees and a patch of ground covered in weeds. The headlights illuminated a short stretch ahead, but it ended in darkness. There were no lights on any distant houses, no porch lamps, nothing. The passenger opened the door and stepped out. He didn't say anything about payment. The ride was prepaid through the app, so I guessed he was done. He stood outside for a moment. I rolled down my window slightly and said, "Is everything all right?" He didn't answer. He just moved away from the car and disappeared into the darkness ahead. I couldn't see where he went. He didn't use a flashlight or his phone's screen. It was like he knew exactly where to go. I felt uneasy. My mouth was dry and my hands were clammy on the steering wheel. I decided I should probably leave. There was nothing else for me to do here. I shifted into reverse and checked my mirrors. That's when I saw something that made my stomach tighten. In the rearview mirror, I noticed two shapes in the darkness behind the car. They were a distance away, maybe 20 or 30 feet back. I couldn't see their faces, but I could make out two human figures. They stood side by side, not moving much. My first thought was to stay calm. I wanted to get out of there. I looked forward again, trying to see if the passenger was still in front of the car. I saw nothing, just the silent darkness. I turned on my high beams for a moment, hoping to see something that would put me at ease. But all I got was a better look at empty ground and some bushes. I turned the high beams off again. I didn't want to attract too much attention. In the mirror, the two figures were still there. I couldn't tell if they were looking at me. My heart was pounding. I considered rolling down the window and calling out, but I decided against it. I didn't know who they were. I didn't know if they were armed or if they meant any harm. My chest felt tight, and I could feel sweat on my neck. The silence made everything worse. There was no wind, no cars, no voices. Just me in that car with two strangers standing behind it, and my passenger gone somewhere ahead. I started to back up slowly, moving in reverse, hoping to put some distance between me and the figures. As I reversed, I kept my eyes on them. They didn't run toward me. They stayed where they were. When my brake lights lit the area behind the car, I saw them more clearly. They were definitely two people, both wearing dark clothing. I couldn't see their faces. Their heads were slightly bent forward, or maybe they were just looking straight at me. My chest felt even tighter now. I swallowed hard. I stopped the car again and thought about what to do. The passenger had told me to come here, had made me leave the known route. Now I was stuck in a remote spot with no streetlights. I had 1 bar of cell service, maybe enough to get back on the map. I glanced at my phone. The app was still running. The screen showed my location as a dead-end road in a rural zone. I had no idea where I was exactly. I locked the doors. I heard the click of the locks and hoped that would be enough if they tried something. They still didn't move. They just stood there. I wondered if they were waiting for something, or if they were just curious. I looked around for another way out. The road was narrow. To my left and right there were bushes and small trees. I didn't want to drive off the road and get stuck. I needed to stay calm and not do anything stupid. I took a deep breath and decided to drive forward a bit, and then try to turn around. I put the car in drive and eased it forward. The road was rough and I felt every bump. The headlights showed nothing but empty space and weeds. I drove maybe 40 or 50 feet ahead. I didn't see any sign of the passenger. I decided to try a 3-point turn. I backed up a little, then turned the wheel and moved forward again. The angle was awkward because of the uneven ground, but after a few tries I managed to face the car back toward the way I came. I checked the rearview mirror again. The two figures were still there, standing at the spot where I had stopped before. They hadn't followed me. I felt slightly less trapped, but still on edge. My heart was still racing, and my throat felt dry. I didn't see anyone else around. I didn't hear any voices. I rolled the window down just a bit to listen. Nothing. Absolute silence. I thought about calling someone, maybe reporting something to the police, but I had nothing concrete to say. No crime had been committed that I knew of. My passenger had simply left the car on his own. These two people were just standing there. Maybe they were local residents or people who lived out here. It didn't make sense, but I didn't have time to analyze. I just wanted to get out of there. I decided to leave. I pressed the gas pedal gently and started to move back the way I came. The dirt and gravel crunched under the tires. I kept looking in the mirror. The figures got smaller as I drove away. They still didn't move. When I reached the first turn, I slowed down and tried to remember which way we had come. The GPS tried to reroute me to the main road. I followed the route on the screen. The feeling in my chest eased a bit once I saw a more recognizable road sign. I passed it and saw a faint light in the distance, probably from a farmhouse. I didn't know what to think. I felt sweaty and tired. My hands were shaking a little, so I gripped the wheel harder. I just wanted to get back to the city. After a few more turns, I reached a paved road with a single street lamp at the corner. I slowed down under the lamp, glanced at my phone, and took a second to breathe. I thought about the passenger. He had seemed calm but had led me out to that dark place. Why? He never told me. He never explained. Maybe he had friends waiting for him there. Maybe he was involved in something I didn't understand, but I didn't see him meet anyone. I only saw those two figures after he left. I kept driving until I found my way back onto a familiar road. I passed a gas station that was closed for the night. The neon sign was off and there were no cars around. I didn't stop. I wanted to get back to the main part of the city. After another 15 minutes, I saw the distant glow of streetlights. I turned onto a busier street and felt some relief. A few cars passed by. The normal sounds of civilization surrounded me again. I felt safer. I didn't know who those people were or why they were out there. I didn't know what my passenger's purpose was, but I was back in a place with lights and people. I ended the ride on the app. It showed that the trip had been completed successfully. Payment processed. There was no comment from the passenger. No rating left. I sat there for a moment, engine idling at a red light, and tried to calm down. My throat was still dry. I noticed my shirt was damp under the arms. I looked at my reflection in the mirror. My eyes looked tired. I pressed my lips together, then took a sip of water from the bottle I keep in the cup holder. The water was lukewarm, but it helped. I decided I wouldn't tell anyone about this ride right away. I didn't even know how to describe it. Just a strange trip to a dark place. The passenger disappeared and I saw two people in the dark. No one attacked me. No one demanded anything. Nothing was stolen. It was just odd and unsettling. I gripped the wheel and continued driving, heading back toward more familiar neighborhoods. I picked up another passenger an hour later, a normal guy going to a hotel. That trip went fine, but I didn't shake the feeling that something had been off that night. Even now I remember those two figures standing in the darkness, not moving, not speaking, just watching. I remember the chill in my chest, my heart pounding, and the absolute silence around us. I remember the passenger's calm voice telling me to turn off the main route. I remember the absence of any normal signs of life. I never found out what it meant, and I guess I never will. I was sitting on a wooden bench near the center of a public park. It was late, probably close to midnight, but I didn't check the time. I had gone out for a run because I couldn't sleep. The weather was mild, the air still. The park had a jogging path that looped around a pond and some trees. There were a few lampposts, but most of the path was dark. I had been running for about 20 minutes when I decided to rest. I stopped near a bench under a dim lamp. The area around me was quiet. No wind, no voices, no distant cars. The ground was a mix of dirt and gravel. It crunched a little under my shoes when I approached the bench. I sat down and leaned forward to catch my breath. I felt sweat on my forehead and back. My legs were warm and a little tired. I didn't hear anyone else around. I glanced left and right. To my right was a small patch of tall bushes. To my left, about 20 feet away, there was another bench under a weaker light. At first, I didn't notice anyone there. Then I turned my head again and saw a figure sitting very still. It was a person dressed in dark clothing. I couldn't see any details. There was no movement. This person was sitting on the bench in a rigid posture and seemed to be looking straight at me. I squinted and tried to see more clearly. The light was not good. The figure had a hood pulled up over its head. I couldn't see a face. I thought maybe they were wearing a ski mask or something similar. They didn't move at all. I felt a sudden tension in my shoulders. There was something off about how still they were. I waited a few seconds, expecting them to turn away or get up or do something. They remained completely still. I decided it was time to get moving. I didn't want to hang around. Something about the figure made me nervous. It could have been just another runner taking a break, but I didn't see any sign of normal behavior. Most people would look around, cough, stretch, or adjust their position. This person did none of that. I stood up and stretched my arms. I looked away from the figure, trying to appear casual. Then I turned and started walking back toward the path. As I took my first steps, I glanced over my shoulder. The figure stood up too. I didn't like that. My legs felt heavy and I noticed my heart rate speeding up again. I tried to think logically. Maybe it was just coincidence. Maybe they were leaving at the same time. I decided not to panic. I just wanted to keep a good distance. I began to walk along the path. The gravel made a slight crunch under my running shoes. I checked behind me after a few steps. The figure was following me. Not running, just walking at first, but following. I picked up my pace. My thighs and calves were already warm from the previous run, so I could run again if I needed to. I didn't want to sprint yet. I wanted to be sure I wasn't imagining this. Maybe this was some stranger taking the same route out of the park. Still, I felt uneasy. There was no one else around. The park was usually empty this late. I turned my head again. The figure was still behind me, closer now, moving faster than before. That was enough. I started jogging. I heard my own breathing become more forceful. My ears caught a soft sound behind me, like shoes hitting the dirt and gravel. I glanced back quickly. The figure was now running. I could see arms pumping slightly, legs moving in quick strides. The hood covered the head completely. The face area looked smooth and blank in the dim light. There were no features. It looked like a person without a face, just a patch of dark nothing. I felt a surge of panic shoot through my chest. My muscles tensed and I ran faster. I didn't know what to do. The path went around the park. The nearest exit gate was on the far side, maybe a quarter mile away. The figure was gaining on me, or at least keeping up. I listened to the sound of my own footsteps. I heard the footsteps behind me too, slightly offbeat, getting louder. I tried to focus on the path. My eyes scanned for possible escape routes. There was a large patch of trees and shrubs to my left. If I ran into them, I might lose the figure, but I could also trip or get stuck. On the right was a chain-link fence separating the park from a quiet street. The fence was too high to climb easily. I ran harder. My chest tightened. My breathing grew louder. My arms pumped back and forth. I tried to keep my balance and maintain speed. I tried to think if I had any way to defend myself. I didn't carry anything with me. I had no phone, no keys, nothing in my pockets except a packet of tissues. I glanced back again. The figure was just a few steps behind. I couldn't see any face at all, only darkness under the hood. The way the head moved suggested a human shape, but the lack of a face made no sense. It was like a blank mask. I saw shoulders and arms, legs in long pants, running shoes. The running form looked natural enough, but completely silent except for the footfalls. I pushed my legs harder. I passed another bench, this one empty. The lamps were few and far between. My eyes tried to pick out a better lit area ahead. I knew there was a small fountain near the park's center. If I could get there, maybe I could find something to use as a weapon. Or maybe I would see another person passing by. Anything would help. I changed direction and cut through a patch of grass, hoping to throw the figure off. My shoes sank into the soft ground. It slowed me down. I heard the footsteps behind me also move onto the grass. I tried to accelerate, but my legs were starting to ache. My lungs burned. I hadn't planned on running this hard tonight. I reached a small clearing with a single lamp. Under that lamp was a garbage can and a broken bench. I grabbed the edge of the garbage can and tried to push it behind me as I ran past. It was heavier than I expected, just barely budging. I wasted a second or two on that. I looked back and saw the figure closing in. I heard the footsteps get louder. My heart pounded so hard it hurt. I had to do something else. I noticed a narrow path leading off to one side, toward a maintenance shed I'd seen before. Maybe it was locked, but maybe not. I veered onto that path. It was darker here. My eyes struggled to adjust. I stumbled over a small root. I caught myself, but lost a second. The footsteps sounded closer. I felt real fear. It was a physical sensation, like a cramp in my stomach and chest. My hands felt cold and damp. I tried not to fall. I reached the maintenance shed. It had a padlock on the door. The walls were made of wood and metal. There was a stack of wooden pallets next to it. I grabbed one and tried to lift it. It was awkward and heavy. I heard the footsteps right behind me. I turned around quickly. The figure was about 6 or 7 feet away, standing still under no light, so I only saw a shape. I raised the pallet and swung it, stepping forward to try to hit the figure. I felt a jolt when the pallet struck something. It connected with a shoulder or arm. The figure stumbled back a step but made no sound. I dropped the pallet and ran again before it could recover. My legs felt weaker now. I breathed through my mouth, sucking in air that smelled like damp grass and soil. The path ahead split in 2 directions. One way led back to the main loop, another headed toward a small bridge over a creek. I went toward the bridge. It was a simple wooden footbridge, maybe 10 feet long. On the other side was a cluster of bushes, and then a slope leading up to the main gate. I remembered that from daylight visits. I dashed onto the bridge. My footsteps on the wood sounded hollow and loud. Halfway across, I looked back. The figure was on the other end of the bridge, just standing there, not advancing. I took a second to watch, panting, my chest heaving. The figure stood completely still, just like before, facing me. I couldn't see a face, just darkness where a face should be. I noticed the figure's hands hanging at the sides. They looked pale under the hood's shadow, but I couldn't be sure. I wiped sweat from my forehead with the back of my hand. I didn't want to wait there any longer. I ran off the bridge and into the bushes. The branches scratched at my arms and legs. I pushed through, feeling leaves hit my face. I emerged onto the slope. The dirt here was loose, and I had to lean forward to climb. My shoes slipped a bit. I grabbed at some exposed roots for balance. I looked back again. The figure was moving slowly across the bridge now. No hurry, just a steady walk. I gritted my teeth and pushed up the slope. My calf muscles were screaming. At the top, I could see the park's main gate about 50 yards away. It was a simple iron gate, usually closed at night, but not locked. I had come through it earlier. Outside was a sidewalk and a quiet street. Maybe I could find a car passing by, or at least get away from this isolated area. I ran toward the gate. My steps were uneven now. I felt a sharp pain in my side. I forced myself forward anyway. I needed to get out of here. I could hear nothing behind me now. I glanced back and saw nothing. The figure might still be coming, but I had put some distance between us. The gate got closer. My hands shook as I approached it. I grabbed the gate's handle and pulled. It opened with a creak. I slipped through and slammed it shut behind me. It didn't lock, but it at least might slow the figure down. I stood on the sidewalk for a moment, breathing hard, trying to calm myself. There was a single street light on this corner. The street was empty. I didn't see cars or pedestrians. I turned around and looked through the gaps in the gate. The park was dark. The path, the trees, the bushes, all looked like shapes of black and gray. I didn't see the figure. I tried to listen. The only sounds were my breathing and a distant humming noise, maybe from a nearby utility box. My heart was still racing. My legs felt unsteady. My clothes stuck to my skin. I took a few steps along the sidewalk, glancing back at the gate every few seconds. After maybe 10 or 15 seconds, I saw a movement in the darkness behind the gate. The figure's hooded head appeared between 2 bars of the gate, about 20 feet away inside the park. I stepped back, away from the gate. I didn't want to run anymore. I was on public property now, outside the park. I could shout if I needed to. I looked around. No one was there. The figure stood inside the park, just on the other side of the gate. The gate was still open a crack. I had not been able to close it fully. The figure stepped closer. I thought about running down the street. If I kept going, I would reach a main road eventually. There would be lights, maybe a store still open, maybe a security guard somewhere. I turned and started to jog down the sidewalk, heading away from the park. I listened for footsteps behind me, but the sidewalk was harder, and my own breathing was too loud to let me hear well. I took the first corner I found, turned right, and moved along a row of bushes lining someone's property. The street here had fewer lights. I looked back. I saw the figure about half a block behind me. It was now on the sidewalk, under a streetlight. The hood was still up. The face area was still dark. The figure had followed me out of the park. My throat felt dry. I swallowed and tried to think clearly. I needed to lose this person or whatever it was. I picked up the pace again. My lungs felt raw. I looked ahead and saw a small parking lot behind a building. It was empty. Maybe I could hide there. I ran into the parking lot. It was about 20 yards deep and walled on 3 sides by fences and a loading dock. There was only one way in and out. That might not be good. If the figure followed me in, I'd be trapped. I realized that too late. I turned to see if the figure was following. At the edge of the parking lot, the figure stood still just outside the entrance. The hooded head tilted slightly. I felt a wave of panic. I backed away. The figure stepped forward, slowly. I felt the urge to speak, to say something, but I stayed silent. My voice would probably shake anyway. The figure took another step. I looked around for a weapon. There was a loose piece of wood lying near a dumpster. I grabbed it with my right hand. It felt rough. I held it up, ready to swing. My arm shook. The figure took another step, coming into the parking lot's pale light. I could now see the shape more clearly. The figure wore a black hooded sweatshirt and black pants. The shoes looked like normal running shoes. The figure's face area looked like smooth skin without eyes, nose, or mouth. I saw a hint of pale color but no features. It was like looking at a blank human head covered in skin. I felt my stomach tighten and my knees weaken. I didn't understand what I was seeing. I gripped the wood tighter. My breathing came in short, fast bursts. The figure stopped about 10 feet away. I held the wood out in front of me. My arms ached. I didn't speak. I waited. The figure stood still, head slightly tilted. The tension felt like it was pressing on my chest. I wanted to run, but I couldn't look away. I took one step back. The figure didn't move. I took another step back. The figure remained where it was. I turned and bolted toward the exit of the parking lot. I ran past the figure, giving it as wide a berth as possible. It didn't reach out. It didn't move. I rushed onto the sidewalk, stumbling. I looked back. The figure still stood inside the parking lot in the same spot. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't wait to find out. I ran down the street, my legs protesting every step. I kept going. I followed the sidewalk until I reached a better lit intersection. I paused under a bright streetlight. My heart still raced. My tongue tasted bitter. I glanced behind me again. There was no sign of the figure on the street. Everything looked quiet. After a while, I forced myself to walk, not run. I kept checking behind me. Nothing appeared. I listened for footsteps. Only my own shoes on the concrete. I passed a few closed shops. I saw a couple of parked cars. No movement in the windows. No one else around. I walked all the way home, never seeing the figure again. I kept looking over my shoulder every few seconds, expecting to see that hooded shape, that blank face, those steady, silent footsteps. I didn't see it again. By the time I reached my door, my clothes were soaked with sweat and my legs felt like lead. I opened my door and locked it behind me. My hands were still shaking. I pressed my ear against the door and listened. I heard nothing. I spent the rest of that night pacing inside my apartment, checking the window every few minutes, making sure the figure wasn't waiting outside. I never saw it again, but I couldn't relax for hours. Every small sound made me jump. I kept remembering that blank face and the silent chase through the park. I had no explanation. I felt only relief that I got away. I was sore for 2 days afterward. I never went back to that park at night again. I remember that night very clearly. It was past midnight. I was on my bike heading home along that narrow country road. The air was dry, and the pavement felt rough under my tires. I had no music playing. I had no company. Just the sound of the chain turning whenever I moved my legs. I wanted to get home. lock the door, and fall asleep. There were no other cars, no lights from houses, and no reason to stop for anything. I was focused on keeping a steady pace and not thinking about how dark it was outside my small headlamp's reach. I saw the car's headlights up ahead. They were on the right side of the road. The lights were not steady. They seemed to flicker on and off. At first, I thought it was just some roadside assistance vehicle or maybe someone trying to fix a flat tire. The car was not running. Its engine was off. I could only see the faint glow of its front and rear lights blinking. I slowed down because it was the only thing that stood out in that quiet stretch. I did not see anyone around. I did not hear any voices. The car's four-way flashers were on, but no one waved for help. I approached it carefully. I braked when I was a few feet away. I kept one foot on the ground and one on the pedal. I said, "Hello? Is anyone there?" I expected to hear some reply. Maybe someone would say they had engine trouble or needed a spare tire. Instead, I heard nothing. The car doors were closed. The trunk was closed. The windows were up. I looked inside. Empty seats, no bags, no keys in the ignition, just a dark interior. Everything was still except for the blinking lights outside. I felt uneasy standing there. I knew it was not normal to find a car like that. Lights on and no one around in the middle of the night. I looked up and down the road. Nothing. No headlights in the distance. No sounds of an approaching engine. No footsteps. Just the faint hum of insects and the soft rustling of leaves along the ditch. I noticed movement in the bushes about 20 feet away. At first, I thought it might be a stray dog or some small animal. But the way the bushes shook made it seem bigger than that. I whispered to myself, "What is that?" I did not want to shout. I did not want to attract attention if it was something that could harm me. I leaned forward on my bike. I wanted to see if something would step out. I listened closely. I heard breathing, but it was not my own. It was low and uneven, like someone struggling to keep quiet. I kept my eyes on the bushes. My heart felt heavier. My breathing got faster. I gripped my handlebars tighter. I saw something move behind the leaves. A shape, dark and crouched, pushing through the shrubs. I could not identify it at first. It was not tall, but it was not small either. Its shape was uneven, like a person hunched down. I stayed still. I watched as it moved again. It slowly emerged from the side of the road, stepping onto the asphalt. The creature's posture was odd. Its limbs looked long. Its head seemed too low. It did not speak. It did not growl. It just stood there, facing me, about 15 feet away. I could see it more clearly under my bike's headlamp and the car's flashing lights. Its skin looked rough, maybe covered in coarse hair. It had 2 arms and 2 legs, but the way it positioned them seemed unnatural. It stood on 2 legs, but its spine was bent forward. Its arms hung almost to its knees. I could not see the details of its face. I could not tell if it was a person with some deformity or an animal that I had never seen before. I did not smell anything strange, but I felt dread. My shoulders tensed. My stomach sank. I wanted to leave, but I stood there trying to understand what I was looking at. Then it took a step toward me. Just one step. It made no sound, but I saw the movement. My breath caught in my throat. I stepped back. I felt my heel hit the pedal. My heart pounded. I said in a low voice, "Hey, I don't want any trouble." The creature did not respond. It took another step. Now it was about 10 feet away. I could see its chest moving up and down. It was breathing heavily. It seemed focused on me. I decided to leave. I did not want to figure out what it wanted. I pushed down on the pedal, easing my bike forward. The creature stepped forward again. It matched my pace. I tried to move slowly at first, hoping it would lose interest. It did not. As I gained speed, it quickened its steps. I saw it lean forward, arms swinging slightly, legs moving with a steady gait. It was following me, and it was not losing ground. I pedaled harder. I felt my legs ache. The road was flat, which helped, but I could not rely on speed alone if this thing could run as fast as I suspected. I decided not to look back for a while. I focused on the road ahead. My headlamp lit a small circle of asphalt. My breathing got louder. I could hear the chain and the tires. I felt sweat forming under my shirt. I forced myself to keep a steady pace, but I had to know if it was still there. I glanced over my shoulder. The creature was behind me, about the same distance as before, maybe 10 feet. It was running now, its arms pumping. I could see that it moved smoothly, no stumbling, no hesitation. I faced forward again. I gritted my teeth. I whispered curses under my breath. I had no weapon. I had nothing but my bike and a small toolkit in the bag strapped to the frame. My phone was in my pocket, but I had no signal out here, and even if I did, I could not imagine explaining this to anyone. I just wanted to get away. I tried to increase my speed. My thighs started to burn. The wind passed my ears. The quiet night was gone. Now it was just the rush of air and my own heartbeat. I checked over my shoulder again. The creature was keeping up, its body low to the ground, legs pushing off with force. I saw its shadow stretch in the faint light of my lamp. It reached out an arm. I saw its hand open and close, as if trying to grab something in front of it. I faced forward and pushed harder. I passed a small barn on the right side of the road. It was dark and locked up. I thought about stopping and hiding inside, but I saw no easy way in. I kept moving. The creature stayed right behind me. I felt panic rise in my chest. My mouth was dry. My palms were sweaty. I tried to think of a way out. The road went straight for a while, then turned left near a row of trees. If I reached those trees, maybe I could lose it by leaving the road. But then I would be in the dark with no idea where to go. I decided to stay on the road for now. As I approached the curve, I tried to swerve suddenly to the left to see if I could break its rhythm. I pulled the handlebars and leaned in. The bike responded quickly. I almost lost my balance, but corrected myself in time. I glanced back. The creature followed the turn without slowing down. It did not slip. It did not hesitate. It was on my trail like a trained predator. My chest tightened. I swallowed hard. I tried to keep my focus on the pavement, on my breathing, on the movement of my legs. Ahead, I saw a small wooden bridge that crossed a narrow creek. The creek's water was low that time of year. The bridge had no lights. It was just a few planks of wood with some rails. I thought about stopping in the middle of the bridge and kicking at the creature if it tried to reach me. But if it was strong, I would not stand a chance. I had no idea how strong it was. I had no idea what it wanted. I decided not to stop. I crossed the bridge. The boards creaked under my wheels. I heard nothing behind me but the sound of the creature's steps. I kept going. After the bridge, I saw a faint light in the distance. It might have been a farmhouse porch light. If I could get closer to it, maybe I could find someone to help me. Maybe the creature would back off if there were more people around. I tried to increase my speed again. My legs ached. My lungs hurt. I felt a cramp building in my side. I fought against it. I forced my legs to keep pumping. I listened to the chain clicking, the wheels spinning, the air rushing. I looked back. The creature was there, but now it seemed a few feet further away. I might have gained some distance. This encouraged me. I leaned forward, placing more weight on the handlebars, and pedaled harder. I ignored the cramp. I focused on that light ahead. I wanted to reach it. I wanted to feel safer. I wanted to get away from this thing on my heels. As I got closer to the light, I could see that it was not a porch. It was just an old street lamp near an abandoned gas station. The building had broken windows and boarded up doors. There would be no help there. Still, I had some light. I passed under the lamp and could see my surroundings better. Tall grass on both sides of the road. The gas station's cracked asphalt lot. Empty fuel pumps. The creature passed through the light too. I caught a glimpse of its face for the first time. Its eyes were dark and set deep in its head. Its mouth was slightly open. I could see what looked like sharp, uneven teeth. It made no sound. Its skin looked tough and dirty. I felt a wave of fear push through my chest. I breathed faster. I did not stop. I continued on. I was surprised that it had not made any noise or tried a different tactic. It just followed me, like it knew I would tire eventually. I tried not to think about that. I tried to stay focused on pedaling. Ahead, the road rose slightly, an incline. Not a big hill, but enough to slow me down. I had no choice. I had to go over it. I started climbing, standing up on the pedals, using my body weight to push down harder. My bike slowed. I could not maintain the same speed going uphill. My lungs burned. Sweat dripped into my eyes, making them sting. I blinked to clear my vision. I felt my heart thumping. I looked back. The creature was gaining. It closed the gap by a few feet. It reached out with its arms again, grabbing at the air. I could hear its breathing now, heavy and strained. It sounded eager. I panicked. I pushed my legs until they felt like they would give out. The bike crept up the incline, inch by inch. My mouth was open wide, sucking in air. I thought about dropping something behind me to slow it down. I reached back with one hand and fumbled with the small bag attached to my bike frame. I could not afford to lose balance. I tried to unzip it while riding. My hand shook. I gave up. It was too risky. I kept both hands on the bars and focused on the climb. When I reached the top of the incline, I forced the bike forward. The road flattened out and then dipped slightly, a small downhill stretch. This was my chance. If I could gain enough speed going down, maybe I could create a larger gap. I leaned forward and let gravity help me. The tires whirred. The air rushed past my ears. My shirt flapped against my body. The bike picked up speed. I risked one quick look back. The creature was following but seemed to struggle keeping up on the downhill. It was on foot after all. Its legs had to keep pace. I pushed as hard as I could, even though my legs screamed for rest. The gap grew. I saw it fall behind by a few more feet, then a few more. I tried not to get hopeful too soon. I knew it might still catch up. But for now I had an advantage. I saw another turn in the road ahead. More trees, less open space. If I could keep the distance, maybe I could slip out of its view. Maybe I could hide somewhere if I got far enough ahead. I would try that. As I reached the turn, I decided to go off the road. I spotted a narrow path into the trees. It looked like a dirt trail. I turned off my headlamp for a moment to avoid drawing attention, but that meant I could barely see anything. I slowed down, careful not to crash into a tree. My bike rattled over roots and rocks. I moved about 20 yards into the woods and stopped behind a thick trunk. I kept my bike close. I listened. The air smelled like damp leaves and dirt. I could hear my own breath. I tried to calm down and breathe through my nose. I tried not to cough or make any noise. I waited. My legs were shaking, my arms were tense. I looked back toward the road. I could see the faint glow of the night sky through the branches. No footsteps, no breathing, nothing. After a few seconds, I heard a rustling sound. I tensed up. I gripped my handlebars. I could not see the creature. I stayed still. The rustling continued for a moment and then stopped. I waited longer. Nothing. Maybe it had passed me by. Maybe it was still looking. I felt sweat dry on my neck. My shirt stuck to my back. I decided to wait a full minute, counting in my head. I breathed slowly. When I reached 60, I quietly turned my headlamp back on, shielding it with my hand to keep the beam low. I saw the dirt path ahead. I turned the bike around carefully and started to push it back the way I had come. I moved slowly, avoiding branches. When I reached the edge of the trees, I looked out at the road. It was empty. No movement. The creature was gone. I got back on my bike and pedaled quietly along the shoulder of the road. I kept my headlamp on low. I listened for footsteps or breathing. Nothing. I forced myself to stay calm. I kept going until I reached an intersection with a better lit road. I could see some distant headlights and a sign for a gas station that might still be open. I headed that way, staying alert, glancing back every few seconds. I did not see the creature again that night. I did not know what it was or why it followed me. I just wanted to get home and lock my door. I kept riding until I reached a more familiar part of town. I stopped outside a closed store to catch my breath. My legs hurt, my throat felt raw, and my heart was still beating fast. But I was away from that thing. I rested for a moment, then got back on my bike and continued home. I did not look back again. I did not hear any strange sounds. I kept going until I reached my driveway, got off my bike, and went inside. I locked the door and sat on the floor, trying to breathe normally. I stayed awake for hours, listening for anything outside. I heard nothing. It was quiet now. Just me inside my home, safe for the moment. It started on the third night after I moved into that rented house. I was lying in bed, staring up at the ceiling, trying to settle in. It was around midnight. I heard something above my head. It sounded like steps moving slowly across the attic floor. It didn't sound like an animal or the wind. It sounded heavier, more deliberate. I stayed still, breathing through my nose, listening. The sound stopped. I lay awake for a long time. The next morning, I tried to forget about it. Maybe it was just the old wood expanding or something simple. I unpacked more boxes. I tried to focus on work and on finding my routine in the new place. But something about the sound from the night before sat in my mind all day. My name's Mark. I'm just a regular guy, renting this one-story house with an attic space that the landlord said was mostly empty. I remember asking if I could store a few things up there, and the landlord nodded and said sure, but it was dusty and small. He never mentioned anyone else having trouble here. The house looked normal enough. It had old wooden floors, a cramped kitchen, a small living room. The bathroom had old tiles but was clean. Everything seemed fine. I had moved here for a new job. I didn't know anybody in this town. The neighbors kept to themselves. So I didn't know who to ask about noises in the attic, and I didn't want to sound paranoid. The next night, I lay in bed and tried to sleep. After a few hours of tossing and turning, I heard it again. A kind of scraping sound, then something like a light footstep. I got up quietly, turned on the hall light, and stared at the attic door in the hallway ceiling. I could see that it was slightly ajar. I remembered checking it after I moved in. I was sure it was closed. I stood there for a minute, breathing slowly, trying not to make noise. I didn't feel right going up there in the middle of the night, so I made a note in my mind. In the morning, I would check it out. The next day around noon, I got the ladder I had stored in the garage and climbed up to the attic. The attic door was one of those that you push up. I pushed it all the way open and stuck my head inside. Dusty air filled my nose. It smelled like old insulation and dry wood. There wasn't much light, just a small window on the far side. The space was mostly empty. There was some old chair in a corner and a few boxes that the landlord had left. I didn't see any footprints, I didn't see any animals, I didn't see anyone. The floorboards looked stable, and I tried stepping inside to check more carefully. I found nothing unusual. I closed the attic door tight. I made sure it fit snugly. That night I still felt uneasy. I couldn't stop thinking about the door being ajar. I sat in front of the TV, ate a sandwich, tried to distract myself. Around 11, I turned off the lights and went to bed. I woke up around 2 in the morning to a thumping sound in the living room. It sounded like something fell. I got up. My heart was beating hard and my hands felt damp. I walked down the short hallway to the living room and turned on the floor lamp. A small framed photo I had placed on a shelf lay face down on the floor. It looked like it had been knocked off. But I had no pets, no wind, no vibration. I picked it up and checked the shelf. Everything else was in place. I put it back. I stood there listening. I tried to hear if anyone was breathing or moving around. Nothing. I went back to bed. Over the next few days, I started feeling watched. During the day, I tried to ignore it. I worked from home, sitting at my desk near the living room window. Sometimes, while typing, I felt a pressure on my back, like eyes on me. I would turn around fast. Nothing. I would check the front door. It was locked. The windows were locked. Everything was normal, but I could sense something. At night, it got worse. Little noises in the kitchen. The cabinet door would be slightly open in the morning, even though I remembered closing it. My toothbrush would be on the sink counter, facing the opposite direction I had left it. I started doubting myself. Maybe I was just misremembering, but it felt too strange. Another night, I woke up to the sound of the TV turning on by itself. The glow of the screen lit up the hallway. I rushed out of bed and found the TV on, some random late-night show playing. I grabbed the remote and turned it off. I was shaking. I stood there in my underwear looking around, trying to see if someone had broken in. I walked through every room, checking closets, under the bed, behind the couch. There was no one. I didn't sleep well that night. My chest felt tight, and every little sound made me jump. A few nights later, I heard a loud clattering noise in the kitchen. I ran there and turned on the light. A pot and a pan had fallen to the floor. I remembered stacking them carefully after washing the dishes. They weren't balanced precariously. I couldn't understand how they ended up on the ground. I picked them up. The kitchen felt colder than the rest of the house. I checked the windows and the back door. Everything was locked. I started feeling a constant tension in my stomach. I tried talking to the landlord. I told him I heard noises in the attic and strange occurrences. He sounded tired on the phone and said he never had problems before. He didn't dismiss me, but he said maybe I should set some traps in the attic or call a pest control company. I tried that. I called a pest guy. He came in the afternoon, climbed up into the attic, said he saw no droppings, no signs of rodents. He left me a card and told me to call if I heard anything else. I felt foolish and alone with this problem. At night, the feeling of being watched got stronger. I sat in the living room, the TV on mute. I didn't want to draw attention, but I also didn't want total silence. I stared at the attic door in the hallway. It was closed. I got up slowly and pulled on the string to open it. I climbed the ladder with a flashlight. I scanned the attic. Nothing. Just dust and silence. I left it open that night just to see if something would move. I lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Around 2 a.m, I heard a muffled bang. I got up and checked the attic. The door was still open and nothing had changed. I turned around and saw that my bedroom door, which I had left half open, was now fully closed. The window was shut, so no draft. I felt my throat tighten. I opened the bedroom door, looked around. Nothing. I decided to buy a small camera and set it up in the living room to record at night. I figured I could at least see if something was happening while I slept. I set it on a shelf opposite the couch and aimed it at the hallway that led to the attic door in the bedroom. That night, I woke up again to a noise in the kitchen. I rushed to the living room first, grabbed the camera, and checked that it was still recording. It was. Then I went to the kitchen and found that a chair had fallen over. It was an old wooden chair, and I never leave it off balance. It was just lying there. I stood it up and went back to bed, feeling sweat on my forehead, my chest heavy. In the morning, I connected the camera to my laptop and reviewed the footage. For the first hour or so, nothing. Just me turning off the lights and going to bed. Then, around 1:30 a.m., the camera's view caught a flicker in the hallway. The attic door was visible at the edge of the frame. I saw it. The door seemed to move slightly, as if something pushed it from inside. But it didn't open all the way. Then the camera froze for a second, or maybe it was just a glitch. After a moment, I saw the attic door again, but it looked still. Then I saw the bedroom door, which I had left half open. It closed slowly, very quietly, as if someone was pushing it. I couldn't see anyone. There was no shape or figure, just the door closing on its own. Then the camera shook a bit, like something touched it, and the footage ended abruptly. It was corrupted after that. I sat there looking at the partial video, my hands sweating on the keyboard. I decided to leave the house for a few hours. I went to a coffee shop, stared at my phone, and tried to think of a solution. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? that doors were moving on their own, that I heard noises in the attic. They would think I was messing around. I decided to buy some strong locks for the attic door and for the bedroom door. I also bought a motion sensor light and placed it in the hallway. I wanted to see if it would turn on during the night. That evening, I installed the locks on the attic door. I screwed in a latch that would make it harder to open from the inside. I tested it a few times, pulling on the door. It was secure. I also placed the motion sensor light near the hallway ceiling and tested it. Just passing by made it light up. I went to bed feeling a bit more in control. I left the camera recording in the living room again. I kept my phone near me. Around midnight, I heard the motion sensor light turn on in the hallway. I saw the faint glow under my bedroom door. I got up quietly and pressed my ear against the door. I didn't hear footsteps. I opened the door slowly and saw the hallway lit by the motion sensor. The attic door latch was still in place. The living room was dark, but I could see the camera's small red light. I walked toward the attic door, checking everything. I saw nothing move. The light stayed on for about a minute, then turned off. I went back to bed. 2 hours later, I woke to the sound of the TV turning on again. This time it was louder, some static noise blasting through the night. I jumped out of bed, ran to the living room, grabbed the remote, and turned it off. I checked the camera. Still recording. I looked at the attic door again. Still locked. I stood there, breathing hard. The next day, I reviewed the footage. The camera showed the hallway light up around midnight. Then a shadow passed along the wall. It was like a human shape, but I couldn't make out any details. It moved from the attic area toward the bedroom area. Then it vanished. The motion sensor light turned off. A couple hours later, the camera caught a flicker of static from the TV before it turned on fully. Right before the TV turned on, the camera image shook again. The footage ended in static this time. When I tried to fast forward, the file was corrupted. I had only a short segment saved. I felt weak and nervous. My stomach was tight. I started talking out loud in the house, saying things like, "I know you're here. I don't know what you want, but leave me alone." I didn't get a response. At night, I tried sleeping in the living room. I put a small lamp on so it wasn't completely dark. I wanted to see if anything happened while I was awake. Around 2 a.m., I felt a sudden chill. I stood up. The lamp flickered and went off. I reached for the switch. It wouldn't turn back on. I tried another lamp. Nothing. I tried the light switch on the wall. It didn't work. The whole house was dark. I pulled out my phone and turned on its flashlight. I looked at the attic door. Still locked. The silence pressed on my ears. Suddenly, I heard a low thump on the floor behind me. I spun around and saw that the remote control was on the floor. I had left it on the coffee table. It was as if someone had thrown it. I felt my heart pounding. I whispered, "Stop," even though I didn't know who or what I was talking to. I backed toward the bedroom, using my phone's light to guide me. I closed the bedroom door, locked it, and sat on the floor with my back to the wall. I stayed like that until dawn, dozing off a few times, jumping at every creak of the wood. When the sun came up, I tested the lights again. They worked fine. I went outside, got some fresh air, and sat on the porch steps. I didn't want to stay in that house. I thought about breaking the lease and leaving. I didn't have solid proof of anything, just strange recordings and personal experiences. But I knew I wasn't imagining it. I couldn't ignore the doors closing, the TV turning on, the objects moving on their own. Something was wrong with that attic, that hallway, that entire place. I went back inside, packed some clothes, and decided to sleep at a motel for a few nights. Before leaving, I checked the attic one last time. I climbed the ladder, pointed a flashlight around. Still empty. Dusty. Quiet. I closed it, locked it, and left the house. I didn't care about the rent or my belongings anymore. I just wanted to get away from that feeling of eyes on my back and that constant noise at night. At the motel, I finally relaxed. It was quiet. No strange sounds. I slept through the night without interruption. In the morning, I checked my phone. No messages from the landlord. I thought about calling him again, telling him I couldn't stay there anymore. I decided to do just that. He sighed and said he understood. He said he would come by and check the attic himself. I wished him luck and told him I'd come back for my stuff in a few days. He said that was fine. I hung up and just sat there, feeling the tension slowly leave my shoulders. I didn't know what was in that house, but I knew I wasn't going back to live in it. I could handle finding a new place. I didn't need proof or an explanation. I just needed to feel safe again. I knew I would never forget the nights in that house, the feeling of being watched, the doors closing by themselves, and the way the attic door had been opened that first time. That was enough for me. I still remember the night I noticed the light. It was around 11 and I had just turned off my TV. I was sitting in my small living room, drinking tap water out of a chipped glass. Across the street was that old apartment building. No one lived there. I had never seen anyone enter or leave. The windows were always dark, even during the day. I had assumed the place was completely abandoned. That night, though, I saw a sudden glow behind one of the windows on the third floor. It was faint, but I knew it wasn't my imagination. At first, I thought maybe it was just a street light reflecting off something. I got closer to my own window and looked carefully. The light was inside that apartment behind the dirty glass. I stood there for a minute, trying to figure out what was causing it. The next night I looked again. I was curious. The building was directly across from my window, maybe 20 yards away. My apartment was on the second floor. That old place looked like it hadn't been maintained for years. The paint on the facade was peeling. The window frames were cracked. Some windows were covered with cardboard or plywood. Nobody had bothered to renovate it. I hadn't cared much before, but after seeing that light, I started paying attention. That second night, I saw nothing unusual. It was just dark and quiet. The street was empty except for a few parked cars and a dim streetlight near the corner. On the third night, I noticed something new. There was a slight flicker behind a different window on the same floor. It turned on and off a few times. I walked from my living room window to my bedroom window, trying to get a better angle. The room was small, and my curtains were cheap and thin. I pressed my forehead against the glass. I could see a faint glow behind the dusty window across the street. I waited. I was calm but also confused. Who would be in there? Everyone knew that building was empty. It had been marked for demolition for a long time, but the city never got around to it. I had asked a neighbor once, and he said it was some kind of bureaucratic limbo. A few days passed. Each night I checked again. The pattern was unpredictable. Sometimes there was a light in one window. Other times there was nothing. One night I decided to watch for longer. I turned off the lights in my own place. I sat down on a wooden chair in front of the window. The chair creaked under my weight. I made sure not to make any noise. I tried not to move much, just to observe. About an hour passed. I was about to give up when I saw a clear, steady light in the same window as the first time. It stayed on for maybe a minute. Then, as I stared, I saw a figure appear. It looked like a person standing near the window, backlit by that soft glow. I couldn't see any features, just a dark shape. My heart started pounding. I felt a slight pressure in my chest. My hands gripped the sides of the chair. I didn't know what to do. I just kept looking, squinting to see if the figure would move. Suddenly, it raised an arm. It waved. It was a clear gesture. A wave directed toward me as if it knew I was watching. My stomach tightened. I felt a chill on my neck. I leaned back, not sure if I should stay or duck down, but I didn't want to lose sight of it. I stayed there watching, and the figure stayed too, arm raised, fingers spread out. At least I assumed there were fingers. It looked like a human silhouette. I couldn't see any face. After a few seconds, the light flickered and turned off. The figure disappeared into darkness. I was left staring at a blank window again. I couldn't sleep well that night. I lay in bed, thinking about what I had seen. I tried to tell myself it was some squatter or a homeless person who got in. Maybe someone looking for a place to hide. But why would they wave at me? And how did they know I was watching? My window wasn't that obvious. I decided the next day I would try to find some information. I asked the building manager of my own place if he knew anything about that old structure. He just shrugged and said nobody was allowed inside. He told me it was sealed off. I thought about calling the police, but what would I say? I saw a light and someone waved at me in an abandoned building. They would probably think I was drunk or bored. That evening I stood at my window again. I turned off my lamp to make myself less visible. I looked across the street and waited. I heard a distant car alarm somewhere in the neighborhood. A couple of people passed by on the sidewalk below, but otherwise it was quiet. About an hour into my watching, I saw a faint glow again. This time I decided to try something. I raised my own arm and waved. I felt stupid doing it, but I wanted to see what would happen. The light stayed on, and after a moment the figure appeared again. It stepped closer to the window. It raised its arm and waved back at me. My heart was beating faster. I could feel my pulse in my neck. The hair on my arm stood up. I stood there with my arm raised, not knowing what else to do. I lowered my arm and took a step back. The figure remained at the window for a few more seconds, then moved away. The light flickered and went off again. I stood there, breathing heavily. My apartment felt cold, even though the heater was on. I checked the lock on my door, just to be sure. I sat on my couch and tried to understand this. If someone was inside that abandoned building, how did they get power for a light? Maybe they had a battery-powered lamp. Maybe they snuck in through a side door. I decided to check the building from the street level the next day. I needed to see if there was any sign of forced entry. The next day, I woke up early, had some coffee, and walked across the street. I stood on the sidewalk and looked up at the windows. It was daytime, so everything looked normal. Just dirty windows and peeling paint. I walked around the corner and looked for any open doors or windows on the ground floor. I found nothing. The entrance looked boarded up. The door was locked with a thick chain. The ground-level windows had plywood nailed over them. I didn't see any footprints or anything that suggested recent entry. Everything was dusty and covered in old leaves. I shook the chain, just to test it. It was solid. That night I decided to see if the figure would appear again. Around midnight I saw the light for a brief moment. I watched carefully. The figure didn't show up immediately. I waited, leaning on the windowsill. After about 20 minutes, the light appeared in a different window on the same floor. It was dim, like a small lamp. I saw the silhouette pass by slowly. It paused and then moved out of sight. I felt a tightness in my chest again. I knew I had to try something else. I couldn't just watch forever. I needed to understand what was going on. I put on a jacket and shoes. I went outside and crossed the street. I stood in front of the building. The street was quiet. I could hear my own breathing. I pulled on the chained door. Nothing. I went around the back, stepping through an alley that smelled like garbage and old rainwater. The back door was also boarded up. I kicked at a loose piece of wood. It didn't budge. I climbed on a crate and tried to see through a high basement window. It was too dark. I couldn't see anything. I returned to my apartment feeling frustrated and uneasy. As soon as I stepped back in, I looked out my window again. The light was now off. I thought about calling the police. I picked up my phone and dialed the non-emergency number. I told them I thought I saw someone inside an abandoned building. They said they would send a patrol car when they had a unit free. I waited. About an hour later, I saw a police car drive by slowly. It shined a spotlight on the building and then moved on. The next morning, I saw nothing had changed. The chain was still on the door. There was no sign that anyone had gotten inside. Over the next few nights, the pattern continued. Sometimes there was a light. Sometimes the figure appeared and waved. Once I tried signaling with a small flashlight, turning it on and off a couple of times. The figure didn't respond to that. It just stood there. I felt a constant tension in my body. My hands were sweaty. My shoulders felt stiff. I started sleeping less. I would wake up in the middle of the night and check the window. I was always a bit afraid I'd see that figure staring directly at me. Eventually, I decided I had to get inside that building. I'm not proud of it, but I couldn't take the uncertainty anymore. I found a pry bar at a local hardware store. One night around 2 a.m., I dressed in dark clothes and walked across the street. My heart was pounding. I kept looking around, making sure no one was watching me. I went to the back door, the one with the boards. I wedged the pry bar under the edge of a loose board and pulled slowly. The wood cracked a bit. I froze, listening for any sound. The street was quiet. I tried again, pulling harder. The board came loose enough for me to slip inside. I pushed myself through the gap and found myself in a dark hallway. The air inside the building was stale. It smelled like dust and mold. My steps echoed on a bare floor. I took out my phone and used its flashlight. The hallway led to a set of stairs going up. I moved slowly, trying not to make any noise. My throat was dry. I kept swallowing, trying to keep calm. On the second floor, I saw old doors lining a corridor. They were all closed. The paint was chipping. Some door handles were missing. I heard a faint creaking sound above me. I froze and looked up. The ceiling was dark. I couldn't see anything. I continued up to the third floor. When I reached the third floor landing, my heart was beating hard. I felt sweat on my back. The hallway looked similar to the one below. I counted the doors. I tried to figure out which apartment faced my own apartment window. The building layout was simple, and I guessed it was the second door from the left. I walked up to it. The door was slightly ajar. I could see a tiny bit of light coming from inside. I pushed the door gently, holding my phone with my other hand. Inside was a small, empty living room. There was a single wooden chair in front of the window. A small, battery-powered lamp sat on the floor beside the chair. The lamp was on, casting a weak yellow light. I looked around the room. The walls were bare. The floor had dust and some scattered debris. There was no furniture except that chair and the lamp. I approached the window and looked out. I could see my own apartment building across the street. My window blinds were up. I could see my room clearly from here. My apartment looked empty and quiet. I turned around. There was no one in the room. I checked a small closet. Nothing. I listened carefully. I heard a faint scraping sound in the hallway. I rushed out, shining my phone's light down the corridor. I saw a shape at the far end. It moved around the corner. I followed it. My shoes kicked up dust. I tried to be quiet, but my breathing was loud. I reached the corner and looked around. There was nothing but another hallway with closed doors. I tried one door. It was locked. I tried another. It opened into a bare room with nothing inside. I stepped back into the hallway. Then I heard a footstep behind me. I spun around. I saw a figure at the other end, near the staircase. It was dark, just a silhouette. I could hear my own breathing, fast and shallow. I didn't say anything. I didn't know what to say. The figure stepped back around the corner and out of sight. I wanted to call out, but I couldn't bring myself to speak. I walked towards the staircase, shining my light ahead. When I turned the corner, the staircase was empty. I stood there, feeling my heart pound. I didn't know who was in here with me, and I didn't know what they wanted. I just wanted to leave. I backed away slowly, heading towards the apartment with the lamp. When I looked inside again, the lamp was off now. I hadn't heard anyone enter. I couldn't see where they might have gone. The chair was still there, facing my building. I left the apartment and moved quickly down the stairs. I kept checking behind me. I heard no one following. When I reached the ground floor, I slipped back out through the gap I made in the boards. I stood in the alley for a minute, breathing hard, my heart still racing. Then I hurried back to my apartment. I locked my door and didn't turn on any lights. I went straight to the window and looked across the street. The building was dark. No lights showed. No silhouette in the window. I watched for a long time, maybe an hour. Nothing changed. Eventually, I closed my blinds. I sat on my couch and tried to calm down. I wiped sweat from my forehead with my sleeve. I still didn't know what was going on over there. Someone had been inside that building, but I didn't see a face, didn't hear a voice. I just saw that figure and that lamp. They knew I was watching. They waved at me. They set up a lamp and a chair to face my apartment. It made no sense. In the following days, I kept checking the windows at night, but I saw no more lights. The building stayed dark. I never saw the figure again. I thought about calling the police again, but what would I tell them now? That I broke in and saw someone who disappeared? I decided to let it go. I started closing my blinds early in the evening. I stopped staring out my window at night. I tried not to think about that place anymore. I never found out who it was or what they wanted. The building is still there, empty and boarded up. I don't look at it much. It's easier that way. But sometimes, when I'm about to fall asleep, I think about that night. I can still feel the tension in my arms and chest. I can still see the shape waving at me. I can still smell the dust and mold inside those halls. I'm just glad I got out of there without any trouble. I keep my distance now, that's all I can do. I was passing under that old concrete viaduct late at night. The area smelled like damp stones and stale air. The walls were covered with chipped paint and random graffiti. There was a faint hum of distant traffic. The light was poor. A few weak bulbs spaced far apart cast uneven shadows across the ground. The pavement felt slightly gritty under my shoes, like tiny bits of glass or sand. The air was still. My jacket felt heavy on my shoulders, and my bag strap pulled at my neck. I was just trying to get home. I wanted to cross that viaduct and reach a better lit street a few blocks away. As I walked, I heard footsteps behind me. They weren't loud, just soft impacts on the concrete floor. I turned my head a bit to see if anyone was following me, but the angle was awkward and the light behind me was poor. I couldn't make out anything definite. I tried to pretend I didn't notice. I picked up my pace a little, letting my footsteps fall harder, hoping that whoever was behind me would stay back or maybe give some indication of who they were. The footsteps behind me also seemed to speed up. It was like some strange echo, except I knew it wasn't an echo. It sounded like actual footsteps belonging to someone who matched my rhythm. I felt my chest getting tight. My breathing turned shallow. I didn't want to start running. I had no reason to panic yet. Plenty of people use that viaduct as a shortcut. Maybe it was just someone who happened to be going the same way. But it felt wrong. I risked a glance over my shoulder. In the weak light, I thought I saw a figure. Tall, maybe wearing dark clothes, not moving close enough for me to see any details. Just a shape at the edge of the darkness. I decided to move faster, not a sprint, but a quick walk. My legs felt stiff. My back felt tense. I could hear my own breathing louder in my ears. The footsteps behind me sped up as well. They stayed at a constant distance. Not too far behind, not closing in too fast, just maintaining the gap. I tried to stay calm. I focused on the end of the viaduct. I could see the lighter area outside, a pale glow from a streetlight beyond the exit. I thought if I could just reach the open space, this person might back off, or at least I could see them clearly. My arm holding the bag strap started to ache. My teeth were clenched. I felt a faint trembling in my hands. The sound of those footsteps didn't stop. They matched me step for step. Every time I increased my speed, they did the same. I started sweating, even though the air was cool. The smell of the place, that damp concrete smell, seemed stronger. I tried to ignore it and pressed forward. When I was about 10 or 15 feet from the exit, I made a decision. I thought about turning around and facing whoever it was, but I was too nervous. I wanted to be in the open before I tried anything like that. I moved faster, almost jogging now. My shoes scuffed against the ground. I could feel a slight sting in my right knee, probably from the uneven ground or the way I was rushing. I saw the outside space grow wider and brighter. Then I burst out into the open. The street outside had a dim streetlight. The road surface was uneven, with small cracks and a few puddles near the edges. The sky was clear, but it was late, and I only saw a few windows lit in the buildings around. I looked around quickly. A couple of cars were parked along the curb, but no one sat inside. A few trees stood on the sidewalk, their leaves rustling a bit in a mild breeze. There were no other pedestrians around, no immediate sign of help. I turned around to check behind me. The footsteps had stopped. The sound was gone. It was suddenly silent, except for a distant car engine somewhere far away. That silence made the hair on my neck stand up. Inside the tunnel, under that viaduct, stood a figure. I could see it now more clearly because the streetlight behind me, and maybe some reflection from a nearby window, gave a better outline. The figure stood at the entrance of the viaduct, right where I had come out, just a few feet inside the darkness. He didn't move. He was facing me. I couldn't see his features. He had some kind of hood or maybe a cap that shaded his face. He looked tall, with a broad frame. His arms hung at his sides, not raised, not fidgeting. He just stood there and stared. Or at least I assumed he was staring. I couldn't see his eyes. I felt my heart pounding hard. My legs felt weak and my stomach felt tight. My throat was dry. I wanted to say something, but my voice felt trapped. I raised my hand slightly, not waving, just lifting it a bit, as if I was about to speak. The figure didn't respond. He stayed perfectly still. I heard no breathing, no movement. Nothing. Behind him, the viaduct looked darker than before, like a long black corridor that led nowhere. I stepped backward a few steps, keeping my eyes on him. I stood near the streetlight now, my shadow stretching behind me on the pavement. My foot hit a small rock or piece of debris, and I flinched at the noise. The figure still didn't move. He just stood there, as if waiting. I thought about calling out, maybe asking what he wanted, but I was afraid of provoking him. I wondered if he had followed me just to scare me, or if he wanted something more. I thought about my wallet and my phone in my pocket. I had a few bills, nothing much. I wasn't carrying anything valuable except maybe my phone. I considered if he might be a mugger, but why just stand there now, not making a move? I backed away another few steps until I reached the curb. I looked left and right. The street was empty. A few streetlights were on, but there were large gaps of darkness. I saw an intersection about 100 yards away. Maybe if I started walking that way, he wouldn't follow. Or maybe he would. I looked back toward the figure. He hadn't moved at all. That stillness made me uneasy. A normal person would say something, do something, maybe act annoyed or walk away. But he did nothing. My arms felt heavy and a little numb. My fingers tingled. I tried to steady my breathing. I took a step to the side, moving out of the direct line of the viaduct. The figure shifted slightly. I saw him tilt his head just a bit, as if to keep me in sight. It confirmed that he was watching me, not just standing randomly. I swallowed and took another step. He took a small step forward, staying right at the threshold between darkness and light. I saw a bit of the side of his face now, but it was still too dark to see details. He didn't look like he was smiling or scowling, just observing. I felt a sudden urge to call out. I thought if I talked, maybe he would talk back. "Hey," I said. My voice sounded flat and hollow. No echo out here. He didn't respond. He didn't even move. "Do you need something?" I asked. Nothing. He stood there like a statue, except I knew he could move because he had followed me. I didn't know if he had a weapon. I didn't want to find out. I looked down the street again. Still no one around. No approaching headlights, no open stores, just closed doors and the distant hum of the city. I decided to leave. I turned away and started walking down the street at a normal pace. I expected to hear footsteps again, but for a few seconds I heard nothing. I glanced back over my shoulder after about 20 steps. He was still at the entrance of the viaduct, but now he stood slightly more forward, as if testing how far I would go. The moment I turned my head forward again, I heard a scuffing sound behind me. I looked back quickly. He had taken a few more steps out into the open. Now he stood under the streetlight, and I could see him more clearly. He wore a dark jacket with the hood up. He had short hair that I could see poking out from under the hood. His face was pale and thin. He looked older than me, maybe by 10 years, but I wasn't sure. No beard, just a clean face, a sharp nose, and narrow eyes. He stared at me with a blank expression. His hands remained at his sides. He didn't say anything. I turned fully around, facing him. I wondered if he wanted me to run, If I ran, would he chase me? My legs felt stiff. I stood still, and we watched each other for a long moment. A slight breeze blew a piece of trash across the pavement between us. He tilted his head again, like he was curious. I felt my chest tighten again. My tongue felt thick. I tried again. "What do you want?" I said, trying to keep my voice steady. He parted his lips slightly as if about to speak, but no words came out. Instead, he took another step toward me. Now he was about 15 feet away. I smelled something faint on the breeze, maybe sweat or dirty fabric. I took a step back. He took another step forward. I kept moving backward. My shoulder brushed a parked car. I looked at it. It was empty. The doors were locked. I didn't want to break into anything or cause a scene. I just wanted to get out of there. But he was controlling the space now. Every time I stepped back, he stepped forward. I noticed his boots were worn, with frayed laces. He looked like someone who'd been wandering around all night. My mind raced. I had to do something. I considered running. The intersection was ahead. If I sprinted, maybe I could reach a better lit area. Maybe there would be someone out walking a dog or a late commuter heading home. Or at least I could get out of his sight. I glanced down at his hands. They were empty. No gun, no knife that I could see. But that didn't mean he wasn't dangerous. I took a deep breath and then started walking fast toward the intersection. I tried not to run outright, but I moved quickly, my shoes slapping the ground. I heard him behind me. Now his footsteps were back, matching my pace again. I looked over my shoulder. He was following me, keeping the same distance as before, about 15 feet. His face still held that blank look. It was like he had no expression at all, just staring straight at me, as if I were some object of interest. I thought about shouting for help, but I doubted anyone would hear. Most windows were dark. I saw no pedestrians. The only sound was our footsteps and a distant siren that was too far away to matter. The wind picked up slightly, making a low rustling sound in the trees. I gritted my teeth and kept moving forward. As I reached the intersection, I saw a street that looked a bit wider. There were more streetlights, a few shops with their lights off, and a bus stop bench. I saw no bus coming, and the schedule posted on the sign wouldn't help me now. I turned right and walked toward a building with a few cars parked out front. Maybe it was an apartment building. If I could just reach a door, maybe I could buzz someone or pretend I lived there and slip inside. I heard his footsteps following. I risked another quick glance. He was still behind me. Same distance, same silent stare. I said, "Back off," in a louder voice this time. He didn't react. He just kept following. My throat burned. My lower back started to ache from the tension. I felt sweat trickling down my sides. I reached a building with a small lobby. The front door was locked, of course. It had a buzzer panel. I ran up to it and pressed a random button. I waited, breathing heavily, my ear close to the speaker. Nothing but silence. I pressed another one. Still nothing. I pressed several buttons in a row. No response. He stood about 15 feet away on the sidewalk, watching me, not speaking. I turned around, keeping my back against the door. He took a step forward. I swallowed hard and said, "Look, I don't know what you want. Just leave me alone." He stood there, not moving. I realized he could close that distance anytime he wanted. I realized I had no plan. I couldn't stay trapped here. I looked to my left and right. There was a small alley beside the building. If I tried that, would he follow me in there? I didn't like the idea of going into a smaller space with him behind me. I looked across the street. There was a fence, and beyond that, a parking lot with a few cars. No one around. No sound of voices. No sound of help. I decided to keep moving. I left the building's door and continued along the sidewalk. He followed, always the same distance. I wondered if he would ever speak, or if I would ever get rid of him. My heart was still pounding. I tried to keep my breathing steady. I passed under another streetlight. I noticed that his shadow stretched on the ground behind him. He was definitely real. Definitely a person, not some trick of the light. His boots scraped the pavement as he walked. After several blocks, we reached a corner with a convenience store. The store's lights were off, but there might be a back entrance or something. I approached it. The door was locked. I pulled on it anyway, rattling it, hoping maybe someone inside would hear. Nothing. I looked back. He stood a few steps away, not getting any closer than before, just waiting. I felt my legs shaking. My mouth was dry. I considered speaking again, but it felt pointless. He hadn't responded before. I walked around the building, sticking close to the wall. He followed. On the other side of the building, I found a narrow walkway leading to another street. This one had slightly better lighting. I saw a sign for a laundromat about half a block away. If the laundromat was open, maybe I could find people inside. I hurried toward it. The footsteps behind me continued at the same pace. As I approached the laundromat, I saw the lights were on. I saw movement inside through the big glass windows. My chest loosened a bit. I reached the door and pulled it open. Warm air hit my face. I smelled detergent and fabric softener. A couple of people were inside doing laundry, folding clothes, minding their own business. I stepped inside, letting the door close behind me. I took a quick look outside through the glass. The figure stopped outside on the sidewalk, just beyond the glow of the laundromat's fluorescent lights. He didn't come inside. He stood there, looking at me through the glass for a moment. I stayed near the door, breathing heavily, trying to calm down. He stared for a few seconds, then he stepped back into the darkness. I watched him go until I couldn't see him anymore. I waited, heart still pounding, until I felt safe enough to move away from the door. I didn't know where he went. I just knew he wasn't there right now. I stayed in that laundromat for a while, sitting on a plastic chair, catching my breath, my hands still shaking a bit. I felt sweat drying on my forehead. The people inside barely glanced at me. I didn't tell them what happened. I didn't know how to explain it without sounding strange. After some time, I thought about leaving, maybe taking a different route home, staying on main streets, well-lit areas, anywhere but under a dark viaduct. I didn't know who that figure was or what he wanted, but I felt relieved that I'd gotten away from him. I stood up, adjusted my bag strap, and stepped outside again, looking both ways before I moved. He was gone. I left work later than usual and decided to cut through the park on my way home to save a few minutes. It was around 9 at night. The sky was dark, but the park had enough streetlights so I could see the path ahead. My apartment building was on the other side. Normally, I would have walked around on the main streets where there were more people, but I was tired and wanted to get home quickly. The park wasn't completely empty. I saw a couple in the distance near a bench and a man jogging with headphones near the entrance. After that, I didn't see anyone else close by. The air smelled like wet grass because it had rained earlier. I heard the rustle of leaves under my shoes and the low hum of distant traffic. Nothing unusual. About halfway through, I heard quick footsteps behind me. They sounded clear and a bit sharp, like hard soles hitting the asphalt path. I turned around. I expected to see someone walking or running. The path behind me was lit by a streetlight about 20 feet back. There was nobody there. I thought maybe the sound came from somewhere else. Maybe it was just an echo of my own footsteps. I listened carefully and started walking again. After a few steps, I heard it again. A rapid tapping sound behind me. It felt like it matched the speed of my own steps. I stopped moving and listened. The steps stopped. I looked over my shoulder again, squinting and leaning forward a bit. I still didn't see anyone. The benches were empty, the trees and bushes were still, and the path behind me was clear. I looked up, thinking maybe there was a branch falling or some animal scurrying along the ground. But I didn't see anything like that. The footsteps sounded too human, too distinct to be an animal. I started moving again, a bit slower this time, trying not to make much noise. Almost immediately, I heard the same footsteps behind me. They sounded like they were about the same distance away each time. It was as if someone was following me but keeping a careful distance. My heart started to pound in my chest. I felt a sudden tightness in my stomach. I tried to swallow, but my throat felt dry. I didn't want to run yet. I thought maybe I was imagining it, or maybe I had passed by someone who was now behind me but out of my sight. I decided to change direction. Instead of following the main path, I took a left turn onto a smaller path that curved around a group of tall bushes. As I turned, I listened for those footsteps. They changed direction too. The sound followed my turn. Now I was sure something was off. I stopped again. No footsteps. I took a single step forward. One step sounded behind me. I stopped. The steps stopped. I took 2 steps. 2 steps sounded behind me. I spun around quickly, walking backward. The path behind me was lit by a lamp, and I could see the ground and the space between the benches and trees. Nothing. No one. I felt my breathing get heavier. I could feel a slight sweat forming on my forehead and on my palms. I wiped my hands on my pants and tried to calm down. I decided to try something else. I stepped onto the grass beside the path, hoping the footsteps wouldn't follow on the grass if they were just an echo. I took 3 steps on the grass, moving slowly. I heard 3 clear steps behind me, still sounding like hard shoes on asphalt even though I was no longer walking on the asphalt path. I glanced down at my own shoes. I was wearing sneakers with soft soles, not hard shoes. The sound didn't match my own footsteps at all. I wasn't making that sound. Something else was. My mind raced. I considered calling out, asking who was there, but I didn't want to show fear. Instead, I pulled out my phone. I tapped the screen to check my signal. It was weak, but I had 1 or 2 bars. I thought about calling someone, maybe a friend who lived nearby, but I didn't want to stand still. The idea of standing still in the dark, in the middle of the park, made me feel vulnerable. I kept walking, turning left and right, trying to confuse whoever was behind me. The footsteps always matched my movement. I walked faster. The footsteps also sped up. I slowed down, and they slowed down. I tried a sudden jump forward to catch whoever it was off guard. I jumped forward 3 steps and spun around quickly, hoping to see them move into the light. There was no one. The path was empty. The grass was empty. The benches were empty. I looked up at the trees. The branches swayed a little from a light breeze, but there was no one hiding there. I felt a chill run through my arms and up my neck. My mouth felt dry. I tried to clear my throat, but it just made a raspy sound. My legs felt tense. I flexed my hands, trying to control my breathing. I took a deep breath and decided to do something more direct. I spoke loudly. "Hey, I know you're there." My voice sounded shaky to me. I waited. No response. No footsteps at that moment because I was standing still. Just silence. The couple I had seen earlier was too far away by now. The jogger was gone. I didn't see anyone else. I tried to think of a reason for these noises. Maybe it was some kind of prank. Maybe there were hidden speakers. Maybe someone was messing with me. But that idea didn't make sense. The footsteps responded to my every movement. If I stepped twice, they stepped twice. If I paused, they paused. Whoever or whatever it was reacting instantly to me. That kind of prank would be complicated. My hand holding the phone was shaking a bit. I pressed the side of the phone against my leg to steady it. I decided to leave the park as soon as possible. The exit I usually took was straight ahead and then to the right. It would take about 5 more minutes walking fast. I walked forward again, this time without stopping. The footsteps followed. They stayed behind me at the same distance. Every time I increased my pace, they matched it. Every time I slowed down, they slowed down. I tried to run a bit, not a full sprint, just a quick jog. I heard the footsteps jog behind me. They weren't heavy or soft. They were medium in volume, like normal footsteps, but I couldn't see anyone making them. I felt my chest tighten again. I looked to the sides for anyone who might be doing this. Maybe someone was mimicking my footsteps but staying hidden behind a tree or a bush. But to remain hidden so well, they would need to run from cover to cover. I would have seen movement. The park was not that dense. There were open spaces between the trees, and the bushes weren't tall enough to hide a person running. I reached a small wooden bridge that crossed over a narrow stream. I stopped at the start of the bridge and turned around again. Nothing. The path behind me was empty. I listened carefully. I stepped onto the wooden planks of the bridge. The footsteps sounded right behind me, also on wood. I turned quickly. Empty bridge. Empty path. I looked down through the gaps in the bridge. The stream was dark, but I could see the reflection of the lamps. No one was under the bridge. I felt sweat on my back. My shirt was sticking to my skin. I realized that standing around wasn't helping. I pushed forward, crossing the bridge and moving toward the exit of the park. The footsteps never stopped. I tried walking in a zigzag pattern on the path. The footsteps matched my every turn. I stepped off the path onto the grass and back onto the path. The footsteps stayed right behind me, always sounding like they were a few feet behind, never closer, never farther. It was like they were attached to me. I tried talking again, this time louder. "What do you want?" My voice echoed a bit among the trees. I heard the distant noise of a passing car on a nearby street. No reply. I considered calling the police, but what would I say? That I heard footsteps and nobody was there? They might send someone, but by the time they arrived, maybe the sound would be gone. Also, I wasn't in immediate danger as far as I could tell. The footsteps never tried to touch me or attack me, but I didn't feel safe. I passed a trash can and a lamp. The park gate was not far. I could see the streetlights outside the park. I focused on reaching that gate. I tightened my grip on my phone and walked faster. The footsteps followed right behind. My throat felt sore from the tension. I kept my eyes forward because looking back did nothing. Every time I looked, I saw nothing. It was just empty space and the sound of steps that didn't belong to any visible person. When I finally reached the park gate, I stepped onto the sidewalk outside the park. At that moment, I noticed something strange. The footsteps did not continue on the concrete sidewalk outside the park. I stood there for a moment, watching the park behind me. There was no one there. I took a step on the sidewalk. Only my own step echoed. I took another step. Just me. There were no more mysterious footsteps. I didn't relax right away. I looked around. The street outside had a few people in the distance. A car passed by. Two men walked on the opposite sidewalk talking to each other. They looked normal. I heard their voices. I heard their footsteps. They matched their bodies and their shoes. I looked back at the park gate. The park looked empty behind me, at least in the area where I came from. The lampposts lit the asphalt path, the benches, the trash cans, and the small bridge. Nothing else moved. I felt the tension leaving my shoulders slowly, but I was still on edge. I took a deep breath and wiped sweat from my forehead. I stood near a lamp on the sidewalk outside the park for a minute or two, checking my surroundings. No suspicious people. No weird sounds. My phone still had weak signal, so I walked a bit farther along the street until I got a better signal. Then I called a friend. I kept my voice low. I said I had a strange experience and just wanted to talk to someone until I got home. I didn't give details. I just said I felt creeped out in the park. My friend asked if I wanted him to pick me up, but I said I was fine. Just wanted to hear a familiar voice. As I walked home along the sidewalk, I kept glancing back over my shoulder. I didn't hear those footsteps anymore. I only heard occasional cars, distant voices, and the normal sounds of the city at night. When I finally reached my apartment building, I felt relieved. The lobby was quiet. The elevator was empty. In the hallway, I didn't hear anything strange. In my apartment, I locked the door, checked the windows, and turned on some lights. I stood in the middle of my living room and tried to understand what had happened. I sat on the edge of my couch. My legs felt a bit shaky. I rubbed my eyes and leaned forward, elbows on my knees. I tried to replay the events in my head, but I couldn't find a rational explanation. There were footsteps behind me that reacted to my movements, and I never saw who made them. I considered that maybe I had been tired, maybe I had misheard something. But I knew what I heard. It was too clear. It wasn't random noises. It matched every step I took. I decided to leave it alone for the night. I took a shower, trying not to think too much about it. I focused on the hot water hitting my neck and back. Then I dried off, put on clean clothes, and sat in the living room again. I turned on the TV, keeping the volume low. I tried to watch something ordinary to calm myself down. A news channel with some late-night report about traffic conditions was on. I let the voices of the newscasters fill the room. Eventually, I felt more relaxed. But my mind kept jumping back to the memory of those footsteps. I considered going back to the park the next day, maybe during daylight, to check if there was something unusual about the path or maybe a hidden speaker. But it was late, and I didn't want to deal with that right now. I just wanted to sleep, to let my mind rest. Before going to bed, I double-checked the front door and windows. Everything was locked. I turned off the lights and climbed into bed. I stared at the ceiling for a while. There were no strange sounds in my apartment, just the hum of the refrigerator in the kitchen and the distant muffled sounds of the city through the walls. I felt safe there. Still, I couldn't completely shake off the memory of walking through that park with those invisible footsteps behind me. I knew I would think about it again tomorrow. For now, I just wanted to lie down and rest. It had been a long day, and I needed to sleep. I closed my eyes, taking slow breaths, waiting for my body to relax completely. Over time, my heartbeat slowed, and the tight feeling in my chest eased. I focused on the quiet sounds around me. Nothing strange, just normal apartment noises. I drifted off, not sure what to make of what I experienced, but at least I was home and safe. That was enough for that night. I woke up on a Monday morning and saw 3 missed calls on my phone. All of them came around 3 a.m. I had my phone on silent mode because I don't like being disturbed when I'm sleeping. I remember sitting up in bed and staring at the screen. My room was dark. I had the curtain closed. I could see a bit of light from the street lamp outside shining through a small gap in the fabric. I checked the caller ID, but it said, "Unknown number." I tried calling back, but there was no answer. I felt a slight irritation, but I didn't think much of it. It was just some spam call, I told myself, or maybe a wrong number. I got out of bed, took a quick shower, and got dressed. I prepared some coffee in the kitchen and drank it in silence. My apartment was small and quiet. I had a bedroom, a living room connected to a tiny kitchen, and a bathroom. Nothing special. After my coffee, I left for work. I work in a small office in town handling data entry and some customer service stuff. It's not an exciting job, but it pays the bills. All day I didn't think about the call much. When I came home that night, I ate something simple, watched some TV, and went to bed around midnight. The next morning, Tuesday, I woke up again to missed calls. 2 missed calls at 3 a.m. Again, the same unknown number. Now I felt a little uneasy. It was odd. 2 nights in a row, always at 3 a.m. I checked the time on my phone's log. The calls were only a few seconds apart. I tried calling back again, but there was no answer. There was no voicemail either. I tried to ignore it, but during the day at work, I kept thinking about it. Why would someone call me at 3 a.m. and not say anything? I considered blocking unknown numbers, but I also felt curious. Maybe someone I know got a new phone. But who would do that in the middle of the night? That night I made sure my phone's ringer was on but low. I wanted to see if I would wake up during the call. I went to bed around 11. My sleep was normal until I rolled over and checked my phone in the morning. Once again, I had a missed call at 3 a.m., just one this time. My ringer was on, but I slept right through it. That bothered me. I'm not a heavy sleeper. Usually, if the phone rings, I hear it. But I didn't hear a thing. The call history said the call lasted a few seconds before ending. Unknown number, 3 a.m. exactly. On Thursday night, I decided to stay awake until 3 a.m. I wanted to see what would happen if I picked up. I drank coffee around midnight and turned on the TV. I sat on the couch with my phone next to me on the coffee table. I watched some boring late-night shows, keeping the volume low. Around 2:50 a.m., I started feeling nervous. I stared at my phone's screen, waiting for something to happen. My heart was beating a bit faster than normal. I didn't like the feeling. It reminded me of waiting for a test result or waiting for someone you don't want to see. Then, at 3 a.m. on the dot, my phone rang. The sound was louder than I expected, even though I had left it on a low volume. I picked it up right away. I pressed the answer button and brought the phone to my ear. I didn't say anything at first. I listened. There was static, the kind of static you hear when there's no clear signal. Under the static, I heard something else. A whisper. I couldn't make out the words at first. I said, "Hello?" into the phone. The whisper paused. Then I heard it more clearly. "I can see you." It was a rough voice, like someone speaking very softly through clenched teeth. I froze and didn't say anything. The line went dead. My mouth felt dry. I stood up from the couch and looked around my apartment. The lights were off except for the TV. I rushed to the window and looked outside. The street was empty. There was no one at the bus stop across the street. No cars parked nearby that looked suspicious. I closed the curtain and made sure the door was locked. I felt my heart pounding. I tried to think logically. Maybe it was some kind of prank. Maybe a friend trying to scare me. But I don't have many friends, and none of them would do this. Also, the voice sounded unfamiliar. It wasn't a recorded message. It reacted to me when I said hello. I tried to go to sleep, but I kept thinking about the call. In the morning, I felt tired and shaky. I considered ignoring it, but I knew I wouldn't feel right until I did something. At work, I used my break to call my phone carrier. I asked if they could trace the call. The operator said that without an official request from the authorities, they couldn't do much. They recommended blocking unknown calls. I hung up feeling frustrated. That evening, I put my phone on silent and tried to sleep. I wanted to forget about it, but deep down, I knew it wouldn't end. At 3 a.m., I woke up in a panic. My phone was vibrating on the bedside table. I didn't pick it up this time. I just stared at it until it stopped. I waited a minute and then checked. Unknown number. I breathed fast and wiped sweat off my forehead. I tried to go back to sleep, but I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I imagined someone standing outside my window whispering into a phone. The next day, I decided to do something else. I tried changing my phone number. I contacted the carrier, and after some hassle, got a new number. I told myself that would fix it. It's just a number. If someone doesn't have it, they can't call me, right? I went to bed relieved. But at 3 a.m., I woke up to my phone ringing again. Unknown number. I answered, feeling anger in my chest. "Who the hell is this?" I whispered into the phone. Static, then the same whisper. "I can see you." I cursed and hung up. I tried to call back. Nothing. The number was hidden. I stayed up until morning, pacing around my apartment, checking the locks, peeking through the peephole, looking through the blinds. I saw nothing unusual. The hallway was empty. The street was quiet. I started feeling nervous in my own home. At night, I turned on more lights. I slept with the TV on for background noise. I checked every corner of my apartment before going to bed. I looked under the bed, behind the couch, inside the closet. I found nothing strange. Still, the calls kept coming. Every night at 3 a.m., the same unknown number. If I answered, I heard static and the whisper saying, "I can see you." If I didn't answer, the call ended after a few rings. After a week of this, I felt exhausted. My eyes had dark circles under them. I jumped at small sounds like the refrigerator humming or the pipes creaking. I tried calling the police. They asked if I had received threats. I told them about the calls. They said since there was no direct threat besides "I can see you" and no sign of a crime, they couldn't do much. They told me to block the number or get a new phone. I told them I already changed my number. They said maybe someone hacked my phone. They didn't seem interested. I bought a new phone. A different brand, a different carrier, a different SIM card. I gave the new number only to my boss and my mother. I told no one else. I did everything I could think of to ensure nobody had this new number. I went to bed that night feeling a tiny bit hopeful. Maybe the calls would stop. But at 3 a.m. the phone rang. I answered right away. "What do you want?" "Static, then. I can see you." I felt a jolt in my chest. I got up, opened the door, and stepped into the hallway of my apartment building. The lights were dim and flickering. I walked down the hall, trying to listen for any sound. My bare feet felt cold on the floor. I put my ear against my neighbor's door. Silence. I went down the stairs and checked the building's entrance. The door was locked. I looked through the glass at the empty street outside. No one was there. I went back to my apartment and pushed a chair against the door. I checked every window. They were locked. I could see the glow of the street lamp through the blinds. I stared at it for a while. Nothing moved outside. I felt like I was going crazy. Who could be doing this? How did they get my number again? How did they know where I was or what I was doing? The next night I decided to try something different. I turned off all the lights and sat in front of the window at 2:50 a.m. I didn't turn on the TV. I didn't drink coffee. I just sat there, phone in my hand, looking out through a small gap in the curtain. I wanted to see if someone was outside calling me. At 3 a.m. the phone rang. I answered it without taking my eyes off the street. "I can see you," the voice whispered. I looked carefully at everything outside. The sidewalk was empty. No parked cars. No movement at all. I felt my hands shaking. I gripped the phone tightly. I said, "Where are you?" Silence, then static. The call ended. I kept watching. Nothing changed outside. I waited for an hour, just staring. No one appeared. I finally gave up and went to bed. My head was pounding, and my stomach felt uneasy. The following night, I tried recording the call. I set up my old phone to record the audio through its microphone. At 3 a.m. the call came. I answered and placed it on speaker. Static, then the whisper, "I can see you." I stayed silent. I tried to keep the call going by not hanging up. I said, "What do you want?" No response. The whisper didn't repeat itself. The static continued for a few seconds, then the call ended. I stopped the recording and played it back. The static was there. The whisper was there. I couldn't identify the voice. I tried showing it to a coworker the next day, asking if they recognized the voice. They just said it sounded like someone messing with me. That didn't help. My apartment started to feel uncomfortable. I put more locks on my door. I sealed the windows with thicker curtains. I started sleeping with a kitchen knife on my bedside table. I left the TV on all night for noise. The calls still came at 3 a.m. I thought about going to a hotel, but I realized it wouldn't help. The caller had my number. They would call wherever I went. I tried turning my phone off before 3 a.m. When I turned it on in the morning, I had no missed calls. But the next night when I turned it off, the same happened. No missed calls. I started sleeping with my phone off, thinking maybe this would give me some peace. But that only gave me temporary relief. I knew the moment I turned it back on, the calls could start again. After a couple of days, I started leaving my phone off all night and turning it on late in the morning. I tried to relax. I tried to pretend nothing was happening. But I noticed something strange. One night, around 2:30 a.m., I woke up to use the bathroom. As I passed my living room window, I thought I saw a shape outside on the sidewalk. I stepped closer and looked through a tiny gap in the curtain. It was dark, but I saw a figure standing near the lamppost. I couldn't see any details, just the outline of a person. I froze and watched. The figure stood still for a minute, then walked away down the street. I waited a few minutes, then went to check the street from another window. It was empty again. I tried to tell myself it was just a random person walking home late at night, but it bothered me. The next morning, I turned on my phone. No missed calls. That night, I turned my phone off again. I couldn't bring myself to turn it on at 3 a.m. I was too scared. I just lay in bed listening for any sound outside. I heard nothing unusual. just the low hum of traffic in the distance. On the following night, I finally turned on my phone at 2:50 a.m. I wanted to face it again. I sat in my living room, all the lights off, peeking through the curtain. At 3 a.m., the phone rang. I answered. Static, then the whisper, "I can see you." I looked outside and saw no one. I said nothing. I held my breath. After a few seconds, the static ended, and the line went dead. I lowered the phone and watched the street. After a few minutes, a figure came into view under the street lamp. They stood there for about 30 seconds. I couldn't see their face or clothing details. It was too dark. Then they walked away, disappearing into the shadows. I stayed up until sunrise, staring at that spot. Nothing happened again that night. When morning came, I showered, got dressed, and left for work like usual. At my desk, I felt drained. I didn't know what to do next. I tried looking up similar cases online. I found nothing helpful. I considered changing apartments, but that wouldn't guarantee anything. The caller had proven that changing my number and phone didn't help. Besides, moving costs money and time. For now, I still get these calls at 3 a.m. if I leave my phone on. I still hear that whisper. I still sometimes see the figure outside at night. I don't know who it is or what they want. They never show their face. They never say anything besides, "I can see you." I've stopped trying to reason with it. I just try to manage my fear by keeping my phone off. Sometimes I slip and turn it on at night and the call comes again. The figure appears again. I can't explain it. I have no proof except a strange audio recording in my own eyes. I haven't told anyone else except that one coworker. They didn't believe me. The police won't help. My carrier can't help. I have no plan. I just live with it. Every night at around 2:50 a.m., I feel my heartbeat rise. I feel sweat on my palms. I wonder if I should face it again or hide. Usually I hide. I keep the phone off. But sometimes I turn it on just to see if something changes. Nothing changes. The call comes. The whisper repeats the same words. And the figure appears outside. This is my life now. I don't know how it ends. I just know that at 3 a.m. my phone always rings. I found the mirror on a Sunday afternoon at a flea market on the edge of town. I had gone there to look for some old tools or maybe a cheap coffee table. Instead, I saw this mirror leaning against a pile of broken chairs and stained cushions. Its frame had simple carvings along the edges, not very deep or detailed, just a few lines that looked hand-cut. It wasn't a large mirror, maybe 3 feet tall and 2 feet wide. The glass looked old but clear enough. The seller asked for a low price. I didn't even try to haggle. I took it, brought it home, and placed it in the hallway outside my bedroom. I live alone in a small house with narrow halls and worn-out carpets. I don't have a lot of furniture. The hallway walls are plain white with old paint that I keep meaning to redo. There's a single overhead light that buzzes faintly. I put the mirror on a small side table, propped it against the wall, and left it there. I didn't pay much attention to it during the day. It just stood there, reflecting the opposite wall and the light fixture. Nothing unusual. That first night, I was walking down the hall on my way to the bathroom. It was late, maybe past midnight. I was tired, half asleep. The overhead light was off, but there was a small nightlight plugged into an outlet down near the floor. It gave off a weak, yellowish light. As I passed by, I glanced at the mirror. I saw my shape in it, just a dim outline. But in the background of the reflection, I thought I saw something move. It was just a quick flicker of shadow. I stopped and looked behind me. Nothing was there. I figured it must have been my own shadow or a trick of the weak light. I shrugged and continued to the bathroom. The next evening, when I passed by the mirror again at night, I noticed something else. I was just walking through the hall, heading to the kitchen. The house was quiet. I looked into the mirror and saw what looked like a slight change in the background. It didn't show just the hall anymore. It's hard to explain, but the reflection seemed to have a darker corner that didn't line up with the real hallway. The actual hallway has a door leading to a closet on that side, but the mirror's reflection made it look like there was an open space going further back. I stared at it for a few seconds. I turned my head slowly and looked around. The hall didn't have any extra space, it was just a wall and a closed closet door. But in the mirror, I saw a vague shape moving in that dark corner. It looked like a human shape, but not detailed. It was more like a shifting shadow. I felt a tightness in my stomach and a prickling on my scalp. My mouth went dry. I stepped closer to the mirror and reached out, almost touching the glass. The image flickered, and then it was gone, replaced by a normal reflection of me in the hall. I breathed out and cursed under my breath. I tried to ignore it, but over the next few nights it got worse. Each night after the sun went down, whenever I passed that mirror, I would see things in it that didn't match my house. Sometimes I saw shadows where there should only be white walls. Sometimes I saw movement in the corner of the reflection, like someone was walking in a place that didn't exist. I stood there for a while once, trying to catch a clear look, but the moment I focused, it snapped back to normal. It only happened when I was passing by casually, not when I tried to study it directly. I started turning on all the lights in the house at night, just to make sure I saw everything clearly. But that didn't help. One evening, I stood in front of the mirror with the hallway light on and stared. For a few seconds, it reflected me and the hall normally. Then I blinked, and for a brief moment I saw myself standing in a different hall. The background behind me in the reflection wasn't my house. It looked like a hallway with darker walls, maybe wood panels or something old. The lighting in that reflected space was dim and uneven, like it came from a candle or a weak bulb. I tried to step back, but my legs felt stiff. I forced myself to look away, and when I looked again, it was just my normal hallway. After that, I felt uneasy all the time. I felt it during the day too, not just at night. I would walk past the mirror in the morning, and although I didn't see anything strange then, I couldn't forget what happened. I tried moving the mirror. I carried it into the living room and leaned it against the sofa. I thought maybe the hallway's lighting or arrangement was playing tricks on my eyes. But the first night I passed it in the living room, I saw something again. I saw my reflection, but my reflection's eyes were looking somewhere else, not straight at me. They were looking past me, as if at something behind me on the left. I turned around fast, but there was nothing. When I looked back at the mirror, my reflection's eyes were back to normal. I tried to tell myself I was imagining it, maybe I was tired. I cleaned the mirror's surface with glass cleaner. I inspected the back of it, looking for any strange film or two-way glass. It was just old wood and a piece of mirror glass. I tried tapping it, listening for hollow spots. It sounded solid. I placed it back in the hallway because I didn't know where else to put it. It didn't seem right in the living room, and I figured I was overreacting. A few nights later, I woke up thirsty. It was around 2 a.m. I got out of bed and headed to the kitchen for a glass of water. The hallway was dark. I passed the mirror and did my best not to look at it, but I couldn't help a quick glance. I saw a shape again, a tall, dark outline standing behind me. I froze. I looked at the mirror carefully. My reflection stood there, but right behind my reflected shoulder there was a dark figure. It didn't have clear features, it just looked like a person standing very close, almost pressed against my back. I didn't feel anything behind me in reality. No breath, no sound. But in the mirror that shape was there, and I could see it move slightly as if shifting weight from one foot to the other. I felt sweat trickling down my neck. My heart was pounding. I reached behind me with my hand, feeling the empty air. Nothing. I stood like that for maybe 10 seconds, and then the figure in the mirror disappeared. My reflection was alone again. I didn't sleep well after that. I thought about getting rid of the mirror. I considered throwing it out, but I hesitated. Part of me was scared that if I got rid of it, something else would happen. I don't know why I thought that. I guess I just didn't want to disturb whatever was going on. So I left it there. The next night I tried a small test. I stood in front of the mirror and raised my right hand. My reflection did the same. I stepped to the side. It followed. I crouched, stood up. Everything matched. Then I tried something else. I forced myself to look serious, keeping my face neutral. I stood still, watching my expression. For a moment, everything matched perfectly. Then, as I stared at my face, I saw the corners of my reflection's mouth curl upward. It was subtle at first, just a slight movement. My real face was not smiling, but the reflection's face began to form a grin. It was a thin, unnatural smile. I felt my breath catch. I reached up and touched my own face. My lips were pressed together, not moving. The reflection's smile grew wider. It didn't look right. The muscles in my reflection's face didn't move the way a normal face would. It was as if the image was distorting slightly. I stepped back and bumped into the wall. My legs felt shaky. I looked away for a second to steady myself. When I looked back, the reflection was normal again. My body reacted with quick, shallow breathing. I couldn't calm down. I felt my skin tingling and my heart pounding. I went straight to bed, leaving the hallway light on. I didn't sleep much. The next morning, I took the mirror down and carried it into the garage. The garage was dusty and smelled like old cardboard. I leaned the mirror face in against a shelf so I wouldn't have to look at it. I left it there and went about my day, trying to forget about it. I went to work, came back, ate a simple dinner, watched some TV. I avoided going into the garage. It was quiet that night. I slept better, knowing the mirror wasn't in my hallway. But after a couple of days, I got curious. I wondered if maybe the lighting in the hallway had created some kind of optical illusion. Maybe the old glass was warped. Maybe I was tired and seeing things. I decided to check the mirror again. I went to the garage in the late afternoon. The sun was still out, bright and steady, shining through the small window. I turned the mirror around and looked at it. In full daylight, it seemed normal. I could see my face, my clothes, the garage behind me. No weird shadows, no strange smiles, nothing out of place. That night, I brought the mirror back into the house and placed it in a different spot, this time in the spare bedroom. This bedroom is mostly empty, just a bed frame, a lamp, and a small dresser. I put the mirror on the floor against the wall and left the door open. I made sure the lamp was on when I came by to check it. I stood there and looked at myself in the reflection. I tried changing my expression, raising my eyebrows and shaking my head. Everything matched. Just a normal reflection. I felt relieved. But as I was leaving the room, I turned back for one last look. I stood half in the doorway, leaning back to peek at the mirror. For a split second, I saw something else again. This time, I wasn't even fully in front of it. I was at an angle, but I could see that my reflection's head had turned slightly to watch me as I left. I was sure I had turned my head back straight ahead toward the hallway, but the reflection seemed delayed, as if it took a moment longer to move. By the time I stepped fully back into the room, it was normal again. My reflection moved in sync with me, no delays. My throat felt tight. I decided to cover the mirror that night. I grabbed an old sheet from the closet and threw it over the frame. I went to bed feeling tense. My stomach churned a bit. I couldn't focus on anything else. I just lay there, feeling my heart beat against my pillow. In the morning, I tried something else. I brought the mirror out into the backyard. I leaned it against the fence and looked at it under the bright sunlight. It showed me the yard, the fence, and the trees beyond. Everything seemed normal again. No odd movements, no strange smiles. That night, I left it outside. It didn't rain, so I figured it was fine. Before going to bed, I went out with a flashlight and looked at it. The reflection showed my backyard under the flashlight beam. I didn't see anything unusual. I went back in, feeling a bit calmer. The next day, I brought it inside again. I placed it in the hallway one more time. I wanted to be sure I wasn't losing my mind. Maybe the strange things had stopped. Maybe it was just stress before. After dinner, I turned off most of the lights and passed by the mirror again. I forced myself to look at it directly. I saw my face and my eyes. They seemed normal. I stood still for a while, waiting. Nothing happened. I sighed with relief and stepped closer. I moved my arm slowly. The reflection did the same. No delays. I smiled a little, testing it. My reflection smiled back, matching me perfectly. I decided to try the neutral face test again. I relaxed my face, keeping my mouth closed and my eyes calm. I stared at my reflection. I counted the seconds in my head. 1, 2, 3. At 5 seconds, my reflection's face changed. Its eyes narrowed slightly and the lips pulled back just enough to show teeth. My real face remained neutral. I felt my stomach drop and my heart pick up speed. I didn't move. I saw the reflection's teeth more clearly now. They looked like my teeth, but the way they were shown felt forced, like someone pretending to smile without feeling it. I took a step backward. My real mouth was shut, but the reflection's mouth hung slightly open now. I couldn't stand it anymore. I spun around and walked away fast. My legs felt weak and my hands were shaking. I decided to get rid of the mirror for good. I didn't care if it was valuable or not. I didn't want it in my house. The next morning, I wrapped it in an old blanket and put it in my car's trunk. I drove across town and found a small thrift store. I donated it. They didn't ask many questions. I left before they could change their minds. I didn't want to know what would happen to the next person who owned it. I just wanted it gone. No one got hurt and I didn't hear any news about it afterward. Now my hallway is empty where the mirror used to stand. At night, I still feel a bit uneasy when I walk through there. I sometimes glance at the spot where it stood, expecting to see something move. But there's nothing now. Just a blank wall and a faint buzz from the overhead light. I sleep better without that mirror in the house. I don't know what was wrong with it and I don't care. I'm just glad it's gone. I first noticed something was off around 2 in the morning. I was lying in bed, awake because the noise of old pipes kept me up. I live on the 4th floor of an old building. It's a place with chipped paint in the hallways, dim lights in the stairwell, and an elevator that shakes. The walls are thin. I can usually hear my neighbor's TV or the sound of footsteps coming from above. But that night, it was quieter than usual. No footsteps. No distant voices, just that dull creak of the pipes. Then the intercom buzzed. I got up, walked into the small living room, and stared at the device on the wall. It was old and yellowed. The buzzer sounded again. I pressed the button and said my name. There was no immediate response, just a sort of muffled breathing. Then I heard my name spoken back to me, slowly and softly. My heart started pounding. I tried to see who it was through the small camera monitor. The image on the monitor was grainy and dark, but I could see the front entrance. The light above the door was on, but no one stood there. The door was closed. I said, "Who's there?" The voice didn't respond. It just repeated my name 3 times, each time quieter. After that, the line went silent. I let go of the button and listened. Nothing else happened that night. Still, I barely slept. The next day, I went downstairs and checked the lobby. I looked outside through the glass door. There was nothing unusual. I checked the mailbox area and spoke briefly with the building manager, a man named Julio. He's always half asleep behind a small counter. He said he didn't see anyone last night. I asked if someone could have sneaked in. He said he doubted it. The door locks automatically, and to enter you need a key or someone to buzz you in. He hadn't heard anything, and there's no doorman or security guard. Julio leaves around 10 at night. After that, the lobby stays empty, just a locked door and the intercom system. I went back up to my apartment and tried to forget about it. That night it happened again, around the same time. The buzzer sounded, that sharp sound that cuts through silence. I turned on the light in the living room and walked straight to the intercom. I pressed the button and heard the same muffled breathing. Then my name. It sounded a bit distorted, like someone speaking through a piece of cloth. The camera again showed no one outside. I stared at the monitor. It was a static image of the empty entrance. I asked who it was. The voice just kept repeating my name at uneven intervals, sometimes whispering it, sometimes saying it a bit louder. It gave me chills. I asked if they needed help. but I got no answer. After a minute or so, the sound stopped again. I stood there with my finger on the button, listening to the faint hum of the line. When I released the button, the silence in my apartment felt heavy. By the third night, I decided to record the calls. I took out my phone, set it to record, and waited. When the buzzer sounded again, I was ready. This time, I didn't speak first. I picked up the intercom's handset instead of pressing the button on the panel. I did that because sometimes picking up the handset improved the audio quality. I held my phone close. I heard the same breathing, the same soft voice saying my name. No other words. I asked who it was and got no response. It was the same pattern. After a few repetitions, the call ended. I saved the recording and tried not to think about it too much. I went back to bed, leaving a small lamp on in the corner of the room. I had a hard time sleeping. My chest felt tight, and I kept glancing at the closed door of my apartment. I thought about calling someone, but who would I call at that hour for something like this? The next morning I listened to the recording. It sounded the same as I remembered. A few seconds of silence, the sound of my own breathing, then the stranger's quiet voice. But as I replayed it, I noticed something else. In between the repetitions of my name, there were faint whispers. They were soft and hard to make out. I put my earphones in and turned the volume up. Beneath the voice that kept saying my name, I could hear other voices. They were lower, more distant. I couldn't understand what they were saying at first. I isolated the audio on my computer and played it over and over. After a few listens, I caught a phrase repeated softly. "Don't open the door." I listened again to confirm. Yes, it was clear. Something was whispering, "Don't open the door." The tone was urgent but quiet. My stomach tightened. I felt sweat on my forehead. I had no idea what to think. There was a warning hidden in that recording, several voices overlapping. It was nothing I'd heard with my own ears the night before. My first thought was that I was dealing with a prank. Maybe someone hacked the intercom system. Maybe it was someone in the building playing a joke. I tried to think logically, but I couldn't ignore the feeling that something was wrong. The building was old, with outdated wiring and a simple intercom system. I didn't even know how someone would hack it. And why would they? Most of my neighbors were older folks. I kept to myself and rarely interacted with them. I didn't report it to Julio right away. I just went about my day, trying to distract myself. I went to work, stayed busy, tried not to think about it. But by the time I got home that evening, I felt uneasy. I walked through the lobby, and everything looked normal. The hallway on my floor was quiet. My door was locked as I'd left it. Inside, I checked the intercom panel again. Everything looked normal. I ate a quick meal and watched TV with the volume low. Around midnight, I turned off the lights and stayed in bed, waiting. I didn't want to sleep. I just stared at the ceiling and listened. It happened again at around 2:30. The same buzz. I jumped out of bed and grabbed my phone. This time, I pressed the intercom button and said nothing. I heard my name repeated. I recorded the audio again. My skin prickled as I listened to the voice. It sounded closer somehow, more present. I checked the camera monitor. The entrance was empty. I felt my hand shaking slightly. I left the intercom on without saying anything. After a while, the voice stopped. I released the button and stood there in the dark living room, feeling my heart pound. I didn't sleep at all that night. Next morning, I listened to the new recording. It was similar, but the whispering was easier to distinguish. It sounded like several voices whispering underneath the main voice that said my name. The whispers repeated the same phrase, "Don't open the door." I listened carefully to see if there were more words, but I couldn't make anything else out. I played it again and again, trying to pick up any other clue. Nothing else. Just that warning repeated many times, layered under the main voice. I felt a strong urge to leave the apartment. I considered staying at a hotel, but I didn't want to abandon my place for something that might be a simple prank. Instead, I decided to confront Julio again. I went downstairs in the afternoon, and found Julio inside his small office near the mailboxes. I told him I'd been getting strange calls at night. He shrugged and said he hadn't noticed anything. I asked if anyone else complained. He said no. I asked if the security camera recorded anything during those hours. He said the cameras only record on motion and the one at the entrance hadn't picked up anyone standing there. I asked him to check anyway. He sighed and checked the system. Nothing. Just empty frames of the entrance. He seemed annoyed with my questions. I didn't push it. I thanked him and left. He looked at me like I was making things up. I decided to investigate on my own. That night I waited in the lobby from midnight until around 1:30. I sat on a small bench near the door, scrolling on my phone. The lobby was quiet. The street outside was also quiet. Eventually I grew tired and went back upstairs, feeling a bit foolish. Maybe it wouldn't happen if I was watching. Maybe it only happened when I was inside my apartment. I locked my door and stood in front of the intercom. I didn't turn off the lights. I waited. Around 2, the buzzer sounded again. I rushed to the monitor and looked. Empty entrance. I pressed the intercom button and listened. The voice said my name, slow and steady. I recorded again, staying silent. After it stopped, I checked the time. 2:10 a.m. No one had come through the lobby just now. I knew that because I had just been down there less than an hour ago, and no one was lingering outside. That morning, I reviewed the new recording. The whispers were still there. Still the same warning. I felt tension in my shoulders and neck. My mouth felt dry. I tried to ignore it and focus on facts. The intercom calls come around the same time every night. The camera shows no one. The voice knows my name. The hidden whispers warn me not to open the door. There are no other clues. There's no sign of forced entry. Nothing missing. No note slipped under my door. No strange smells or footsteps outside. Just these calls. I tried a new approach. I disconnected the intercom unit from the wall and took a look at the wiring. It's just a few colored wires plugged into old connectors. I'm not an electrician, so I couldn't make much sense of it. But I noticed everything looked old and dusty. There was some corrosion on the metal parts. I cleaned it a bit and reconnected it. I hoped maybe that would stop the calls. It didn't. That night, I considered not answering at all. But when the buzzer came, I couldn't help myself. I pressed the button and listened. The voice said my name. I whispered back, "Who are you?" No response, just my name again. I said, "What do you want?" No answer. The main voice faded for a moment, and I listened closely, trying to catch the whispers. I could almost hear them in real time, a faint sound underneath the static. "Don't open the door." My throat tightened. I let go of the button. The intercom went silent. I called a friend of mine the next day. His name is Ricardo. He's a practical guy, not easily spooked. I told him about the calls. He said it was probably someone messing with the wiring, maybe tapping into the system from another apartment. He suggested I knock on a few neighbors' doors and ask if they heard anything. I didn't want to bother anyone, but I had to try. I knocked on the door of the apartment across from mine. A woman in her 50s answered. She said she never heard anything. I tried the apartment next to hers. A man in his 60s said no, he hadn't heard strange calls. Everyone was either annoyed or confused. No one had experienced the same thing. I stopped asking. It made me feel more isolated. I called an electrician to check the intercom. He came in the late afternoon. He looked at the wiring and said everything was normal, just old. He tested the line and said it worked fine. I asked if anyone could call my apartment from outside without being seen. He said not without pressing the button at the entrance panel. If someone pressed that button, the camera would show them unless they stood off to the side, but even then, some part of them would appear. The electrician left, and I sat alone in my apartment, staring at the intercom, feeling no closer to understanding this. The next night, I tried to ignore it. I turned up the TV volume, wore headphones, tried to stay awake watching random shows. But around 2 in the morning, the buzzer cut through all the noise. I turned off the TV and listened. My heart was beating fast and I felt sweat under my arms. I considered not answering, just letting it ring, but the noise wouldn't stop until I pressed the button. I pressed it. The voice said my name. I tried something different. I said, "I won't open the door." The voice went silent for a second. I heard static. Then it said my name again, quieter. I listened for the whispers. This time they sounded louder. "Don't open the door," repeated over and over, overlapping like several people speaking from a distance. I felt my hands shaking. I released the button. The line went dead. I didn't sleep. I just sat in my living room, lights on, listening to the silence. I checked the hallway through the peephole. Nothing. I checked my locks. Everything was secure. The building was silent. The street outside was silent. I felt hungry but didn't want to eat. I didn't trust the silence. I replayed the recording several times, listening with headphones, trying to identify the voices. They sounded like men and women, different ages, maybe neighbors, maybe strangers. I couldn't tell. They only repeated that one phrase. The main voice that said my name was always the same. It sounded genderless, distorted, like filtered through cloth or a heavy scarf. I tried calling Ricardo again, but it was too late in the night. He wouldn't pick up. I sat there waiting for the sun to rise. The faint light of dawn made me feel a bit calmer. I decided not to leave. I decided not to open the door for anyone. If someone buzzed, I wouldn't open. If I heard footsteps, I wouldn't open. If anyone knocked, I would stay quiet. I didn't know what else to do, but I knew I had to follow that warning. Whatever was happening, the only clear message I had was to keep my door closed. The next few nights, the calls kept coming. Every time the buzzer rang, I recorded the calls. The voice kept saying my name. The whispers kept warning me not to open the door. I never answered the voice's questions because it asked none. I never gave it what it wanted because I didn't know what it wanted. I never opened the door. Sometimes the buzzing happened twice in the same night. Sometimes just once. Each time, I watched the monitor. Each time, I saw no one outside. I tried ignoring the calls for a whole night. I let the buzzer ring for a long time until it stopped on its own. Then it would start again 15 minutes later. I had no choice. I had to answer to stop the noise. I became exhausted. I fell asleep during the day and stayed awake at night. After about a week of this, my eyes were red, my hands trembled, and I felt weak. But I kept the door closed and locked. I don't know who is calling me. I don't know how they got my name. I don't know how they hide from the camera. I don't know where the whispers come from or why they warn me every night. But I know what I must do. Not open the door. I stay inside, waiting for morning. I keep my recordings backed up on my computer. I have them labeled by date, each file containing that voice saying my name and those whispers repeating that warning. I don't show them to anyone. I don't know who to trust. For now, I just wait. The building remains old and quiet. The neighbors remain unaware. The electrician found nothing. Julio thinks I'm making it up. My friends wouldn't believe it either. And I don't have proof beyond those recordings. All I can do is stay in my apartment and refuse to open the door. I don't know how long I can keep this up, but I have no choice. The voice calls for me every night and the whispers never change their message. They tell me not to open the door, so I won't. It all started the first night I settled into the new apartment. The place was furnished, the rent was low, and the landlord didn't ask many questions. That should have been my first warning. The building looked normal enough from the outside. Red brick walls, old windows, a narrow lobby with cheap tiles. Inside, everything felt quiet, almost too quiet. I remember dropping my suitcase on the living room floor and standing there listening. No sound. No traffic noise, no footsteps, no television, just a low buzz from the kitchen's old fridge. It felt strange, but I tried to push that feeling aside. I walked through the apartment, checking each room. The living room had a small couch, a coffee table with a few scratches, a TV that looked older than me, and a rug that smelled a bit like dust and old wood. The bedroom had a narrow bed, a tall dresser, and a closet with a wooden door that creaked. The bathroom was small and smelled like cleaning products. The kitchen had a tiny dining table, some chipped plates in the cupboard, and a fridge that hummed all night. I remember that on my second day there, I opened the freezer to see if there was any leftover ice cream from the previous tenant. Instead, I found a crumpled photo stuck behind a frozen package of peas. I pulled it out, straightened it against my knee, and saw it showed 3 adults standing in front of a gray building. Their faces looked tired and serious. I didn't recognize them. I placed the photo on the kitchen counter. I couldn't figure out why someone would hide a photo in the freezer. It made no sense, and it made me uneasy. That night, as I lay in bed, I thought I heard something in the hallway outside my door. It sounded like someone walking very slowly. I got up and looked through the peephole. Nothing. The corridor was dark and empty. I told myself that it must have been the old pipes or something like that, but I still felt tense. I turned off the lights and listened. I heard my own heartbeat and the distant hum of the fridge. Eventually, I fell asleep. The next day, I decided to do a deeper check of the apartment. I wanted to understand what kind of person would hide a photo in the freezer. I looked inside cabinets, behind the couch, under the bed. I found nothing unusual, just old dust, some forgotten receipts, and a single sock rolled up behind the couch leg. In the bathroom, I opened the medicine cabinet and saw a few old bandages and half an empty bottle of aspirin. Everything felt normal until I reached the living room floor. I noticed that one of the floorboards near the window looked slightly different. Its surface was uneven, and the corner lifted a bit when I pressed it. I got a flathead screwdriver from my toolbox and pried it up. Underneath, I found a stack of letters wrapped in a plastic bag. The ink on the envelopes had smudged a bit, but I could still read the name. Brian H. I opened one of the letters and skimmed it. It talked about someone following him. It mentioned feeling watched even inside his own apartment. It said he had no idea who was doing it or why. Each letter carried the same sense of paranoia. Whoever Brian was, he had been afraid, hiding his letters under the floor. Why? I set the letters on the coffee table and stood up. I felt the hairs on my neck stand up. My stomach felt tight. I went to the window and looked outside. The street was empty. A few parked cars, a flickering streetlight. I waited, not sure what I expected. Maybe someone looking up at me from the sidewalk or a figure behind a curtain across the street. But I saw nothing. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was just old tenant stuff. Maybe Brian moved out in a hurry and forgot these letters. But why hide them? I decided to talk to the landlord. He was a quiet man who lived on the ground floor. When I asked him about the previous tenant, he shrugged and said he didn't remember much. He said the guy moved out suddenly and never came back for his security deposit. I pressed for more details. The landlord hesitated, then admitted the tenant had disappeared without notice. He hadn't even returned the keys. The landlord had to change the locks. I asked if the tenant's name was Brian H. He looked at me with a puzzled expression and said yes. He thought that might have been the name. I went back upstairs and locked my door. The apartment felt different now. I looked at the furniture and wondered what else might be hidden. I opened the dresser in the bedroom and checked behind the drawers. I found nothing unusual there. I looked under the bed. Only dust and a crushed soda can. In the closet, I pushed aside hangers and felt along the back wall. Smooth wood. I closed everything and sat on the couch. Around 10 p.m., I turned off the TV and got ready for bed. That night, I heard something again. This time, it sounded like breathing, very faint, as if someone stood just outside the window. I rolled out of bed and crept to the window, trying not to make noise. I peeked through the blinds. The street looked normal. No one stood there. I listened again. The sound stopped. My heart was racing, and my throat felt dry. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination. The next morning, I decided to read all the letters. They all belonged to Brian H. He wrote them to someone named Jeff. There were about 8 letters in total. The handwriting was shaky. He wrote about strange objects he found in the apartment. He wrote about a set of keys hidden inside the couch cushion, about photographs in strange places, about footsteps in the hallway at night. He said he felt like someone was watching him from outside, and sometimes from inside the building. One letter mentioned the landlord, saying he was a strange man who never made eye contact. Another letter mentioned neighbors who stared at him. Brian wrote that he tried talking to them, but they denied hearing anything. He sounded desperate and isolated. The last letter ended abruptly, saying he was going to leave and would not come back. I felt like I'd stepped into someone else's nightmare. I put the letters back in the plastic bag and hid them in the closet. I thought about leaving, but I had paid the first month's rent and didn't have enough money to move again right away. Besides, I told myself there might be a rational explanation. Maybe Brian had mental health problems. Maybe he imagined it all. I tried to forget it and get on with my life. That evening I was watching TV when I saw something from the corner of my eye. The door handle to the bedroom seemed to move. It was a slight motion, a small click, as if someone tried to open it from the other side. I paused the TV and listened. My own breathing sounded too loud. I walked slowly to the bedroom door and grabbed the handle. It was locked. I hadn't locked it though, I always left it unlocked. I turned the handle and opened the door. The room was empty. The window was closed. Nothing was out of place. I checked under the bed again. Still just dust. I had trouble sleeping that night. I felt too warm, and my muscles were tense. Around 2 a.m., I heard a faint tapping sound from above the ceiling. I knew there were no apartments above mine, just the roof. The tapping continued for about a minute and then stopped. I lay there, eyes open, staring at the dark ceiling. My heart thumped, and my hands felt sweaty. I wiped them on the blanket. The next day, I tried talking to a neighbor. I met a guy from down the hall, a tall man wearing paint-stained jeans. I asked him if he knew anything about Brian. He shrugged and said he remembered Brian as a quiet guy who kept to himself. I asked if Brian had said anything about feeling watched. The neighbor frowned and said he never talked to Brian, just saw him coming and going sometimes. I asked if he ever heard strange sounds at night. He shook his head and said the building was old, that's all. Pipes and wood. I thanked him and went back inside. I started checking every inch of the apartment, trying to find more objects. I pried up a few more floorboards and found nothing. I opened the back of the TV stand. Dust and old cables. I checked the kitchen cabinets carefully. Under the sink, I found a small metal box with a lock. I tried opening it with a kitchen knife. The lock was flimsy and popped open easily. Inside, there was a wallet with a driver's license, credit cards, and a folded note. The license said Brian H. The photo showed a thin-faced man with tired eyes. He didn't look dangerous. The credit cards were expired. The folded note said, "If someone finds this, please understand that I tried leaving, but I can't. Someone is always watching. Check the hallway mirror." There was a mirror in the hallway outside my door, mounted on the wall. It was a simple rectangular mirror. I went out and stood in front of it. I touched its edges, trying to see if it moved. It was held by 2 screws. I went back inside and grabbed my screwdriver. Then I unscrewed the mirror from the hallway wall. Behind it, I found a small hole. Inside that hole, I found another envelope. It contained a single piece of paper with a short message. "They come at night. Don't make noise." I felt cold. My hands shook. I quickly put everything back and retreated into my apartment. I locked the door and pushed the dresser in front of it. I felt silly, but I didn't care. I just wanted to feel safer. I turned on all the lights and sat on the couch. The silence pressed in around me. My knees felt weak and my stomach churned. I waited like that for hours. Eventually, I got up and went to the window, looking outside again. The street was empty except for a few cars. A light was on in a window across the street. I saw a silhouette move behind that window. It was a person, but I couldn't make out features. They stood still after a moment, facing my direction. My heart beat faster. I stood there, not moving. After a while, the silhouette moved away. I told myself it was just a neighbor. That's normal. People move in their apartments, they look out windows, it doesn't mean anything. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being observed. The next few days I tried to ignore it all. I went to work, came back, watched TV, ate dinner. But at night I still heard strange sounds. Sometimes it sounded like scraping on the walls, other times like soft whispering. I tried to record these sounds on my phone, but when I played the recordings back, I only heard static and the hum of the fridge. I wanted to get rid of the letters, the wallet, the note. They felt like evidence of something I didn't want to be part of. I took them and put them in a plastic bag, planning to throw them in the dumpster outside. I put on my jacket and slipped into the hallway. As I passed the mirror again, I stopped and listened. Nothing. No sounds. I went downstairs and out the front door. The street was quiet. I walked to the dumpster and tossed the bag inside. Then I stood there, feeling the cool air on my face. I looked up at my apartment window. I saw no movement. Everything looked normal. That night I slept a bit better, but around 3 a.m. I woke up suddenly. It felt like someone was tapping on my window glass from outside. I sat up, breathing hard, and listened. The tapping repeated, 3 short taps. My window was on the second floor facing the street. I went to the window and lifted the blinds. Nothing was there. No ladder, no balcony, just empty air. I felt dizzy and my legs shook. I backed away and tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was a branch from a nearby tree, but there were no trees close enough. I closed the blinds and crawled back into bed, pulling the blankets up to my chin. I could smell my own sweat. In the morning, I decided I would leave. I didn't care about the rent or my belongings, I could always replace them. I packed a bag with my clothes and toiletries. I grabbed my suitcase and headed for the door. When I opened it, I paused. The hallway smelled like old paint. The mirror was back on the wall. I had never put it back. The screws were back in place. I touched it. Solid. No sign of the hole behind it. My heart pounded and I hurried downstairs. The landlord's door was closed. I didn't bother knocking. I left the building, rolled my suitcase down the sidewalk, and didn't look back. I felt the tension leaving my shoulders as I walked away. I didn't know what happened to Brian H. I didn't know who was watching. I only knew I wanted nothing more to do with that apartment. I just kept walking until I reached a busier street. I stopped at a coffee shop, sat down, and tried to calm my breathing. I never went back to that apartment. I never found out what really happened. I told a friend about it, and he said I should call the police or something like that. But I didn't. I just moved on, found another place, and tried to forget. Still, every so often, late at night, I feel that same prickling sensation on the back of my neck, like someone's eyes are on me. I try to ignore it. It might be nothing. But I remember the letters, the photo in the freezer, the wallet hidden under the sink, the whispering sounds at night. I remember feeling trapped in that apartment, and I remember leaving it behind without looking back. That's all I need to know. I'm done with that place. I arrived at Mark's place just after dark. He had invited me to stay over for a few days. I knew him from college, and although we weren't best friends, we got along well enough. He lived alone in a large old house about an hour outside the city. He had mentioned it once or twice before, always brushing off details. He said it was a family property and that he moved in when his parents went abroad, but he never gave me a full explanation. I didn't really care. I just needed a quiet place to stay for a short while after dealing with some stressful problems at work. Inside, the house smelled like dust and wood. The floors creaked, the ceiling was high, and most of the furniture looked heavy and worn. The front hallway had a tall wooden coat rack and a faded rug. Mark guided me into the living room. He offered me a beer. We sat on an old couch that sank in a bit too much. The TV was off. A dim lamp on a small table lit the area. Outside I could hear crickets, maybe some distant wind, but nothing else. It felt isolated and quiet. That was fine. I didn't want noise. After a short while, Mark told me there was a guest room upstairs. He gave me a quick warning not to wander around too much, especially not to open the locked door at the end of the upstairs hallway. I asked him what was behind it. He said it was a storage room that he never used. He said the lock was stuck, and he hadn't bothered calling anyone to fix it because he never needed anything from inside. I asked him why he would warn me about it if it was just a useless room. He shrugged and said that in the past, friends who stayed over got curious and tried to open it. He didn't want any problems or damage to the door. I thought it was strange, but I nodded and dropped it. I wasn't in the mood for an argument. As I climbed the stairs to the guest room, I saw the door he meant. It was at the very end of a narrow hallway. The door looked old, the paint chipped, the handle and lock rusty. It was quiet up there. I pushed open the guest room door, turned on the light, and placed my bag on the bed. The room smelled faintly of old linen. There was a small dresser, a simple lamp, and one window overlooking the dark backyard. I sat on the bed, tested the mattress with my hand, and decided it was fine for a few nights. I washed up in the bathroom down the hall. The sink's faucet squeaked, and the mirror above it was stained around the edges. But everything worked. I could hear Mark moving around downstairs. He turned off lights, I think. After I finished, I went back to my room and closed the door. I lay on the bed and tried to relax. The drive had tired me out, and I hoped to sleep well. In the middle of the night, I woke up. I'm not sure why. Maybe it was the silence or maybe some slight sound. I listened carefully. I heard a faint noise coming from the end of the hallway. It sounded like something heavy sliding across the floor. It was not constant. It stopped and started again after a few seconds. The floor in that area creaked a bit. I wondered if Mark was up moving furniture or looking for something. It didn't make sense at that hour, but I had no other explanation. I got out of bed quietly. I walked to the door of my room and pressed my ear against it. I heard low, muffled whispers. I couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. It sounded like someone speaking softly but urgently. I couldn't catch any words. It stopped after a few moments, followed by what sounded like a piece of furniture scraping against the floor again. I decided to check if Mark was awake. I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. The light was off and I had to let my eyes adjust. The hallway was narrow and dark. The only light came from a street lamp outside, spilling a weak glow through a small window at the other end of the hall. I walked slowly toward the locked door. My heart started beating faster. I felt the hairs on my arms stand up. I held my breath for a second and listened. More whispers. They stopped when I got close. I leaned forward and touched the door. It felt cold. I bent down a bit and looked at the thin gap under it. Nothing visible there. Then I leaned to the side, trying to see if there was any gap in the door frame. There was a tiny crack in the wood near the handle. Through that crack, I could see a small bit of movement inside. It looked like a shadow shifting. Then, very clearly, I saw an eye looking back at me through that gap. I pulled back, startled. My heart thumped hard. I swallowed and stood still, trying not to make noise. That eye was definitely not my imagination. It blinked once, slowly, and then moved away. I whispered, "Hello?" I didn't get a response. I just heard soft breathing. I considered knocking, but I didn't. I was afraid. I didn't know who was in there. Mark said that no one used that room, that the door was locked. Yet someone was inside. I took a step back and turned toward the stairs. I wanted to get Mark. Before I could move any further, the whispers started up again, louder this time, but still muffled. I couldn't understand what they said. I hurried downstairs. The steps creaked under my feet. The living room was dark now. I saw a soft glow from the kitchen. I found Mark sitting at the small kitchen table with a single light on. He wore an old robe and had a mug of something hot in front of him. He looked at me with a tired expression. I told him what I heard and what I saw. He frowned. He said I must have been dreaming. I told him I was wide awake and that I clearly saw an eye through the crack in the door. He shook his head. He said that was impossible. He said no one had used that room in years. It was locked, and he had no key. He said maybe I saw a reflection or maybe a shadow. I insisted that it was a real eye. He sighed and said that I should just ignore it. He said the house was old, and old houses made strange noises. I didn't believe him, but he wasn't showing any surprise or concern. He just looked annoyed. I felt a chill run through me. I asked him to come upstairs with me to check. He refused. He said it was late, that I should go back to bed, and that we would talk in the morning. I didn't like that answer, but I was tired and I didn't want to argue. I went back upstairs, feeling uneasy. In the hallway, everything was quiet again. I stood in front of the door, listening. Nothing. No whispers, no footsteps, no breathing. I checked the gap again. Darkness. I couldn't see any eye. Just an empty darkness. I went into my room and locked the door. I didn't sleep well. I kept waking up, listening for sounds. Occasionally I thought I heard faint scraping noises like a chair being moved, but I wasn't sure if it was real or my imagination. At some point I fell asleep. In the morning, I woke up and went downstairs. Mark was in the living room reading something on his phone. I asked him about the night before. I wanted a straight answer. He just shrugged. I pressed him. I said I heard whispers and saw someone's eye. He shook his head and said he hadn't heard anything. He said maybe I was tired from the trip. I got angry and said I knew what I saw. He didn't yell back. He just repeated that it was an old house and maybe I saw a trick of the light. I looked at his face carefully. He looked calm, but his eyes seemed distant, like he wasn't interested in talking about it. I knew he was hiding something. I decided to spend the afternoon looking around the house. I stayed downstairs at first. The living room, kitchen, dining room, and a small office were all normal. There were old family photos on the walls, a few dusty shelves, and some boxes in the corner of the dining room. I didn't see anything unusual. Outside, the yard was large and partly overgrown. There was a tool shed in the back locked up. The air smelled like damp earth. The day was gray, no sun. I didn't go far. I didn't have a reason to explore the yard, and I wasn't trying to pry too much. I just wanted to understand what was going on inside the house. By late afternoon, Mark said he had some errands to run. He left in his car, telling me he'd be back in a few hours. I took that opportunity to check the upstairs more carefully. I walked up the stairs and stopped in front of the locked door. I ran my hand over the frame. The wood was rough. I pulled on the handle. It rattled but wouldn't budge. I put my ear to the door and listened for any sign of movement inside. Silence. I crouched down and looked through the gap again. Dark and empty. I whispered, "Is anyone in there?" Nothing. I tried pressing my shoulder against the door, hoping maybe the lock would give. It didn't move. I looked around for a key. I searched the guest room drawers, the bathroom, the hallway closet. I found nothing. I thought about looking in Mark's bedroom, but that felt like a line I shouldn't cross. Still, I was tempted. I knew something strange was happening, and I wanted answers. In the end, I left Mark's room alone. I waited and listened. After a while, I went back downstairs, feeling frustrated. In the evening, Mark returned. He acted normal, asked if I wanted to order takeout. We ate pizza in the living room. I brought up the door again and he sighed. He said he didn't want to talk about it anymore. He said there was nothing behind that door, just old junk, and that I should respect his wishes and drop the subject. His tone was calm but firm. I decided not to push it. I nodded and focused on my food. Later that night, I tried to sleep again. I kept the hallway light off. It was quiet for a few hours. I almost drifted off, but then I heard it again. The scraping sounds, the whispers. I sat up in bed, heart beating faster. I got out of bed and opened my door, stepping into the dark hallway. I walked slowly toward the locked door. I could feel my pulse in my ears. The whispers were there, low and constant. I bent down to look through the gap again. This time I saw more than just an eye. I saw a shape moving. It looked like a person's face, but I couldn't make out details. Just an eye and part of a cheek. The face pulled back, leaving just darkness. I tried to speak quietly. "Who are you? Why are you in there?" I heard only hushed breathing. Then I heard something heavy scraping along the floor again, like a table or a chair being dragged. The sound was slow and deliberate. I tried the door handle again, pushing harder. The door rattled. I heard footsteps inside, soft and slow. They moved away from the door, then came back closer. I said, "I know you're in there." No response. I decided to wake Mark up. I didn't care if he got annoyed. I went to his room and knocked. No answer. I knocked again, louder. After a few seconds, he opened the door. He looked tired and irritated. I whispered that there was someone in that room right now, moving things around. He told me to go back to sleep. I insisted. I said I could hear whispers and footsteps. He said I should stop imagining things. He said this wasn't funny. I grabbed his arm and tried to pull him into the hallway. He resisted at first, but then he followed me. We stood in front of the locked door. I said, "Listen." He stood there, arms crossed, not even leaning in. After a few moments of silence, he said he didn't hear anything and that I should stop. He turned around and walked back into his room, closing the door behind him. I felt angry and confused. I knew what I heard. I knew what I saw. I stood there in the dark, breathing fast. I tried one last time to talk to whoever was inside. "I know you're there," I said quietly. I heard nothing. I waited a few more minutes, then gave up and went back to my room. I couldn't sleep. I lay on the bed with my eyes open, listening. At some point I must have dozed off because when I opened my eyes again, it was morning. The house was quiet. I got dressed and went downstairs. Mark was in the kitchen making coffee. He acted normal. I grabbed a mug and poured some coffee, drank it black. He asked if I slept better. I said no. He didn't respond. We stood there in silence. I decided I would leave that day. I told Mark I needed to get back to the city. He didn't argue. He said he understood. He didn't mention the door or the noises. He didn't say anything about the strange events. I packed my bag and carried it downstairs. Before I left, I looked at him and said, "I know there's someone in that room." He looked at me without blinking and said, "I told you there isn't." He didn't elaborate, he just stared at me with a flat expression. I left the house and got in my car. As I pulled away, I looked up at the second-floor window. I thought I saw a curtain move, but maybe that was just a breeze. I drove away, feeling uneasy and confused. I never got an explanation. I never found out who was behind that door or why. But I know what I saw and what I heard. Someone was in that locked room. Someone watched me through the crack in the door. Someone moved furniture around and whispered at night. Mark never admitted it, and I guess I'll never know the truth. But I'm sure it happened. I'm sure I saw that eye. I arrived at the old roadside inn early in the morning. The owner had given me the keys a week before, along with a set of instructions. He wanted me to renovate the place. I had never stayed overnight at a job site before, but he insisted that I finish the work in a short amount of time. He said the inn had been abandoned for years, and that it needed to be ready for new guests by the end of the month. He paid me well, so I said yes. When I pulled off the highway and saw the building, I noticed missing shingles, cracked windows, and a faded sign. Nothing seemed unusual at first. It was a large wooden structure with 2 floors, maybe 10 rooms total. There were no cars, no people, just the empty parking lot and a dead tree nearby. The sky was pale and the wind was quiet. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside. The lobby smelled like mold and old furniture. A reception desk stood against the far wall. Its surface had stains and scratches. There were wooden chairs along the sides and a dusty old couch near the entrance. The whole place felt stale. I touched the banister of the staircase leading to the second floor. The wood felt damp. The air was stuffy, and I decided to open a few windows. Before I carried in my bags, I walked around the ground floor to see what needed to be done. The walls had old wallpaper peeling off. The floors creaked. Some doors were off their hinges. The dining area still had old tables and chairs covered with sheets. I made notes in my small notebook. Sand and refinish floors, strip wallpaper, paint walls, fix windows, replace light fixtures, remove old furniture. After bringing my bags and tools inside, I picked a room on the ground floor to use as my bedroom. It was small and had a narrow bed frame without a mattress. I unrolled my sleeping bag and placed it on top. I left my flashlight, phone charger, bottled water, and a sandwich there. I didn't plan to waste time driving back to town every day. It was a 2-hour round trip, and I just wanted to finish faster. I had enough supplies for a couple of weeks. I started working that afternoon. I peeled wallpaper in the lobby and tried to see if the beams were still solid. I worked quietly, only stopping for water. Late in the evening, I took a break and sat outside on the old porch. The sky was getting dark. No cars passed by. The wind picked up a bit, and I heard branches rubbing against the side of the building. I went back in and climbed the stairs, checking each room. Most were identical: a single bed frame, an empty closet, a small table, and a chair. Nothing strange, just old and neglected. I walked through the hallway slowly, shining my flashlight in corners where the dim ceiling lights didn't reach. As I headed back downstairs, I thought I heard something. It sounded like soft footsteps behind me. I stopped and turned around. There was no one there. I stood still for a moment. I could hear my own breathing. Nothing else. Probably an echo or my imagination. I went to my room, ate half my sandwich, and rolled out my sleeping bag. I turned off the flashlight and lay down. The building was quiet. I could hear the wind outside. I closed my eyes, but my mind stayed alert. After about an hour, I drifted off to sleep. In the middle of the night, I woke up. There was a creaking sound outside my door. I opened my eyes and held my breath. I listened. The sound came in short intervals, like someone stepping on a loose floorboard. I reached for my flashlight and pointed it at the door. The light showed the bare wooden surface. The sound stopped. My heart was beating fast. I waited a minute, then another. Eventually, I heard nothing else. I told myself it was probably the building settling. Old wood can make weird noises. I turned off the flashlight and forced myself to sleep again. In the morning, I got up and noticed that my toolbox wasn't where I had left it. I had placed it on the floor next to the bed. Now it was near the door. I blinked a few times and tried to remember if I had moved it. I was sure I hadn't touched it. Everything else seemed in order. Maybe I kicked it in my sleep. I decided not to dwell on it. I spent the day stripping wallpaper in the upstairs rooms. In the second room, I saw something odd. The sheets that had covered the furniture were folded neatly in the corner. I remembered leaving them on the chairs. I tried to recall if I had folded them myself. I didn't think so. I liked to keep things organized, but I hadn't bothered to fold old dusty sheets. It didn't make sense. I checked the windows. They were closed from the inside. No footprints. No sign of anyone else inside the building. By midday, I felt uneasy. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was not alone. I took a short break, went outside, and walked around the perimeter of the inn. The back of the building had a small yard with tall grass. I saw no tracks, no broken branches, nothing. The doors were all locked. I went back inside and continued my work. Around late afternoon, I started hearing faint sounds again. Footsteps, but always when I turned my back. When I stopped and listened, they stopped. Once I heard a door hinge squeak on the second floor. I rushed up there with my flashlight and found every door closed. The silence felt heavy. My heart rate went up again. I felt sweat on my neck and under my arms. I called out, "Is anyone here?" My own voice sounded weak. Nothing answered. That evening, I ate a quick meal of canned soup and bread. I sat in the lobby with my flashlight. I listened to the building. I heard the wind outside, a distant creak, and my own breathing. I tried to relax. I told myself to focus on finishing the job. I went to my room and set my alarm for early morning. I needed to paint the lobby walls and fix some floorboards. During the night, I woke up again. This time it was different. I heard a voice. It was a low, raspy voice, whispering something. I sat up and grabbed my flashlight, shining it around the small room. Empty. I opened the door and looked into the hallway. Nothing. But I could still hear the voice somewhere nearby. It was saying a name, over and over. It sounded like Robert or Roberts. I didn't know anyone with that name. It wasn't my name. My name is Daniel, and I had never met a Robert related to this job. I stepped into the hallway in my socks. The floor felt cold. I followed the sound to the stairwell, shining my light on the steps. No one was there. The voice stopped. I felt my stomach tense. I stood there for a few minutes, feeling the hair on my arms stand up. I went back to bed and stayed awake, staring at the ceiling until my alarm rang. The next morning, I noticed something disturbing. The furniture in one of the rooms I had cleared out was back in place, but arranged differently. I had dragged a table and a chair against the far wall the day before. Now they were centered in the room. The table faced the door. The chair stood behind it. The sheets were gone. I checked the closet, the hallway, every corner. The sheets were folded and placed behind the reception desk downstairs. I had never put them there. I felt my mouth go dry. Someone was messing with me. I decided to be systematic. I locked the front door and the back door with my own padlocks. I checked all the windows and made sure they couldn't be opened from the outside. I placed a ladder against one window in the back to see if anyone tried to climb in. I blocked the stairwell door to the attic, which I had never opened anyway. I kept my phone in my pocket and checked for service. I had one bar, not enough for a call. The closest town was a drive away. I would have to handle this myself. I worked all day with my ears open, my eyes scanning every room. I kept my toolbox in sight at all times. I heard soft steps behind me at least 3 times. Each time I spun around, shining my flashlight. Nothing. No dust disturbed, no footprints, no shadow. Yet I could feel something. A slight shift in the air, a dull pressure in my chest. My breathing got shallow. My throat felt tight. My hands trembled a bit when I tried to hammer nails into the floorboards. I forced myself to keep working. I wasn't going to run away because of some strange noises. That night, I decided not to sleep in the room I had chosen. I picked a different room upstairs, one with a view of the parking lot. I pushed a heavy dresser against the door. I turned on a small battery-powered lantern and sat on the bed frame facing the door. Around midnight, I heard the voice again. It said, "Roberts," in that same rough tone. This time it sounded closer, maybe just outside the door. I held my breath and listened. The voice said it again, then paused, then said it again. I felt sweat trickle down my face. My heart was pounding. I was wide awake. I moved the dresser aside and opened the door fast, shining my lantern into the hallway. It was empty. No one there. I checked the other rooms. All empty. The voice had stopped. I went back to my room and locked myself inside again. I waited, listening to every sound. The dresser felt heavy when I pushed it back in front of the door. I didn't sleep. The next morning, I found new changes downstairs. The reception desk's drawers were all open. The ledger, which I had never touched, lay open on the floor. I picked it up. The pages were yellowed and had names written in faded ink. I ran my finger down the list of names, looking for Roberts. I saw a few names that started with R, but nothing that said Roberts. The last date in the ledger was 15 years old. I closed it and placed it back in the drawer. I checked the dining area. Some chairs had moved again, arranged in a circle. There were no footprints, no scuff marks. Everything was just shifted quietly during the night. My hands shook. I couldn't explain it. I tried to focus on the renovation again, but my mind wandered. I felt like someone stood right behind me, looking over my shoulder as I measured boards and cut wood. My back tingled. I kept glancing around. I grew tired and clumsy. I dropped my tools more than once. By the afternoon, I decided I had to wrap up the essential work and leave early. I couldn't take another night of this. My throat felt dry and my stomach turned at every small noise. I pushed through the last tasks. I painted the lobby walls, replaced some broken tiles, and installed new light fixtures. I worked without breaks. Around dusk, I climbed the stairs one last time to check the rooms. Everything looked fine at first glance. As I passed the third room on the left, I heard a step behind me. I froze. The hallway felt colder. I turned around. Nothing, but I could sense it. My hair stood on end. My skin felt tight. I stepped backward down the hall without turning my back on that spot. When I reached the stairs, I ran down, 2 steps at a time. I decided not to sleep there again. I threw my tools and clothes in my bag. I cleaned up my mess in the lobby. I locked the inn's door. The owner had paid in advance. I had done most of what he asked. The rest could wait. I just wanted to get out. As I carried my bag to the car, I kept glancing over my shoulder at the windows. The rooms looked dark. I didn't see anyone watching me, but I felt it. The same tightness in my chest lingered. I opened my car door and got inside. The engine started on the first try. I turned on the headlights and looked at the building one more time. The wind rattled a loose shutter. I didn't hear footsteps now. I didn't hear the voice. But the memory of those whispers still made my neck tense. I drove onto the highway and forced myself not to think too much. I kept my eyes on the road until I reached the next town. I never went back there. I never told the owner what happened. He sent me a message a week later, asking when I would finish the final details. I lied and said I had an emergency. He never responded after that. I don't know if he hired someone else. I don't care. I just know that I heard that voice call a stranger's name in that empty inn. I heard those footsteps follow me in corridors where no one stood. I saw furniture move around by itself. That was enough. I don't need an explanation. I don't want one. I just want to forget that place. On the first night, I stood in the dark living room and looked through the window. I saw a figure standing on the far side of the dry lake. I thought it might be a trick of the light or a tree stump. I moved closer to the glass and squinted. It stood upright, like a person, but it had no face. It did not move. It just pointed at me. I remember feeling something heavy in my chest. I backed away and told myself I was tired. It was my first night in the new house. I had no reason to panic, but I could not ignore that strange shape. I decided to keep the lights off and watch for a few more minutes. The figure did not move. I did not sleep well that night. I moved into this small one-story house near an old lake bed. The place was cheap. The realtor told me the lake had dried up years ago. The soil was damp in some parts, but mostly the area was flat, cracked mud. There were some trees around, but nothing thick or tall. The house stood close to the shore, separated by about 50 yards of old mud and dried debris. I picked this place because I wanted to be alone. I had grown tired of the city noise. I wanted quiet. I got it, but not in the way I expected. On the second night, I looked out again. The figure was there, same spot, still pointing at me, no face. I opened the door quietly and stepped outside, keeping the exterior light off. I listened. I heard insects. I heard a breeze. I heard distant rustling in the brush. I did not hear anyone moving across that muddy ground. I walked around to the side of the house and looked at the lake bed with a small flashlight. I aimed the beam carefully, trying not to blind myself. The figure was barely visible now, just a dark silhouette. I waited. It never shifted. I raised my voice and asked who was there. No response. I felt a tightness in my neck. The hair on my arm stood up. I went back inside and locked the door. In the morning, I walked out to the spot where I thought the figure had stood. The mud was solid in some areas and soft in others. I saw my own footprints. I saw cracked surfaces. I did not see footprints that belonged to anyone else. There were no boot prints, no shoe marks, No signs that a person had stood there. I checked a wide radius. Nothing. I tried to stay calm. Maybe I had imagined it. Maybe it was a bush or a stump. I found no stump. There was nothing that could have created that shape. On the third night, I stood at the window again. The figure was there again, exactly the same position. It pointed at me with its right arm. I still could not make out a face. It was just a dark shape, like a person wearing dark clothes, but there were no details. No features, no highlights. I tried to open the window and call out. The window made a slight creaking noise. I said, "Hey." No response. I yelled, "Who are you?" The figure remained still. I felt sweat on my forehead. I closed the window and locked it. The phone had no service here. I had meant to fix that, but I had just moved in and had not gotten around to it. I had some old cell signal boosters in a box. I decided I would set them up in the morning. I went to bed that night trying to ignore the feeling that someone was outside watching me. I tried to sleep, but my ears kept picking up small noises. Creaks in the house. A tapping somewhere behind the wall. A gust of wind against the glass. Then I heard a whisper. It sounded like my name. It came from outside the bedroom window, or maybe the living room. It was a soft sound, like someone saying my name through the glass. I shot up in bed, breathing hard. I turned on the bedside lamp. The whispering stopped. I listened, holding my breath. Nothing. I got up and went to the living room. I turned on a lamp near the couch and peered out the window. The figure was there, still pointing, but now it seemed closer. Maybe it had moved 20 yards forward. It no longer stood at the far edge of the lake bed. It was closer to my side. I felt my stomach drop. I locked all the doors. I closed all the curtains. I lay awake until dawn, listening for that whisper. I thought I heard it once more, but I told myself it was the wind. In the morning, I checked the ground again. Still no footprints except mine. I looked carefully for any sign of disturbed soil. Nothing. The top layer of mud near my house was cracked but not broken by fresh steps. I tried not to panic. I told myself I had seen something that was not real, but I remembered the whisper. I remembered the shape. I remembered the way it pointed right at me. I spent most of that day unpacking and trying to get my cell phone booster to work. The signal here was weak. I managed to get a single bar after fiddling with the device on the roof. I tried calling a friend in the city, but the call dropped after a few seconds. I sent a text, but it did not go through. I told myself I would try again later. I ate a quick meal of canned soup and crackers. I kept looking at the front door, expecting to see it rattle or open, but nothing happened during the day. Before sunset, I stood outside with my flashlight and inspected the area around the house. I walked the perimeter. I checked for footprints, for any evidence of a person hiding. I found nothing. I felt the air get cooler as the sun dipped low. I felt a pressure in my chest as I imagined that figure appearing again. I told myself I would handle it calmly. I would try to ignore it. I would treat it like a weird hallucination. Maybe I was stressed. That night I closed the curtains early and decided not to look outside. I turned on the TV and watched old DVDs because there was no cable. The volume was low and I tried to focus on the show. After a couple of hours, I got up for a glass of water. I walked into the kitchen and glanced at the window over the sink. I froze. The figure stood there on my side of the lake bed now. Closer, maybe 10 yards from my porch steps. It pointed at me. I felt my hands shaking. I turned off the kitchen light and stood in the dark. I looked again. It was still there. I could see it because of the moonlight. I could not see a face. It was like a human shape cut out of darkness. I whispered, "Go away." My mouth felt dry. I waited. The figure did not move. I heard something outside, a scraping sound near the porch. I stepped away from the window and bumped into a chair. I felt a bead of sweat rolling down my spine. I moved slowly to the living room and looked out the front window. The figure was still near the porch. It had not come closer, but it was close enough that I could make out its arm raised toward me. I locked the windows. I checked the back door. Locked. I picked up a heavy wrench from my toolbox in the hall. I waited. The TV was still on in the other room, but I did not move to turn it off. I stood there gripping the wrench, listening to the silence. After a long time, I heard a whisper again. It said my name. I heard it clearly this time, as if someone stood right outside the wall and spoke through it. I felt my heart racing. My legs felt weak. I wanted to shout back, but I could not form words. I ended up sitting on the couch with all the lights off, holding the wrench, breathing quietly. I listened for any sound of movement, but I heard only the occasional whisper of my name. After several hours, the sky started to lighten. I got up and looked out the window. The figure was gone. There was only the empty lake bed. My porch was still intact, no footprints, nothing. I could not understand how something could stand there and leave no trace. I spent the next day driving into town. It took about 40 minutes on a dirt road. I stopped at a small convenience store and tried to ask the clerk if anyone ever came out by the old lake bed. He looked at me with confusion. He said not many people go out that way. I asked if there had been any kind of strange sightings. He shrugged. I asked if there was a police station nearby. He said the nearest one was a few towns over. I tried making a phone call from my cell phone outside the store. The signal was weak. I managed to reach a friend's voicemail. I said I was having weird problems at my new place. I asked him to call me back. I did not go into detail because I felt embarrassed. I felt like he would laugh at me. I returned home in the late afternoon. As I approached the house, I felt a growing sense of dread. I checked around the property again before sunset. Nothing unusual. I went inside and decided to keep all the lights on this time. I ate a simple meal of bread and cheese. I tried to watch a DVD, but my stomach was turning. I sat near the front door with my flashlight and wrench, waiting. When it got dark, I looked out again. The figure was back, standing about where it had been the previous night. It pointed at me through the window. I felt my throat tighten. I pushed the sofa against the door and wedged a chair under the doorknob. I dragged a dresser from the bedroom and blocked the back door as well. Then I stood by the window and said, "What do you want?" I raised my voice. I tried to sound angry. No response. I shouted again, "What do you want?" The figure did not move. It just pointed. I hit the window with my fist. It made a dull thump. No reaction outside. I opened the window a crack and yelled, "Go away!" Then I slammed it shut. The whisper came soon after. It said my name in a voice that was quiet but clear. It came from behind the glass, right where I stood. I jumped back and nearly dropped the wrench. There was no one there, just empty air on my side and that figure outside. I paced the living room, holding the wrench, breathing through my mouth because my nose felt stuffed up. My body was stiff. My shoulders hurt from tension. I looked at the figure again. It seemed closer to the house now, maybe just a step or two. I had not seen it move. It was just somehow closer. I thought about calling the police, but I had no signal in the house. I tried anyway. No luck. I wanted to run outside and confront it, but my legs felt weak. I stayed inside. The whispering continued on and off through the night. Sometimes I would hear it at the front window. Sometimes near the back door. Sometimes near the bedroom window. Always my name, just once. Then silence. Each time I heard it, I froze, my heart pounding, my skin cold. I could not see any shadow through the curtains. I tried not to imagine a face. There was no face, just a shape. When dawn approached, I looked outside again. The figure was gone. I left the house and walked around the area. No footprints, no sign of anything. I tried to stay calm. I decided I needed help. I packed a bag and drove back toward the town. On the way, my car's engine light flickered, and I felt the car losing power. I managed to get it to a small mechanic's shop near the convenience store. The mechanic said he would need a day to fix it. He didn't have the parts. I asked if there was a place to stay overnight. There was a small motel, nothing fancy. I considered staying there, but I had all my stuff at the lake house and I felt like I should not leave it unguarded. I ended up taking a taxi back, which cost me too much money. The taxi driver dropped me off at the start of the dirt road. He didn't want to go further. He said the road was too rough. I walked the rest of the way, feeling uneasy as the sun got lower. That night I took a different approach. I turned off all the lights and sat in the kitchen with a flashlight aimed at the door. I wanted to catch this thing in the act. I waited in silence. After a few hours, I checked the window. The figure was standing at the base of my porch steps. It pointed at me through the glass. It was so close now that I could see the edges of its shape, but still no face, no details. I held the flashlight on it. The beam lit nothing. It was as if the light did not reflect off it. I went outside. I took a deep breath and opened the door, stepping onto the porch with the flashlight and wrench. There was nothing there, just the muddy ground and the dry lake bed. I stepped down and shined the flashlight around. Nothing. I turned back to look at the window. I saw it inside my house now, standing near the couch. It pointed at me through the glass. I screamed. I ran back inside. The figure was gone. I locked myself in the bedroom and sat there until morning. I heard whispers at the door. It said my name softly a few times. I lay on the bed, holding the wrench, shaking. My throat was dry. My eyes were heavy, but I could not sleep. When sunlight came, I opened the bedroom door. The house was empty. No damage. Nothing out of place. That morning, I packed what I could carry and left on foot. I did not care about the rest of my things. I just wanted to get away. I walked along the dirt road until I reached the main road. I had no plan. I just kept walking. I did not want to see that figure again. I did not want to hear my name whispered from behind the glass. I did not return. I remember the evening I got the envelope because I was just finishing dinner. I had locked my apartment door and turned off the TV. I noticed something in my mailbox, and at first, I thought it was a bill or a piece of junk mail. Inside was a folded sheet of paper. It was a hand-drawn map of an old house. There was no address, only a small red circle around a spot in a neighborhood where I knew there was nothing now but an empty lot. Someone had left it for me without a note. No return address, no explanation. I studied it under the kitchen light, squinting at the uneven lines and the detail of the inside layout. It was detailed enough to show rooms and corridors. I recognized the rough outline of a property that, as far as I knew, had burned down decades ago. I had researched paranormal cases for years, so I had heard rumors of a house that sometimes appeared on full moons. But I never believed them. I considered ignoring the map. I didn't want to waste time chasing stories I already doubted. But the next night was a full moon, and I decided to go. The lot was 2 miles from my apartment. Around midnight, I parked my car on the street, walked over to the chain-link fence, and stood there holding a flashlight. The ground was bare. I saw broken glass, an old pipe sticking out of the dirt, and chunks of concrete. The moon was bright enough to see the whole area clearly. At first, I saw nothing unusual, just empty space and the shadows of a few trees behind the lot. Then, as I scanned the area with the flashlight off, I saw a faint outline. It was like a shadow of a structure that wasn't there. I stepped closer. The outline seemed to grow darker when I looked at it without direct light. When I moved around, I could see it was shaped like a 2-story house. The roof line, the porch, even what looked like a small chimney. But there was nothing physical there. It looked like a dark, flat shape against the night sky, a silhouette hanging in the empty space. My heart was beating fast. I felt sweat under my arms. I tried to touch it, sticking my hand forward into nothing. The air felt normal. I walked around the silhouette. From some angles, it vanished. From others, it came back into view. I decided to step right where the front door should be. I took a breath and moved forward. For a moment, I felt like I was passing through a curtain of cold air. My eyes adjusted. I could see a dim hallway in front of me. It was as if I had stepped into a building. The outside lot vanished from sight, and I stood inside a hallway with wooden floors, pale wallpaper, and a series of doors on both sides. I flipped my flashlight on. The beam lit up a narrow corridor that seemed to stretch much farther than the outline I had seen outside. It didn't make sense. The hall looked endless, fading into darkness far ahead. I listened. I could hear quiet laughter, but I didn't see anyone. The laughter was low, distant, and sometimes it shifted into what sounded like whispers. I called out, "Hello?" but got no answer. My voice echoed. The echo sounded off, like the space inside wasn't stable. I could feel my pulse in my neck. My mouth was dry. I decided to take a few steps forward. I passed several doors on my left and right. All were closed. Their surfaces looked old and worn. The doorknobs were simple and made of a dull metal. I reached for one doorknob. It was cold to the touch. I opened it, hoping to find a normal room. Instead, behind the door, I saw another corridor, angled differently, with a different floor pattern. I backed away and shut it. That didn't make sense. A door inside a house should lead to a room, not another corridor. I tried a door on the opposite side. Same thing. Another corridor stretched out, different lighting, maybe a slight tilt in the floor. I listened for the laughter again. It was still there. Faint. I could also hear shuffling, like shoes on wood, but I never saw anyone. My stomach felt tense. I tried the next door, and again it showed me another hallway that didn't align with anything I knew about normal architecture. I kept looking over my shoulder, expecting to see a person or something standing behind me, but it was always empty. I smelled dust. The air felt cool. I decided to mark my path. I took out a pen from my jacket pocket and drew a small X on the hallway's wallpaper where I had entered. I tried to keep track of the doors I opened, but after opening a few and stepping through them, I noticed something disturbing. The corridor behind me sometimes changed. I would look back and see fewer doors or different wallpaper patterns. Once I turned around and saw the corridor slant downward slightly like a ramp. Another time, I looked back and the X I had drawn was gone. I tried to remain calm. I told myself I had to keep a clear head. I slowed my breathing and tried not to panic. The floors creaked under my shoes. The laughter came and went, never right next to me, always somewhere far ahead. I tried walking straight ahead for a while without opening any doors. The corridor just kept going. After walking for what felt like 10 minutes, I turned around, expecting to see the entrance behind me, but all I saw was more corridor. The sense of direction was gone. I couldn't tell how far I had come. I kept my flashlight steady. I wanted to find a wall or something that would show me an exit. Instead, I found a door slightly ajar on my right. I could see a sliver of darkness inside. I pushed it open carefully. This time, instead of another corridor, I saw a smaller room with bare floorboards. As I stepped in, I noticed that the laughter seemed clearer here, but still I saw no one. I aimed the flashlight around. The room was empty except for a wooden chair in a corner. The chair looked old and had paint chipping off. I approached it and touched it. It felt solid. That meant at least some objects here were real. I checked the walls. No windows, no vents, no lights. I spoke again. "Is anyone here?" No reply, just a soft scraping sound. I felt a chill and turned around. There was no one. I backed out of the room and stepped into the corridor again. This time the corridor looked different. The wallpaper had changed from a pale pattern to a darker brown. The floorboards were narrower. I felt my chest tightening. I tried to remember the way I came in, but I couldn't find any sign of it. I tried running back, choosing random doors. Every door led to another corridor. Sometimes I found a dead end. Sometimes I found a hallway that twisted slightly. I never found the outside or anything familiar. At some point, I sat down on the floor and tried to calm myself. My legs were shaking. I was thirsty. The flashlight beam shook as my hand trembled. I took a deep breath and decided to pick a direction and stick to it. I walked slowly, touching the walls, feeling the texture of the wallpaper and the occasional wooden panel. I tried to keep track of every detail, but after a few minutes the details changed again. Different style of door frames, different patterns on the floor. The place didn't follow any normal logic. I heard a short burst of laughter behind a door to my left. I opened it, shining the light inside. It revealed another corridor, but this one had a slight curve to it. I followed it, hoping maybe it would lead me somewhere else. The wood creaked. I smelled something musty like old fabric. I listened carefully, but the laughter faded again. I heard what sounded like whispering, but I couldn't make out words. I felt sweat running down my back. My throat was dry. I wanted to find a way out. I tried every door I passed. Most of them led to corridors. Some led to empty rooms. One room had a broken mirror on the floor. Another had a small shelf with nothing on it. Another had a rug rolled up against a wall. I touched these objects to make sure they were real. They felt solid, but useless. None of them helped me escape. I considered that maybe I was hallucinating, but I felt too alert. I was certain I had stepped into something that shouldn't exist. I tried to think logically. If the house had once stood here, maybe I was inside some strange remnant of it. But I didn't want to waste time on speculation. I needed an exit. I decided to leave marks. I tore strips from my shirt. I had a cotton undershirt beneath my jacket, so I pulled off small pieces and tied them to doorknobs. I left a trail of these fabric pieces behind me so I could see if the place rearranged itself. After walking a while and returning to check the marks, I found them gone. The doorknobs I had marked were different. The pieces of fabric had vanished. This made me panic. I started breathing fast and had to pause to slow down again. I whispered to myself, "Calm down." I tapped the floorboards with my foot, trying to see if there was any hollow space. They all sounded the same, just solid wood. I opened another door and found a corridor with a slightly lower ceiling. I followed it. I turned left at the next intersection, then right at another. I kept going. I no longer knew if I was heading deeper inside or back towards the entrance. I heard a distant scraping sound again, followed by a faint giggle. I shouted, "Who's there?" No answer. My voice sounded small in that place. I tried to listen for my echo, but it came back strangely distorted. I could feel my heart pounding. My legs felt tense. My arm holding the flashlight was getting tired. I tried resting once more, leaning against a wall and focusing on my breathing. I got up and kept moving. Eventually, I noticed something different. The corridor ahead seemed lighter, as if there was a faint glow. I walked towards it, feeling cautious and a bit hopeful. As I moved closer, I realized it was the same corridor I had first entered. I recognized the wallpaper pattern from my first few minutes inside. I rushed forward, scanning the area for any sign of the entrance. I found the spot where I thought I had first come in. I stepped forward, shining the flashlight ahead. For a moment, I saw darkness and the faint outline of the empty lot outside. I reached out and felt cold air. I moved slowly, and after a few steps, I was outside again. I stood on the bare ground of the vacant lot. When I turned around, I saw nothing but empty space. The silhouette of the house was gone. I aimed my flashlight around. The lot was just a vacant patch of dirt and debris. No sound, no corridors. I was sweating. My shirt stuck to my skin. I swallowed and tried to calm myself. I could still feel my heart beating hard. I backed away from the spot and walked towards my car. I looked over my shoulder several times. The empty lot stayed empty. The moon was still bright. I checked the time on my phone. Only about an hour had passed since I arrived. It felt longer inside that place. I stood next to my car for a while, breathing the cool night air. I thought about the corridor, the laughter, the changing doors. I didn't want to think about it too hard. I didn't want to lose my mind over it. I took another sip of water from a bottle in my trunk. My throat hurt a bit. My hands were still unsteady. I approached the fence one last time, shining the flashlight into the lot. I saw only dirt and trash, no silhouette, no sign of a house. I left. I drove home with the windows down, feeling the night air on my face. I locked my apartment door behind me and tossed the envelope and map into a drawer. I sat on the couch trying not to think about what had happened. I just focused on the plain details. I went there. I entered something that shouldn't exist. I got out. Over the next few days, I went back twice. Each time I found nothing. The silhouette didn't appear. The lot looked normal. I never found any explanation. The corridor, the doors, the laughter, they stayed in my memory. I thought about trying another full moon, but I stopped myself. I knew what I had experienced. I didn't want to risk entering that place again. My nerves were still on edge. Sometimes at night I thought I heard distant laughter in my apartment hallway, but I knew it was just my imagination. I still have that map. Sometimes I unfold it and look at the lines. They make no sense. They don't match what I saw inside. There's no reason to believe the place follows any rules I understand. I remember touching those doors and feeling the cold metal knobs. I remember shining my flashlight down an impossible corridor. I remember the feeling of my heart pounding, the way my hands shook, and the relief when I finally escaped. I have no proof that anything happened. I have no recordings or samples. I don't know who sent me that envelope. I haven't told anyone the full story because I don't think they would believe me. They would ask for evidence I don't have. They would think I made it up. But I know what I saw and what I felt. I know that place existed, at least for a while, and that I was inside it. I have decided not to investigate it further. I don't want to open that door again. I don't want to feel those corridors shifting and laughing at me. I don't want to lose my sense of direction in an endless hallway. I just want to move on and not think about it. But even now, when I close my eyes, I can picture that corridor extending in front of me, door after door, leading nowhere, laughing softly, and never showing a single living soul. I arrived in the village late in the afternoon. The sky looked clear, but the air felt cold. My luggage was light, a few books, some notebooks, my camera, and a flashlight. I had a single goal. I wanted to learn about the local legend. I had read about it in an old university journal. It described a place in the mountains where a strange creature haunted the old stone houses. The author had never visited the village. He had only collected rumors. Still, I wanted real facts. I wanted to see the place, talk to the locals, and note down what I observed. I checked into a small stone house that the locals rented out to visitors. The owner, an older man with a stiff way of speaking, led me inside, showed me the single bedroom, the kitchen area, and the small fireplace. He said very little. He handed me the key and left without another word. I found his behavior odd. Most people in remote villages are at least polite, but he seemed to avoid eye contact. I stood alone in that silent living room for a while. The walls were thick, made of heavy stone blocks. The furniture was simple: a wooden chair, a low table, a narrow bed in the corner. After settling in, I walked around the village before nightfall. The houses all looked similar: old stone walls, small windows, wooden roofs. The alleys were narrow and uneven. I tried saying hello to a few people, but they barely nodded. Nobody smiled. I noticed no loud conversation, no music, no activity other than a few people carrying firewood or closing shutters. I had planned to ask about the legends right away, but the unfriendly atmosphere pushed me back. I decided to wait, to not force any questions. I wanted them to trust me, or at least not to shut me out completely on the first day. When I returned to my rented house, the sun had gone down. I made a simple meal: bread, cheese, and water. I found some dried herbs in a small pouch near the fireplace and added them to the cheese for flavor. I didn't taste anything special. The silence grew thick. I could only hear the sound of a slight breeze passing between the stones outside. My flashlight and camera were on the table. My notes lay open. I tried writing down my first impressions. I wrote about the village layout, the people's silence, the heavy stone structures, and the strange mood. Then I heard a knock from somewhere behind me. It sounded like someone tapping lightly on a wall. I stood still and listened. The knock came again, a series of soft, dull hits, like knuckles on stone. I walked slowly around the room, trying to locate the sound. It seemed to come from inside the walls themselves. I pressed my ear against the cold stone. The knocks grew faint, then stopped. I felt a chill on my arms. I couldn't explain it. I had never heard stone walls make such a sound. I told myself it could be the pipes or maybe an old wooden beam shifting. But the walls were pure stone. I had seen no pipes. I went to bed early, feeling uneasy. The bed was firm, the blanket rough. I heard distant noises outside. Nothing strange, just the wind and maybe a wooden shutter banging. I tried to sleep. At some point deep in the night, I woke up to a sharper sound. It was not a creak or a shift. It sounded like someone knocking hard from inside the wall right next to my bed. I sat up. My heart pounded. I held my breath. The knocks came in a pattern. 3 knocks, a pause, then 3 more knocks. I switched on my flashlight and examined the wall. Nothing. Just cold, rough stone. I stayed awake until morning. As soon as there was enough light, I examined every inch of the walls. I tapped them, pushed them, tried to see if any stone was loose. Everything felt solid. The mortar looked old but stable. I saw no cracks large enough for even a small creature. I checked the outside walls too. No gaps. I felt a bit embarrassed standing there in the morning light, knocking on stone walls. A villager passed by and watched me. I waved at him. He did not wave back. I spent the next day talking to a few locals. I approached them with neutral questions. I asked about the weather, about the mountains, about the houses. Most answered with a few words and then tried to leave. I mentioned I was a history professor. A couple of them nodded but said nothing else. When I finally asked, in a direct way, "Do you have any old legends around here?" One man looked at me with a flat face and said, "There are always old stories in old places." He wouldn't say more. Another person, a woman sweeping her doorstep, mumbled something I couldn't understand and turned her back to me. That evening I returned to the house and lit the fireplace. It gave off some warmth, but the corners of the room stayed cold. I arranged my notes on the table and tried to write down my second day's impressions. I wanted to record everything. While I wrote, I heard something like a soft whisper behind me. I turned. Nothing there. I listened carefully. I heard a faint voice, like someone trapped behind a wall, speaking words too soft to understand. I stood up, walked to the nearest wall, and pressed my ear against it. I heard a voice. It sounded human. It said something like "help," but with a broken tone, as if struggling to speak. I stepped back and felt my skin get goosebumps. I wasn't imagining it. There was a voice inside the wall. I tried talking to it. I spoke in a low, careful voice. "Who are you?" I said. "Are you stuck?" The voice did not answer. I only heard a sigh, and then silence. I waited, leaning against the table, trying not to panic. I thought maybe there was a crawl space or a hidden room. I considered the idea that someone might be playing a trick on me. Maybe the villagers did this to scare outsiders. Maybe they had a way to project sound through the stones. I had no proof. I decided to look for any sign of hidden doors. I spent over an hour running my hands along every wall, checking for seams or gaps. Nothing. Later that night, the knocking resumed. It started at one corner of the room, moved to another, then back again. Each time I rushed to the source, it stopped, as if whoever made the sound knew I was chasing it. My heart pounded the whole time. I felt sweat on my forehead. At one point I shouted, "Stop it!" hoping someone would react. The knocks went silent. For a moment I relaxed. Then I heard a low moan, like someone in pain. It came from behind the wall near the fireplace. I rushed there and tried to push the stones. They were firm and immovable. I hardly slept that night. I paced around the dark house, flashlight in hand, waiting for something else to happen. The temperature felt colder near the walls. I tried opening the window for fresh air, but the outside wind didn't help. I kept thinking that I should just leave, but I had come all this way. I wanted at least some solid fact about this creature. I wanted to understand what the villagers were hiding. The next morning I approached the man who had rented me the house. I told him about the noises. I told him I heard voices and knocks. He looked at me with no surprise. He said, "You're imagining things. Our walls are solid. There's nothing there." I insisted. He just shrugged and walked away. I felt anger rising inside me. They knew something. Their silence was intentional. I visited the small shop near the center of the village. It sold basic supplies, mostly dried goods and matches. I asked the shopkeeper if he knew any old stories. He said he had nothing to tell me. I noticed his eyes avoiding mine. I asked if outsiders often came to the village. He said yes, once in a while. I asked if they stayed long. He didn't answer. That afternoon, I wandered around the outskirts of the village. The mountains rose steep and dark. I found a corner of the village where old collapsed walls lay scattered. I saw stone blocks stacked in a loose pile. I examined them. They were heavy and rough. I noticed no smell of decay or anything that would suggest a body hidden inside. Just cold stone. I turned one block over and saw deep scratch marks on its underside, like someone had tried to claw their way out of solid rock. I felt a chill and put the block down. I headed back to the house, feeling tense. My chest felt tight. I wanted to leave, but I also wanted answers. That night I prepared for more disturbances. I lit the fireplace. I kept my flashlight in hand. I drank some water and sat at the table facing the largest wall. I said out loud, "I know you're there. I don't understand what you want." Immediately I heard a light tapping inside the wall. I stood up, pressed my ear to the stone, and listened. The voice came again, a whisper. "Help. Cold. Trapped." I heard these words clearly. I asked, "Who trapped you?" The voice did not answer. I asked, "How can I help?" I heard faint sobbing. It sounded real. It sounded like a person in agony. I tried to think of a way to open the wall. I had no tools, just my flashlight and a small pocket knife. The stone was too hard. I used the knife's handle to tap on the wall. The knocks from inside responded. They followed my pattern. I felt my hands shaking. I wanted to leave the house and run down the street, but I was too curious. I asked again, louder this time, "How can I help you?" The voice just sobbed and whispered, "Help," over and over. I noticed the room's temperature dropping again. My breath felt visible in the air. The fire in the fireplace flickered, but it did not warm the place. I heard another sound coming from a different wall. More knocking. More voices. Now I heard multiple whispers, like a group of people trapped inside the stone. They all seemed to plead for help. I backed away, pressing myself against the door. I wanted to open the door and run outside, but I was worried that I might miss something important. My heart hammered in my chest. I clenched my jaw. I couldn't think clearly. The whispers continued. I yelled, "I don't know what to do. I can't break these walls." The whispers quieted down for a moment, then resumed. They didn't form any new words. They just repeated the pleas. The knocks grew louder, not violent but steady and insistent. I grabbed my flashlight and shone it along the surface of the walls, hoping to see some crack. I saw nothing, just old stones, carefully fitted together. After an hour of this, I couldn't take it anymore. I stepped outside. The street was empty and dark. I stood there breathing fast, feeling the cool air on my face. I saw no lights in other houses. Everything seemed quiet out there, as if I had imagined the whole thing. But I knew I hadn't. I leaned against the stone wall of my house from the outside. It felt solid. No movement. No sound. Inside, I could still hear faint knocks. I spent that entire night sitting in a chair by the door, afraid to approach the walls again. My body felt tense. My head ached. Every so often, I heard a whisper or a knock. It never faded completely. Sometime before sunrise, I heard footsteps outside. I rushed to the window and looked out. I saw 3 villagers walking past my house, not talking, not looking anywhere in particular. They moved at a slow pace, as if patrolling. I wondered if they knew what was happening. Maybe they did this every night, making sure the visitor stayed put. I tried to open the door and say something, but by the time I got outside, they were gone. In the morning, I decided to leave the village. I had gathered no real explanation, but I couldn't stand this place any longer. I packed my things quickly. While stuffing my notebooks into my bag, I heard one last knock from inside the wall. I said, "I'm sorry, I can't help you." My voice cracked. I felt uneasy admitting defeat. I opened the front door. The owner was standing outside, waiting. He asked if I would be leaving. I said yes. He nodded. His eyes were calm, too calm. I said, "There's something in the walls. You know what I'm talking about." He didn't respond. He just shrugged. I asked if the villagers had done something wrong. He shook his head. I asked if the creature was dangerous. He said nothing. He just looked at me as if I were wasting his time. I noticed how steady his gaze was, how his expression never changed. I walked away without pressing the issue. I felt the weight of something sinister behind me. I imagined those whispers continuing even after I left. I imagined other visitors hearing them too. I would find no proof. I had no recording, just my notes. I could write about it, but who would believe me? As I left the village and headed down the mountain trail, I noticed the silence outside. No birds, no insects, just a dull quiet. My legs felt stiff. My back hurt from lack of sleep. I kept walking, not looking back. I felt a steady, uncomfortable chill on my neck. It was nothing physical. It was just the leftover tension. I tried focusing on the steps ahead, on the trail's uneven stones. Eventually, the path turned and the village disappeared behind a bend. I sighed in relief. I never learned the full truth about that place. I know I heard voices inside those walls. I know I felt their cold and heard their pleading. The villagers said nothing. They didn't threaten me, but they didn't help me either. I left unharmed but unsettled. That was enough to convince me that their legend, whatever it was, had some real aspect to it. The fear I felt, the knocks, the whispers, I can't explain them. I'm a history professor. I rely on evidence, documents, and logical reasoning. But nothing there made sense. I still remember the feeling of pressing my ear to that stone wall and hearing a human voice begging for help trapped in solid rock. It was real to me, and that's all I have. I remember the day I first saw that old music studio. The lawyer handed me a small set of keys and an address. He said I had inherited it from a distant uncle I barely knew. I walked up to the front door on a gray afternoon. The building looked like it hadn't been touched in decades. The paint on the wooden door had peeled off in uneven patches. The doorknob felt loose, and when I turned it, the hinges squeaked. Inside, the air smelled stale. The floorboards creaked with every step. I closed the door behind me and stood in the narrow hallway. The silence weighed on my shoulders. There was a large room ahead, separated by old sliding doors. I approached those doors slowly. My heart pounded. I don't know why I felt nervous. I just did. I pushed the doors aside and stepped into the main studio. There was a heavy piano at the center of the room, an old upright with a dark finish. The keys were slightly yellowed. A thin layer of dust coated almost every surface. Along one wall were shelves with stacked papers, rolled up sheets of music, and some wooden boxes. A few old chairs stood around, and heavy burgundy curtains hung over tall windows. The glass looked dirty, letting in only weak light. There was a standing mirror along the back wall. Its frame had some carved patterns that were chipped and worn. As I walked toward it, I noticed my reflection was a bit dim. The mirror was old, with slight imperfections. I saw myself covered in dust. I ran my hand over my shirt, but it made little difference. I spent the next hour or so going through the shelves. I found piles of old scores, some with names of composers I recognized. Others were handwritten notes with strange instructions and half-finished melodies. I tried to read them, but the handwriting was hard to follow. Some notes were scribbled in the margins, mentioning dissonant chords, odd timing, and strange arrangements of instruments. I didn't see anything special at first, just old music from a time long gone. I planned to gather the more interesting ones and see if I could make sense of them later. I checked the piano. Many keys were out of tune and a few stuck when I pressed them. The sound had a slight echo to it, like the room was designed for acoustics that no longer matched the instrument's condition. The echo bothered me. It didn't sound like a normal echo. It seemed to return at a slightly different pitch. I tapped a single key and listened. The sound faded. Then I heard a faint resonance that didn't match the note I had played. I tried another key, and it happened again. There was a slight delay, and the echo seemed to come from behind me or above me. I looked around, but I saw nothing unusual, just dust particles drifting in the stale air. Later that evening, I set up a small lamp and started to organize the sheet music. I wanted to figure out what I had inherited. The lawyer mentioned that decades ago famous composers used this studio. I found a small set of incomplete scores in a box pushed to the back of a shelf. The handwriting was shaky and uneven, but I could read some of it. These pieces had no titles. Some pages had large ink stains. The notes formed unusual progressions. I couldn't tell if they were mistakes or intentional. Curious, I placed a few sheets on the piano's stand and tried to play a short passage. As soon as I played the first few chords, I noticed something. The notes sounded rough and there was a strange reverb inside the room. I stopped and listened. The silence after I stopped playing felt thick. I played another chord. The curtains moved slightly as if a small draft had passed behind them. I walked over and checked the window. It was closed. There were no vents nearby. The curtains were still now, hanging without motion. I thought maybe I had caused some vibration. I returned to the piano and tried another line of the score. I played slowly, pressing each key carefully. The echo returned, but it didn't match my notes. It sounded like someone was playing a similar chord on a different instrument far away. I stopped again and listened, tilting my head, waiting. Nothing. Just the ticking of my wristwatch and the faint hum of distant traffic outside. When it started getting dark, I found the light switches. Only one overhead bulb worked. It cast a weak yellow light over the studio. I decided to sleep there. I had nowhere else to go at the moment. I set up a small cot in the corner and tried to relax. I heard the building's structure shifting. Old wood tends to groan at night. It didn't surprise me, but something else was off. At some point, I heard a faint scraping sound. It wasn't loud, more like a soft scratch against a wall. I sat up and looked around. The curtains were still. The mirror reflected the room just as it was. The piano stood silent. I didn't see anything. Eventually, I fell asleep. I woke up in the middle of the night because I heard something. It sounded like someone tapping a single piano key. Just one note, hit gently. I sat up on the cot and stared across the room. The piano keys looked still. I got up, walked over, and looked closely. Nothing moved. I pressed a key lightly. The sound rang out, and then the echo. This time the echo sounded more prominent. I leaned forward, listening. I thought I heard footsteps behind me. I turned around fast, but I saw only the mirror and the old furniture. My hands felt clammy. I wiped my palms on my pants. The air felt colder. My breath came out in shallow bursts. I tried to calm down, telling myself it was my imagination. I moved to the shelves and scanned the titles of the old compositions again. Many had strange instructions like, "Play after midnight," or "Do not complete the final bar." It felt weird. I reached for one score that looked older than the rest. The paper was yellow and brittle. The notes on it formed awkward chords. I placed it on the piano and tried to play just a couple of measures. I struck a chord. The sound emerged, and I heard something move behind me. I froze. I turned slowly and looked at the mirror. My reflection stood there, tense. But there was something else. In the reflection, I saw a figure on the opposite side of the room. He wasn't there when I turned my head to look directly, but in the mirror, I saw him. He stood by the curtains, holding a violin. He wore dark clothes that seemed faded. His face was hard to make out. I only saw vague features like shadows on a blank surface. He lifted the violin to his neck and moved the bow, but I couldn't hear any violin sound. I only heard a faint whisper of something that didn't match my piano note. I spun around and looked at the actual curtains. No one was there. I looked back at the mirror. The figure was gone. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. I backed away from the piano, breathing faster. I tried to leave the room, but the door handle got stuck. It wasn't locked. It just wouldn't turn easily. Eventually, I forced it open and stepped into the hallway. I leaned against the wall, my forehead sweaty. I didn't know what to think. I wasn't seeing things clearly. I waited in the hallway for a few minutes, trying to steady my nerves. Then I went back inside. The room looked normal again. No strange figures, no violinist. Just old furniture and a silent piano. The next morning, I went to a small convenience store nearby and grabbed some coffee and a sandwich. I sat on a bench outside before going back in. The daylight felt safe. I decided to continue exploring the studio. Maybe I had to know more. I searched a closet in the hallway and found a few notes from my uncle. They talked about strange events in the studio. He mentioned hearing odd echoes and seeing someone in the mirror who did not match anyone in the room. He wrote that certain unfinished scores caused unusual sounds. He warned himself to never complete them. He never said why. He never mentioned death or anything like that. He just said the presence in the studio grew stronger when certain chords were played. I read his words several times. My stomach tightened. I understood now that he had experienced similar things. That night, I returned to the main room and turned on the overhead light. I decided to try something. I took one of the incomplete scores and tried playing it very softly, just a few notes at a time. I was careful to listen closely. I noticed that after each chord I felt a slight pressure in the air behind me. It was subtle, like someone stepping closer. I played a few more notes and then stopped. The silence felt heavy. I checked the mirror again. Nothing unusual. The curtains hung still. I tried tapping on the wall. Solid wood. I listened to the floorboards. They creaked when I moved. Everything seemed normal if I didn't play the music. I spent several days cataloging the sheets. During the day, nothing strange happened. The odd echoes were still there, but I could ignore them in the sunlight. I noticed that the presence, whatever it was, only felt stronger when I tried to make sense of those incomplete scores. I suspected they were composed to summon something. I had no proof, but the feeling inside my chest whenever I played them was enough. I decided to stop playing the unfinished pieces, focusing instead on well-known works that had been stored there. When I played a regular piece, the piano sounded normal and no strange echoes followed. The curtains stayed still and no figure appeared in the mirror. But my curiosity got the better of me after a while. One evening, I locked the door to the studio and closed all the windows. I wanted no distractions. I chose a short section of the most incomplete score and played it note by note. My fingers pressed each key lightly. After each chord, I paused and listened. At first, nothing. Then the echo returned. It sounded like a faint hum this time. I played the next chord, and I felt a cold draft on the back of my neck. I turned quickly, expecting to see the figure. Instead, I saw the mirror's reflection. The violinist stood there again, this time a bit clearer. I saw him lift his violin and move the bow slowly. Still no sound. I noticed his eyes were hollow, as if he had none. I could see the studio behind him in the reflection, but no one actually stood there when I looked away from the mirror. I felt my heart pounding. I backed away, but I still faced the mirror. The figure seemed to lean forward, as if listening to me play. I could not make out any details on his clothes except that they were old-fashioned. I stopped playing and pushed the score away. I stepped back and waited. The reflection returned to normal. My own image stared back. I wiped sweat from my forehead and breathed fast. My arms felt weak. I sat down on a chair and tried to think of what to do next. I decided to avoid those scores completely. I took all the unfinished pieces, put them into a box, and pushed it deep under a shelf. For a few days I left the studio every evening and stayed in a cheap motel. I tried not to think about it. When I returned, I left the mysterious sheets alone. I played only neutral pieces, random scales, or I just sorted through old boxes. But every night I slept there, I heard small sounds. I heard the piano creak as if someone pressed a key softly. I heard the curtains flutter even though no windows were open. I heard faint tapping sounds coming from corners of the room. These were quiet but impossible to ignore. I tried covering the mirror, but the sheet I hung over it kept sliding off by morning. I checked the window frames for drafts and found none. The doorknobs rattled softly now and then, as if someone gently tested them from the other side. On one particular night, I decided to confront whatever was happening. I thought if I played all the chords in one of the unfinished scores quickly, maybe I could see what this presence really was. I turned on all the lights I could find. I placed the score on the stand and set my fingers on the keys. My heart was racing. I pressed down on a series of chords, ignoring how strange they sounded. The piano's voice cracked and groaned. The echo came back louder, mismatched, almost a sighing sound that made the hairs on my neck stand up. I forced myself to continue. Each chord felt heavier. The air got colder. I felt my hands shaking. Then I dared to look in the mirror. The figure was there, closer, right behind my shoulder in the reflection. He moved the bow of his violin along the strings slowly. I saw his arm move. I heard nothing from the violin, but I heard him breathe. A soft, raspy breath near my ear. I froze. I stopped playing and jumped up. I turned around and nothing was there. I turned back to the mirror. My reflection alone. The figure was gone. I realized I would never find peace here if I tried to finish those pieces. The presence would not leave me alone. Each chord drawn from those strange manuscripts brought it closer. It never spoke. It never touched me. It never harmed me. But it made sure I couldn't relax. I couldn't compose anything new. Every time I considered working on my own music, I thought about that presence. I stayed up late, just sitting at the piano, afraid to press a key. Eventually, I only walked around the studio, tidying shelves, dusting surfaces, avoiding the piano altogether. After a few weeks, I accepted that I couldn't break this cycle. The presence lingered, waiting for me to make a move, waiting for me to play something that would give it more ground. I kept the old scores hidden. I avoided the mirror, sometimes pushing it against the wall so I wouldn't catch a glimpse of anything behind me. The curtain still moved sometimes. The echoes still didn't match the notes. But as long as I didn't play those unfinished pieces, the presence stayed quiet. It hovered behind me like a watcher, never leaving, never getting closer. I knew I could leave the studio and never return, but it belonged to me. It was a place meant for music. I tried playing my own simple melodies. When I did, I still felt tension. My hands were sweaty and my stomach churned, anticipating something behind me. The presence was always there. I learned to play fewer notes each day, never settling into a rhythm that might attract it again. The curtains would shift a little, as if reminding me it was still present. The mirror would show me my own frightened expression, so I remained stuck in this strange coexistence. The presence didn't leave. I didn't dare to provoke it again. I tried to restore the piano's tuning, but each time I tested a note, I listened carefully for the echo. The echo never went away. It didn't matter what I played. A part of me knew that no matter what I did, I'd never compose in this space without feeling that cold pressure behind me. My hands would always shake. My breathing would always shorten. I would always check the mirror, expecting to see that violinist lurking in the reflection. As time passed, I accepted that this was my inheritance. A studio haunted by an invisible presence that responded to certain chords and incomplete melodies. I accepted I would never find calm here. No death, no final horror, just this constant tension. Every chord I played reminded me that something watched from behind. I eventually stopped trying. I kept the piano closed, the scores locked away, and learned to live with the silence. the echoes, and the soft movements at night. Each time I thought about pressing a key, I remembered that hollow figure in the mirror and the faint sound of breathing near my ear. It was enough to keep my hands away from the keys. It was enough to keep me restless and uncertain, knowing I would never compose in peace. I opened the old wooden door and stepped into the barn. The smell of rotten hay and dust hit my nose right away. I remembered the place as a kid, but now it was empty and quiet. There were broken boards on the floor, rusted tools on the walls, and a few old barrels stacked in the corner. I came back to find my grandfather's old pocket watch. My mother said it was left behind when we abandoned the farm years ago. I did not want to return, but I needed to. I wanted that watch because it belonged to him, and he left it for me. Now I was here, alone, inside this barn, feeling something strange. I heard a soft creaking sound above me. There was no breeze, no open windows. Still, the doors moved slightly, as if touched by an unseen hand. I kept my steps slow. I could hear my own breathing. It felt too loud. The barn smelled like mold and old straw. Dust floated around me whenever I moved. My boots scraped against the dirt and small stones on the ground. The rafters above were dark and long chains hung down, swaying very gently. I looked at them carefully. I could not see why they moved. I felt my heart pounding. I remembered the stories my grandmother told me about strange things that happened here after my grandfather passed. I tried not to think about it. I just wanted the watch. It was probably stored in a small wooden chest he kept in the back. I remember that chest. It was always locked, and he never told me what else he kept inside. I just knew the watch was there. I took a few steps forward. The chains moved again. They rattled. I felt sweat forming on my neck. My throat went dry. I looked around. There was nothing that would cause these movements. No wind, no animals, no one else here. I tried to ignore it. I had to find that chest. I walked toward the rear of the barn where a pile of old tools and planks rested against the wall. I heard a voice. It was quiet, like a whisper. It said my name. It was not loud, but I heard it. I stopped. I felt my heartbeat increase. I listened. Nothing. Just the sound of my breathing and a faint drip of water somewhere in the corner. I shook my head and told myself I was just nervous. I had not been here in years. Everything felt wrong, but maybe it was just my imagination. I kept walking, pushing aside some wooden boards and a broken ladder. Underneath, I found a dusty old box. It looked familiar. I knelt down and touched it. The surface felt dry and cracked. The latch was rusted. I tried to pull it open, but it was stuck. I searched around and found a small piece of metal that I could use as a makeshift lever. I tried to open the box again. As I pressed the metal into the latch, I heard that whisper again. It said my name, a bit louder this time. I turned around fast, holding the metal bar in my hand like a weapon. I saw something in the corner near the doorway. It looked like a dark shape, a figure with no clear details. It stood still. I could not see a face or hands. It was like a silhouette. I stepped back and almost tripped on the box. I felt my chest tighten. My breathing got faster. I thought about running, but I wanted that watch. I tried to speak, but my voice sounded weak. I said, "Who's there?" The figure did not answer. I could not hear anything but the small, soft sound of chains moving above me. I tried to focus. I tried to think logically. Maybe it was a shadow from something outside. I walked a few steps toward it, holding the metal bar up. It did not move. I approached slowly. My stomach felt tense and my legs felt heavy. When I got closer, it faded. It was not like it disappeared suddenly. It just sort of blended into the darkness. I swung the metal bar through the spot where it stood. Nothing was there. I turned back toward the box and tried to calm down. I told myself I had to keep going. I knelt down again and pried open the latch. The box creaked. It was dark inside the barn, but some light came through the gaps in the walls. I could see the shape of something wrapped in cloth. I reached in and felt around. The cloth was rough. Inside it, I felt something small and round. It had a chain attached to it. I smiled for a second, relieved that I found the watch. Before I even pulled it out, I heard a scraping sound on the floor behind me. I froze. My back felt cold. I looked over my shoulder and saw something move near the wall. I stood up with the watch in my hand, still wrapped in cloth. I looked at it and felt a sense of relief, but I also felt dread. The presence in the barn seemed stronger. As I moved toward the exit, the doors creaked. They moved a few inches. I tried to understand what was causing it. There was no wind. I walked slowly, keeping my eyes on every corner. The barn felt cramped, like it was closing in on me. The chains overhead rattled again, louder this time. I looked up and saw them swinging more than before. I whispered to myself, "I need to get out." I held the watch tight and stepped forward. The dirt floor felt loose under my boots. I tried to walk straight for the door, but I heard that voice again. It said my name, louder, almost hissing. I stopped. My pulse was hammering. My hands were sweating. I gripped the watch until my knuckles hurt. I forced myself to keep moving. I did not want to talk to it. I did not want to look at it. I just wanted to leave. Halfway to the door, I saw the figure again. It was near a large wooden beam. It seemed darker than the shadows around it. I saw it tilt its head, or at least it seemed to. I heard a faint whisper, not words, just a soft sound. I looked for any detail, feet on the floor, eyes, anything, but there was nothing. It was like a hole in the darkness. I felt my stomach churn. I raised the metal bar again and said, "I'm leaving. I have what I came for." The figure did not move. I stepped to the side, hoping I could circle around it. As I moved, the figure shifted. It stayed in front of me, blocking my direct path. I looked down at the watch in my hand. I could see a bit of detail now. It was an old silver pocket watch with a chain and a small latch. My grandfather always carried it. I remembered the ticking sound it made. Now it was silent. I wanted to open it, but my hands were shaking. I kept my eyes on the figure. I stepped left again. The figure swayed slightly. I heard the chains above creak and rattle. One of them hit a beam and made a sharp metallic sound. I flinched. The figure remained in place. I tried a different approach. I decided to walk straight at it. I moved forward, gripping the watch and the metal bar. My heart felt like it would burst. I took one step, then another. The figure got clearer. It was not just darkness. It had a shape like a tall man wearing dark clothes, but I could see no details at all. It was like looking at a person painted completely black, standing still. The whispering became clearer. It said my name over and over, slowly, each time quieter but more insistent. I felt my legs tremble. I felt a chill on my arms and face. I stopped a few feet away. I realized I was breathing hard. I tried to calm down. "I'm taking this watch," I said. "I don't know what you are, but I'm leaving." The figure stayed silent. I stepped forward. It moved away, sliding backward into the shadows. For a second, I thought I could escape. I hurried toward the door, not looking back. The door was half open, but as I got close, it creaked and swung inward, closing halfway. I reached out and pulled it, but it felt heavier than before. I strained my arm muscles. It gave an inch or two, then stopped. I tried again, pulling with all my strength. My finger slipped on the old wood. My hand hurt from the pressure. I let go and stepped back, breathing fast. I turned around and saw the figure near the back of the barn. The chest was still open. I saw the cloth lying on the floor. It felt like the figure was attached to that spot, to that chest, to the watch. I realized I needed to open the watch. Maybe there was something inside it that would help me. I gritted my teeth and found a stable spot to stand. I placed the metal bar under my arm and tried to open the watch with my thumb. The latch was stiff. I pressed harder. Finally, it opened with a click. Inside, I saw the watch's hands stopped at a certain time, probably the time my grandfather last wound it up. There was no inscription, just old, faded numbers. I expected something else, but it was just a watch. I looked back at the figure, confused. It remained still, its presence heavy in the barn. The chains rattled. The doors creaked again, moving slightly. I tried to talk again. "I have the watch. I'm leaving. Let me go." The figure did not respond. I felt trapped. The silence pressed against my ears. I could hear my heart pounding in my own skull. I had to find a way out. Maybe a window, maybe a loose board. I walked along the side of the barn, keeping my eyes on the figure. It did not rush at me. It did not vanish. It just stood there, watching, or at least facing my direction. I found a loose board near the corner. I tried to pull it off. My fingers hurt on the rough wood. I managed to get some leverage and yank it loose. Behind it, there was nothing but more boards. No exit there. I cursed under my breath. I considered running at the door and trying again. I turned toward the door and saw it had opened a few inches again. I did not understand how. I moved toward it, slowly. The floorboards squeaked under my feet. The figure stayed behind me. I felt its presence on my neck, like it was staring at me. Every hair on my arms stood up. I got to the door and pulled. It moved a bit more this time. I realized it was giving way slowly. I tried to ignore the rattling chains. I tried to ignore the voice whispering my name. I focused on the door. I pulled harder, grunting, putting all my weight into it. The door gave another inch, then another. I felt a rush of fresh air against my face. It smelled better than the inside of the barn. I pulled again, and the door opened enough for me to slip through. I heard a sudden scraping sound behind me. I turned my head and saw the figure moving closer. It did not walk like a person, it just glided forward, slow and steady. I felt panic rising in my chest. I stepped outside and turned around to look back in. The figure stopped at the threshold, just inside the barn. It did not come out. It stayed there, almost blending with the darkness inside. The chains were still rattling. The doors creaked again, but this time, from outside, I could see no wind, no reason for them to move. I backed away, still holding the watch. The figure stayed where it was. Its whispering stopped. I felt my breathing slow down a bit as I realized it was not chasing me outside. I put the watch in my pocket. My hands were shaking and my legs felt weak. I looked around the old farmyard. The grass was overgrown and the old house next to the barn was boarded up. I wanted to leave right away. I turned and walked toward my car, which I had parked near the entrance to the property. Every step felt heavy, but with each one I felt better. I could still smell the barn on my clothes, that stale air and moldy straw scent. As I reached my car, I turned back to look at the barn one last time. The doors were closed again. The place looked normal from the outside, just an old abandoned building. But I knew what I had seen. Something was in there. Something that did not want me to take the watch. I got into my car, started the engine, and drove away, trying not to look back. My chest still felt tight and my head was pounding. I wanted to get far away from that place. On the road, I pulled over after a few miles to catch my breath. I took the watch out of my pocket and opened it again. The hands were still stopped, pointing at an old time that meant nothing to me. There was no inscription, no message. But I had the watch, and that was all I came for. I did not understand what that figure was or what it wanted. I did not know why it whispered my name. I only knew that I had gotten out and that it stayed behind. I never wanted to return to that farm again. I did not care if the figure stayed there forever, guarding that barn and those old chains. I had what belonged to my grandfather and I was done. I started the car again and kept driving. Even though my hands trembled on the steering wheel and my ears still rang with that whisper, I was leaving. I was leaving, and I was not going back. I saw the old gate leaning against a broken hinge when I arrived. The paint on the metal bars had flaked off long ago, leaving behind rough brown patches of rust. There was no one around. The wind pressed a damp smell of rotting leaves against my nose. I had not been back here since I retired. I never planned to return, but I came anyway. I was not sure why. Maybe I just wanted to see what became of the place. Maybe I wanted to settle something in my mind. I stood there looking at the front doors of the old sanatorium. They were closed but not locked. The front windows were covered in a layer of dust and dirt. I could not see inside clearly. I pushed on the doors and they opened with a dry scraping sound. I stepped into the lobby. The air inside felt heavy and smelled stale, like wet paper and old cloth. There was a wide reception desk to my left. The surface was chipped and the drawers hung open, empty. I remembered sitting behind that desk in my white uniform, listening for the sound of patients arriving in wheelchairs or on gurneys. Now the floor was covered in dirt and crumbled plaster. The ceiling above had a large crack. I could see a piece of metal pipe running overhead, a few drops of water gathering and then falling slowly onto the floor. I heard something rustle behind me. I spun around. There was nothing, just the sound of the wind pushing through the gaps in the old window frames. My heart beat a little faster. I walked forward slowly, stepping over broken tiles and scraps of old paperwork. I tried to breathe quietly, but my breaths came out in short puffs. I told myself I was just nervous. It was normal to feel like this in a place that used to be full of people, and now was empty. I moved into the main corridor. The walls had peeling paint. The color used to be pale green, but now it looked like patches of mold and grime. The overhead lights were gone, leaving only open sockets. The hallway stretched out ahead, lined with rooms where patients had once stayed. I remembered pushing medication carts along this corridor. I remembered the quiet murmurs of people who did not know their own names. I took another step and tried to ignore the uneasy feeling in my gut. Then I heard laughter. It came from somewhere behind the closed doors. The sound was soft and distant. There was also a quiet sobbing mixed in with the laughter. It did not sound right. I could not tell if it was male or female, old or young. I pressed my ear against one of the doors. Inside, it was silent. I tried the handle. The door opened with a crunch and I stepped inside. The room had a single bed frame with no mattress. The metal was rusted and bent. There was a small table in the corner missing a leg. The floor was damp. I smelled something like moss and old wood. I listened carefully, but I heard nothing now. I turned to go back into the corridor, and in the doorway, I thought I saw a shape pass by. It was fast and silent, like a shadow without a person. I rushed forward into the hall. Empty. I stood there, heart pounding, trying not to panic. I kept moving, checking each room. Most were empty. Some had overturned chairs, broken cabinets, or piles of old sheets rotting on the floor. In one room, there were several rusty bed frames lined up. I swear I saw a figure standing at the far end near the window. It looked human-sized, but had no distinct face or features. I blinked and looked again. It was gone. I walked toward the window, feeling the uneven floor under my boots. The window was dirty. Outside, I could see the tall grass and a few dead trees. There was no one out there. I heard that strange laughter again. It echoed through the corridor. I followed the sound. My throat felt dry and my palms were sweaty. I wiped them on my pants. I heard soft crying now. It sounded like a patient in distress, someone in need of help. My old nurse instincts told me to see if I could help, even though I knew this place had been abandoned for years. I moved toward the sound. It seemed to shift from one hallway to another. I passed an old treatment room. Inside, I found a few gurneys with their wheels rusted in place. One gurney still had a stained sheet draped over it. I lifted the sheet. There was nothing underneath, just a bare metal surface and some dirt. I left the room. As I moved deeper into the building, I began to feel a pressure behind my eyes. My head started to ache. The sound of crying and laughing came and went. Sometimes it sounded very close, just behind a closed door. Other times it was distant, as if at the far end of the corridor. The temperature seemed to drop. My arms felt cold. I rubbed them and tried to stay calm. I told myself I was imagining things. There were no patients here. No one had died here that I knew of. The place had closed for other reasons, yet the sounds continued. I decided to head to the old nurses' station. It was at the far end of the east wing. I remembered the route. I followed the main corridor, turned left at the broken water fountain, passed a line of storage rooms, and then reached the station. The door was open. Inside, there was a large wooden counter, a few old cabinets, and a line of lockers where we used to keep our personal items. The lockers were all open and empty. The cabinet doors were half broken. Some medical files lay scattered on the floor, their ink faded. I knelt down and picked up a file. It smelled like mildew. The name was smudged. The date was from decades ago. I flipped through the pages, but all the writing had faded. I dropped it and stood up. I felt dizzy. I pressed my hand against the counter. I heard the laughter again. It sounded like it was right behind me. I turned sharply. No one there. I tried to ignore the goosebumps on my arms. My pulse was racing. I walked out of the nurses' station and started back toward the main lobby. On the way, I heard a sudden bang. I froze. My legs felt weak. It sounded like a door slamming. I waited. I did not hear footsteps. I stepped forward carefully. I reached the intersection of the halls. The smell of mold was strong here. There was debris on the floor. I saw a figure at the end of the hall. It had a human shape, but I could not see a face, just a sort of gray blur where a head should be. The figure was still. I felt my throat tighten. My eyes watered. I wanted to speak, but I could not find words. I took a step toward it. The figure slipped behind a door, silent and quick. My chest felt tight. I moved faster now, trying to catch whoever it was. I found the door that the figure had passed through. It was an old ward room, large enough for several patients. I entered. The windows here were coated in dust. I could barely see outside. The ceiling had spots of black mold. Along the walls I saw old bed frames. Some were overturned. Others had straps dangling off the sides. In the corner there was a wheelchair with a broken wheel. I did not see anyone in the room. I circled around, checking behind the bed frames. Nothing. I spoke out loud, my voice shaky and quiet. "Who's here?" There was no answer. I stood in the center of the room, feeling my heart hammering in my chest. My stomach churned. The laughter came again. It sounded like it was right inside my ear. I jerked my head around. Nothing. Then I heard crying. It sounded muffled, like someone crying into a pillow. I followed the sound to a corner of the room where an old curtain hung from a rail. I pulled the curtain aside. There was only a cracked wall behind it. I rubbed my face with my hands, feeling sweat on my forehead. My breathing was rapid. My muscles felt tense. I hurried out of the room and tried to find another way back to the lobby. The building was silent except for my footsteps. I could hear dirt crunching under my boots. I passed a row of rooms I had not checked before. The doors were all closed. The door at the end was open. I looked inside from the threshold. It was a small storage room with shelves along the walls. Some old bandages and gauze strips lay scattered. The gauze was brown with age. I remembered rolling fresh bandages in this room and handing them to younger nurses. Now it smelled like rotten wood. I stepped back into the hall. I turned and caught a glimpse of something moving behind the dirty window at the far end of the corridor. It looked like a face, but there were no features, just a blank shape pressed against the glass. I walked toward it. Each step felt heavy. I could hear my heartbeat. When I reached the window, I saw only dust and cobwebs on the other side. Outside, the grass moved in the wind. I placed my palm on the glass. It was cold and rough. I felt like I was not alone, but I saw no one. I forced myself to speak again. "Is anyone here?" My voice echoed in the empty corridor. I listened carefully. I heard a faint sobbing sound near the stairwell. I followed it, stepping over broken tiles and chunks of plaster. The stairwell door was half open. I saw the stairs going down. They were concrete and covered with dirt. I took a few steps down. The air smelled damp and stale. I held the railing. It was cold under my hand. The crying seemed to come from below. I descended slowly, feeling each step under my boots. At the bottom, I reached a small basement corridor. It was dark, but a bit of light came from a cracked window near the ceiling. I saw old pipes running along the ceiling, dripping water. The floor was wet. I stepped carefully, the sound of my boots splashing lightly. The crying had stopped. I turned a corner and saw another figure, standing at the far end. It looked like a person in a hospital gown. The gown was stained and torn. I could not see a face. It seemed to shake slightly as if laughing or crying. I opened my mouth, but my throat was too dry to speak. I took a step forward, and the figure disappeared around the corner. My legs felt weak, and my eyes stung with sweat. I wanted to leave. I turned around and climbed the stairs back up. I nearly tripped on a loose tile. I rubbed my eyes with the back of my hand. When I reached the top, I walked quickly toward the main lobby. I wanted to get out of this place. My heart was pounding and my head throbbed. I could still hear quiet sounds behind me. Sometimes I thought I heard laughter, other times crying. I did not look back. In the lobby, I pushed the front doors open again. They scraped loudly against the old floor. Outside, the air smelled fresh compared to inside. I sucked in a deep breath. My shoulders felt tight and my hands were shaking. I looked back at the building. I could see dirty windows, broken roof tiles, and patches of moss on the stone walls. I stared, waiting to see if any figure appeared at a window. Nothing moved. I waited for a long moment. My clothes felt damp with sweat. I tried to steady my breathing. I told myself I had imagined it all, that my memory and the silence of the place had played tricks on me, but I could still feel the tension in my muscles. I could still remember the faceless shapes and the strange sounds. I shook my head. I was not sure what I had experienced. I only knew I had felt something unnatural inside those halls. I had seen things that should not be there. I had heard voices that did not belong to anyone real. I walked away from the sanatorium, back through the old gate and onto the overgrown path. As I moved farther from the building, the heaviness in my chest began to ease. The sounds faded. The wind felt cooler on my face. I glanced back one last time. The building stood silent and empty. I saw no one, I heard nothing, but I remembered what I saw and heard inside. I clenched my jaw and kept walking. I did not look back again. I remember standing outside that old mansion and holding my camera in my right hand, feeling my fingers pressing hard against the grip. I had heard about this place from a friend who said it would give me interesting angles and textures for an artistic photo series I was working on. The windows were cracked, the paint on the doors was chipped, and the fence around the property was bent and rusted. There was no gate, just a wide opening that once had a set of iron bars. I could see dried leaves piled in corners and a few fallen branches scattered across the yard. I told myself I could handle this. I just wanted some shots of old furniture, peeling wallpaper, and maybe a few dusty hallways. I had no idea what I would find inside. When I walked through the front entrance, I had to push hard. The door was swollen in the frame. It scraped against the wooden floor. The place smelled like old paper and moldy fabric. I could see dust floating in the beam of my flashlight. The main hall was empty. No furniture, only some torn carpet along the edges and a few dark stains on the floorboards. I started to take some test shots right away. I raised my camera, aimed at a corner, and fired the flash. The burst of light was bright and quick. The shot showed nothing unusual on the camera's preview screen, just a corner with peeling wallpaper. I moved on. I had a tripod strapped to my shoulder, but I didn't set it up yet. I wanted to scout the place a bit. I walked down a long hallway on the right side of the main hall. My boots made soft creaking sounds on the boards. The air felt heavier there, and the walls were darker. I came across a broken mirror leaning against the wall. I pointed my camera at it and took a shot with flash. The flash lit up the dust in front of me. On the camera's small screen, I noticed something odd. There was a shape behind me in the photo, like a thin figure standing next to my shoulder. It looked skeletal. I turned around fast, raising my flashlight. There was nothing there, just empty space. I swallowed hard. My chest felt tight. I told myself maybe it was some trick of the light or a piece of furniture I hadn't noticed. But there was nothing behind me. The hallway was empty. I took another shot, aiming at the same spot. The flash popped again. When I checked the screen, I saw that figure again, now slightly to the side. It looked translucent. I couldn't make out details, just a skull-like head and a bony frame. I turned around again, scanning the darkness with my flashlight. Nothing. I felt my throat getting dry. I tried to clear it, but it didn't help. I moved further down the hallway. The floor felt uneven. I stepped carefully. There were cracked boards here and there. I reached a room on the left, pushed the door, and it swung inward, releasing a gust of stale air. Inside, I could see a large wooden table covered with a thick layer of dust. There were empty picture frames on the walls. I took a few steps in and aimed my camera at the table. I fired the flash. Checking the screen, I saw multiple shapes this time. They were faint, standing around the table. All of them looked like skeletal figures. Some appeared taller, others shorter. They had no color, just a pale, almost transparent outline. I heard a faint sound from the hallway, like a soft shuffle. I turned around slowly, shining my flashlight. Nothing was there, just silence. I felt a knot in my stomach. I tried to breathe steadily. I told myself I could leave any time. I wasn't trapped, but I wanted my shots. I had a strong urge to document these things. I couldn't see them with my own eyes. They only appeared in the camera's flash. It felt wrong, but also intriguing. I took another shot without moving. On the screen, the figures had changed positions. They were closer to me now, almost at my side. I could see the outline of their arms and ribs. No clothes, just thin, bony silhouettes. I backed away until I hit the door frame with my shoulder. I tried again with the flashlight alone, searching the room. Nothing visible, just dusty air and old wood. My heart was beating faster. I could feel sweat on the back of my neck. I decided to leave that room and head back to the main hall. I walked quickly, keeping my flashlight in front of me. The hallway felt longer than before. I looked at my watch. The time was normal, but I felt as if I had been inside for hours already. When I returned to the main hall, I stood still and listened. The house was quiet. I heard the distant sound of a car passing on a nearby street. That gave me a bit of comfort. I wasn't completely isolated. I took a deep breath and tried to decide what to do next. I chose a different direction, a corridor on the opposite side of the main hall. There were doors on both sides. Some were closed, some open. I stepped into the first open door on the left. It was a small room with a single chair under a broken window. I took a photo with flash. On the screen, I saw one figure sitting in the chair, facing away. When I lowered the camera and looked directly, the chair was empty. I took another shot. The figure was now standing in the corner, facing me. I felt my legs tense up. My heart thumped. I tried to steady my hand, but it shook a bit. I left that room and tried another. This one had an old bed frame without a mattress. When I flashed the camera, I saw two figures near the bed frame. They were leaning over it, as if examining it. I shot another photo. They were gone from the screen. I tried a third time, and now one stood at the doorway right behind me in the picture. I turned quickly, shining my flashlight into the empty corridor. I felt the hair on my arms stand up. My breathing was shallow. I realized they could appear anywhere in the flash, but never when I looked directly. It made me feel surrounded, cornered by something I couldn't confront. I decided to go upstairs. The mansion had a grand staircase at the end of the hall. The steps were dusty but sturdy enough. I climbed carefully, listening for any sounds. Nothing but my own breathing and the rustle of my clothes. The second floor had a long hallway with closed doors. I tried the first door. Locked. The second door opened with a squeak. Inside, I saw empty shelves and a broken lamp on the floor. I took a flash shot. On the screen, one figure crouched by the lamp. I took another shot. It stood tall, facing the door. Another shot. It was closer. I stopped taking pictures and backed out into the hall, feeling my shoulder blades tense. In the hallway, I raised my camera and took a shot without aiming at anything in particular. When I looked at the screen, I saw figures all along the hall, standing at intervals. They looked like they were waiting. I lowered the camera. The hallway looked empty again. I leaned against the wall, breathing through my mouth. My hands felt clammy. I thought about leaving, but I wanted to understand what was happening. I wanted to capture something clear. Maybe I could get a photo of one of them moving or changing position, something that proved I wasn't imagining things. I moved to another door and pushed it open. The hinges screamed. Inside was a bedroom bigger than the others. There was a large window covered by a heavy curtain. I tried the flashlight on the curtain. It was thick and covered in dust. I took a photo with flash. On the screen, 3 figures stood by the window. Another shot, and now they were at different parts of the room. One seemed to reach out, its hand or arm just a cluster of thin bones. I felt a chill in my chest. I said something out loud, maybe just a low curse to break the silence. My voice sounded strange in that room. I turned and left. I needed air. I headed back toward the staircase. I took photos as I went, just quick flashes. Each time I looked, I saw at least one of those figures. Sometimes they were far down the hall. Sometimes they appeared closer. They never showed up directly in front of me, always off to the side, behind me, or further ahead. It felt like they were circling me, staying just out of reach. My throat felt sore. My eyes stung from the dust. I kept blinking, trying to stay focused. At the top of the stairs, I aimed my camera down and took a shot. The flash lit the lower hall. On the screen, I saw a cluster of these skeletal shapes standing near the front door. I wanted to leave. I realized I had what I came for, or at least more than I expected. I had photos. Strange, unsettling photos. That would have to be enough. I just needed to get out without feeling like I was pushing through them. I took a second shot. On the screen, they were gone. I wasn't sure if they moved or if I had imagined the first cluster, but it felt more comfortable going down now. I descended slowly, shining my flashlight on each step. I didn't want to trip and fall. My legs felt a bit shaky. My back was tense. I could feel sweat under my shirt. In the main hall, I stopped and checked my camera. The battery was more than half gone. I had taken a lot of pictures. I decided not to take any more until I reached the front door. I stepped carefully, trying to keep my breathing steady. The floorboards groaned under my boots. When I reached the door, I pushed it. It stuck for a moment, then opened with a scraping sound. Fresh air hit my face. I stepped outside, feeling the light breeze. It was late afternoon, but the sky was still bright enough. I walked across the yard, keeping my flashlight off now. I didn't look back. I just wanted to get to my car. My car was parked a short distance away on a dirt patch by the side of the road. I could see it through some bushes. At the car, I fumbled with the keys. My hands were still shaking a little. I got inside and closed the door. I locked it out of habit. I looked at my camera again, flipping through the shots. They were all there. The figures were visible in every flash photo I took inside that mansion. I couldn't understand it. I tapped the screen, zooming in. They had hollow eye sockets and long spines. Their arms and legs looked like thin sticks. No clothing, no hair, just outlines of something I couldn't see with my own eyes. I didn't feel safer in my car, but at least I was out of that place. I started the engine. The sound of it helped calm me down. I checked the rearview mirror. Empty road. A few houses further down, no one around. I took a moment to catch my breath and think about what happened. I didn't feel like I had any answers, just a lot of unsettling images. My chest was still tight, but I could manage. I decided to drive away. As I pulled onto the road, I could see the mansion in my side mirror, standing there silent and gray. The upper windows looked dark and empty. I tried not to think about what was inside. On the way home, I didn't turn on the radio. I drove in silence. I tried to focus on the road, the passing trees, and the asphalt under my tires. I kept feeling like I should delete those photos and forget it, but I didn't. I reached home without trouble. I parked in my usual spot and went inside. My apartment smelled normal and warm. I closed the door, kicked off my boots, and went straight to my desk. I plugged my camera into my computer and copied the files. They opened fine. The images were the same as on the camera's screen. Pale, skeletal shapes in almost every frame. I found myself looking at them one by one, trying to see if there was any clue. They looked so plain, so straightforward. They stood in empty rooms, by broken furniture, near doorways. Some seemed to move closer between shots. I couldn't explain it. I felt a pressure in my forehead. I got up, drank some water, and sat down again. The images didn't change. They were not illusions from inside the mansion. They were real photos, as real as anything else. I decided to keep them, at least for now. I wouldn't show them to anyone yet. I didn't want questions I couldn't answer. I didn't feel hungry or sleepy. I just felt unsettled. I looked around my apartment, checking every corner. It was silly. I saw nothing strange. I turned off the lights in the other rooms, leaving only the small lamp by my desk. I stood there, listening to the hum of the fridge. No strange sounds, no figures. I checked the camera's memory card again to make sure nothing was corrupted. Everything seemed fine. I considered going back to the mansion another day, maybe taking different equipment. I dismissed that idea. I didn't want to see those figures again. I didn't feel threatened by them exactly, but I didn't like the idea of being surrounded by things I couldn't see. I didn't like the way they showed up only in the flash, as if they were waiting in the dark. I sat there for a while, running my hand through my hair, breathing slowly. Eventually I got up, closed my computer, and walked to the bathroom. I splashed cold water on my face. I looked at myself in the mirror. I looked normal, just a guy who had been inside an old house. I turned off the bathroom light and went to my bedroom. I lay down on the bed, staring at the ceiling in the darkness. I listened to my own breathing. Nothing else. I told myself I was done with that place. In the following days, I didn't go back to the mansion. I kept the photos stored safely. Sometimes I looked at them, but not for long. They made my pulse quicken. They made me feel like I was back in that dusty hallway, hearing my boots on the old floorboards. I preferred to focus on other projects. But I knew those images were there, and I knew what I saw. It was enough to know that there were things inside that building that I could only see through a camera's flash. That was the truth I came away with. I never told my friend what I found. I never needed to. I still remember how my throat felt dry and how my hands shook. I don't need anyone else to believe me. I know what I saw, and that's enough. I pushed open the attic door and stepped inside, holding my suitcase in my left hand. The landlord had mentioned that the attic would be damp, but I hadn't expected the smell. It reminded me of stale air and wet clothes that had been left in a corner too long. The floorboards creaked under my feet when I walked to the small window at the far end. The light outside was weak. Clouds covered most of the sky, and the trees in the small backyard looked bent and thin. I turned around and took a better look at the room. The walls were old and rough, the paint peeling off in strips. I saw a small desk, a wooden chair with uneven legs, and an old mattress rolled up near the wall. I placed my suitcase near the desk and stood there, breathing in the musty air. My plan was simple. I had come to this old Victorian house to write something. Anything. My previous attempts at writing had been useless. I had run out of money. This was my last chance to focus without interruptions. The rent was cheap and I didn't care about the discomfort. I settled in. I took a few of my notebooks out of my suitcase and placed them on the desk. I ran my hand along the wooden surface. It felt rough. There were marks on it, small scratches and tiny dark stains. The attic was quiet except for a faint dripping sound somewhere behind the walls. I could see no source of the moisture, but the ceiling above me was discolored. showing irregular patches of darker wood. I pulled the mattress over and unrolled it. It smelled old and felt lumpy, but I didn't have another option. There was a single electrical outlet near the door, but it didn't work. I tested it with my phone charger, but no light came on the device. I had brought some candles and matches. They were my backup. I didn't mind writing by candlelight. It would at least give the room a steady glow. After arranging my things, I decided to sit at the desk and try to start writing. My idea was to write a short story about a traveler who never finds a place to stay. It was rough, but I had to start somewhere. I sat down, opened my notebook, picked up my pen, and tried to form the first sentence. As soon as I pressed the pen tip to the paper, I heard something tapping beneath the floorboards. The sound was light and quick. It was like the tip of a finger hitting wood. I froze and listened. The tapping continued for a few seconds, then stopped. I hesitated, unsure what to do. I pressed the pen to the paper again, and the tapping started again. This time it was a bit louder, almost like someone was knocking with their knuckles from underneath the floor. I lifted my feet and pressed down hard, hoping to scare away whatever was there. The tapping paused, then continued in a slow, steady rhythm. I tried to ignore it and wrote a sentence. The tapping grew louder. I wrote another sentence. The tapping continued. I stopped and waited. After a minute or so of silence, I tried again. The tapping came back. My heart was racing. My throat felt dry. I spoke aloud. "Hello?" Expecting no answer. There was no reply, but the tapping stopped as soon as I spoke. I exhaled and rubbed my forehead. I decided I would try to write later. Maybe I was tired. Maybe it was just the old house settling. I stood up and checked the floorboards. They looked normal, just old and slightly warped. I spent the afternoon reading some old notes and trying to brainstorm ideas. When evening came, the light faded. Without electricity in the attic, I lit a few candles. I placed them on the desk and on a small crate I had found in the corner. The candle flames were steady at first, but then a draft from somewhere made them flicker. Their light stretched across the walls, creating long shadows. I looked at these shadows. They weren't just random shapes. It looked like figures on the wall. I saw what appeared to be silhouettes of people standing close together. I turned my head to see if something was blocking the candlelight, but there was nothing. I stood up and moved around, but the silhouettes stayed. They shifted slightly as the candlelight danced. It looked like these shadowy shapes were moving in slow, gentle steps. It reminded me of people dancing in pairs, turning slowly, but I kept my mouth shut. I didn't want to imagine things. I tried to see if something in the room was casting these shapes. There was no furniture arranged in such a way. The walls were bare except for peeling paint. I waved my hand in front of a candle. My hand's shadow appeared normally. But the silhouettes continued their slow movements on another part of the wall. My neck felt tense. My stomach was tight. I tried blowing out one candle. With one candle gone, the silhouettes faded slightly, but I could still see them as faint outlines. I relit the candle. They came back, more defined this time. I spoke quietly. "Who are you?" No answer. No sound. Only the distant dripping from behind the walls and the faint creaking of wood. I stared at the shadows. They made no noise, no whisper, no sigh. They only moved in slow, deliberate motions. I felt a chill on the back of my neck. I turned around quickly, but saw nothing. I wanted to leave the attic and go downstairs, but I had paid for this space. I needed to write. I tried to ignore the shadows. I moved my chair so I wouldn't see them easily. I focused on my notebook and pen. I pressed the pen to the paper again. The tapping beneath the floor started once more. Now it felt more like fingers drumming on a table, except it was on the wood under my feet. I pressed down with my heel. The tapping paused, then resumed near the desk's legs. I shifted my weight and tried to concentrate. I couldn't form a single good sentence. I got up and tried to find the source of the tapping. The attic floor had no obvious opening. I knocked on the floorboards. They sounded solid, except in one corner near the window, where I heard a hollow echo. I considered lifting a floorboard, but I had no tools. I pressed my ear to that spot. The tapping started right below my ear, sudden and loud. I jerked back, almost falling over. I stood up, feeling my heart pound. I walked around the attic. I checked behind the old crates and boxes near the walls. I saw only dust, some cobwebs, old nails, and a few scraps of torn paper. I found nothing that explained the tapping. I decided to go downstairs and ask the landlord about it. I walked down the narrow stairs. The landlord's apartment was on the first floor. I knocked on his door. He opened it halfway and looked at me. He asked what was wrong. I mentioned tapping sounds in the attic floor. He shrugged and said the house was old, that maybe it was just pipes. I said I heard no rushing water, just tapping. He shrugged again. He said he never used the attic and had only stored a few things there. He said it was an old place, that strange noises were normal. I realized he had nothing to add. I thanked him and climbed back up. Back in the attic, I found the candles half burned. I replaced one with a fresh candle. As soon as I lit it, I saw the silhouettes again. They were clearer now, as if several people were standing together, holding each other's arms, turning slowly in place. They moved around in a circle on the wall, their shadows long and thin. I focused on their outlines. I saw what looked like old-fashioned clothes. Their posture seemed stiff. I couldn't see their faces, just dark shapes. I tried to find any object in the attic that would cast such shadows. There were no coats hanging, no statues, nothing that could explain this. I tried blowing out all the candles. The room went dark and I stood still for a few seconds. In the darkness, I heard the tapping again. This time it was softer, slower, like a single finger tapping once every few seconds. I felt sweat on my forehead and my palms were damp. My mouth was dry and my arms felt weak. I fumbled for my flashlight in my suitcase. I turned it on, shining it on the walls. With the flashlight, there were no silhouettes, just the rough surface of the old walls. But I could still hear the tapping below the floor. I decided to write on my phone's notepad. My phone still had some battery left. I sat down, turned on the flashlight, and opened the notepad app. I typed a few words. The tapping responded with a quick sequence of knocks. I stopped typing. The tapping stopped. I typed again, and the tapping started again. It was like something reacting to each attempt to create words. I turned off my phone's screen. Silence. I turned it on and typed again. Tapping. I shook my head, frustrated. I spoke out loud. I just want to write. Leave me alone. The tapping paused for a long moment, then started again, softer but steady. I stood up, knees slightly shaking. I paced around the attic, listening. The tapping changed spots, sometimes under the desk, sometimes near the window, sometimes by the door. I tried stomping my feet to scare it away, but it didn't work. I sat on the mattress, holding my flashlight. I waited. Eventually, I got used to the tapping. I tried to ignore it and focus on the physical details of the room. The boards were dusty. The air felt heavy. The smell of damp wood made my nose itch. My back was sore from the tension. My stomach growled. I realized I hadn't eaten since morning. I went downstairs to the small kitchen area I was allowed to use. I took a sandwich I had bought earlier from my bag. I ate it cold and flavorless. I drank some water. I looked around. The house's hallway was quiet and empty. The landlord's door was closed. The living room downstairs was dim, with old furniture covered in sheets. I didn't linger. I went back upstairs, determined to ignore everything and just write. When I returned, the atmosphere felt heavier. I lit one candle and kept the flashlight ready. The silhouettes were back on the wall, moving slowly. They didn't stop this time, no matter where I placed the candle. They drifted along the walls, circling the attic. I could feel my chest tighten. My breathing was shallow, my legs felt stiff. I sat at the desk, pen in hand, and tried to write on paper. The tapping started again. I tried writing anyway. My pen scratched the paper. My handwriting was shaky. The tapping grew louder, then softer, then stopped. as if testing my patience. I forced myself to write a full paragraph. I wrote it fast, without thinking. The tapping seemed to respond with quiet pulses, sometimes slowing, sometimes speeding up. I paused and listened. Behind me, I heard a soft creak. I turned around, holding the candle. I saw nothing. I touched the wall. It felt cold. The silhouettes were now behind me. I turned and saw them again. They had spread across two walls, their forms turning, bending their arms slowly as if passing through one another. I tried standing close to the wall to see if my own body cast any part of these shapes. It didn't. My own shadow was small and clear, separate from the others. I spoke again. "What do you want?" No answer. Only the rustle of my clothes as I moved. I raised my voice. "I'm just trying to work." My voice sounded weak in that empty attic. The silhouettes moved in silence. The tapping resumed, one slow knock at a time. I felt a shiver pass through my arms. My scalp tingled. I rubbed my eyes and tried to remain calm. I couldn't think of a logical reason for this. But logic didn't matter right now. I was trapped with these things. They didn't harm me. They didn't break anything. They just watched and responded whenever I tried to write. I sat down again and attempted to write something else. I wrote about a person alone in a strange room, hearing sounds they couldn't explain. I described the tapping as I heard it. I wrote about my frustration. The tapping slowed to a gentle rhythm, like a quiet pattern meant to guide me. I wrote more. I filled a page. As I wrote, my breathing calmed. The silhouettes never left, but they seemed to keep their distance. They stayed on the walls, circling in the candlelight. I could see their heads tilt slightly, their arms lifting and falling, their bodies turning in a slow, steady motion. After a while, I placed my pen down and looked at what I had written. It was simple and direct. It had no clever phrases. It only described what I had experienced. I felt a slight release of pressure in my chest. I realized that the tapping had stopped. I looked at the walls again. The silhouettes were still there, but they looked fainter. The candle flame flickered. I took a deep breath. I knew I would have to sleep here. I couldn't afford a hotel. I decided to unroll my sleeping bag and lie down. Maybe I could rest, even if my heart was still beating fast. I set my notebook aside and lay on the mattress. I kept the flashlight within reach. I didn't blow out the candle. I closed my eyes, but I didn't sleep right away. I kept my ears open for any new sound. The attic was quiet, except for the distant dripping behind the walls. After a few minutes, I heard a soft scratch under the floor, but it was distant. I squeezed my eyes shut and tried not to think too much. I was tired, cold, and uneasy. My throat was still dry. In the dark edges of my vision, I could still sense movement on the walls. I didn't look. I faced the ceiling and waited for sleep. My muscles ached. My eyelids felt heavy. I knew the silhouettes and the tapping were not leaving. They were part of the attic. They had been here before me and would remain after I was gone. I didn't feel welcome, but I felt watched. They wanted me to know they were here. They didn't hurt me. They just refused to let me ignore them. I tried to breathe slowly. I accepted that I wouldn't find peace easily. I focused on the quiet moments between the dripping sounds. Eventually, my heartbeat slowed. My breathing became steady. I listened and waited, half awake, half asleep. No one spoke. No one cried. No one died. There were no sudden screams, only the quiet tapping below and the faint outlines on the walls turning in their slow, silent dance. I would endure the night. I would try to write again tomorrow. I remember the day I hung that Venetian mirror on my living room wall. It was late afternoon, and I had just come back from an antiques fair outside the city. I collect old things because I like their weight and detail. This mirror had a thick wooden frame with carved faces that looked like old tired men. The edges had small cracks and the glass looked slightly uneven. I liked that it didn't look perfect. I paid good money for it because the seller told me it was from Venice, probably 18th century, and I believed him. I didn't see any obvious signs that he was lying. I brought it home, wiped the dust off the surface, and put it up. As soon as I stepped back, I noticed something strange. My reflection stood there as it should, but I swear I saw its mouth move even though mine stayed closed. I shook my head and rubbed my eyes. Then I checked again. My reflection stared back, not moving at all. I told myself I was just tired. I live alone. I have a 2-bedroom apartment with a small hallway and a living room that opens onto a tiny balcony. The place isn't special. I keep my collections around. Old statues, weird tools, vases. The mirror went on the largest empty wall. It looked good there, well-centered, and at first glance it made the room feel bigger. I sat down on the couch and looked at it from a distance. The carved faces on the frame seemed well done, detailed, and each face had a different expression. One looked like it was yawning, another looked angry, another looked confused. I got up and ran my finger along the carvings, feeling the rough texture and the slight stickiness of old polish. The mirror glass was cold when I pressed my fingertip against it. As it got darker, I turned on the overhead light and watched the mirror. I don't know why I kept focusing on it so much. Something about it made me feel uneasy. I tried to ignore this feeling by picking up a magazine, but every time I looked up, I thought I saw my reflection's lips twitch. I stood up and approached the mirror. I raised my hand and waved slowly. My reflection followed perfectly. I opened and closed my mouth. My reflection did the same. I waited, staring hard, until my eyes hurt. Nothing odd happened. Later that night, I turned off the lights before going to bed. The room got dark, except for a faint glow that seemed to come from the mirror's frame. I approached it, squinting. I could swear the wooden faces on the frame had a dim light behind them, like a weak candle flicker. I leaned in close, almost touching the wood with my nose. The room was silent except for a low hum from the refrigerator and my own breathing. Then I heard a faint sound like a soft sigh or a quiet moan. It came from the mirror. I stepped back, my heart thumping. I turned on the light again. The glow and the sound stopped. I stood there, breathing through my mouth, feeling a slight sweat on my forehead. I couldn't sleep well that night. I lay in bed thinking about that soft, lamenting noise. I thought maybe the wood was old and had tiny movements inside it, like how old furniture sometimes creaks. Or maybe I imagined it. I decided to ignore it and try to sleep. But my mind kept drifting back to the reflection that seemed to move its mouth on its own. The next morning, I got up and went straight to the living room. The mirror looked normal in daylight. I stood in front of it and inspected every inch. I touched the frame's carvings. The faces were just wood, unmoving. The glass was clear enough, maybe a bit old and wavy in certain spots, but nothing unusual for antique glass. I made faces at my reflection, stuck out my tongue, twisted my neck. Everything seemed normal now. I felt stupid for being so worried. I went about my day. I had some errands to run. I left the apartment, did some grocery shopping, and came back in the afternoon. The sunlight streamed in through the balcony door, hitting the mirror at an angle. As I dropped the grocery bags on the kitchen counter, I glanced at it. There it was again. My reflection's mouth seemed to move slightly right after I'd stopped moving. It looked like it was trying to form words. I walked up to the mirror and moved my mouth slowly, saying nothing, just opening and closing it. I stopped. My reflection stopped. I tried a few random gestures, stopping abruptly each time. Sometimes after I froze, I saw my reflection continue the movement for a fraction of a second. It was slight, but my chest felt tight every time I noticed it. I didn't know what to do. I decided to ignore it. I heated some leftovers, ate them in front of the TV, and tried not to look at the mirror, but I couldn't resist. Every few minutes, my eyes darted toward it. By evening, I was so distracted I turned off the TV and stood in front of the mirror again. I leaned in close and whispered, "What are you?" Of course, I expected silence, but I saw something. The reflection's mouth opened just a little, and I heard something like a tiny hiss. My scalp tingled, and I took a step back. My heart was beating faster. I wiped sweat from under my arms with my hands. I felt a dryness in my throat. I coughed and tried to calm down, telling myself I was imagining things. When darkness fell, I turned off all the lights again. I stood by the window, letting some streetlight come in. The mirror's frame glowed faintly. I saw the carved faces shimmer. I leaned forward, careful not to touch it with my face. The faint moan or sigh came again. It was like distant wind through a crack in a door, but it came from the mirror. I got goosebumps on my arms and my stomach felt hollow. Then I saw the reflection. It stood there, mimicking my pose, but its eyes seemed more focused, more alert. I tried moving my head from side to side. The reflection followed perfectly. Then I stopped moving. My reflection's mouth opened. I heard a whisper, so quiet I had to lean closer. It said something like, "I know you." The voice was raspy and slow. I stumbled back, knocking into a small table behind me. A lamp fell off and hit the floor with a dull thud. My heart pounded. My throat felt tight. I tried to speak, but no words came out. I stared at the mirror, and the reflection just stood there, expressionless. The whispering stopped as soon as I turned the lights back on. The glow faded. The carved faces looked like normal wood again. I didn't sleep well that night. In bed, my mind raced. I tried not to think about ghosts or curses. I just wanted to find a logical explanation. Maybe I was tired. Maybe the old wood had tiny speakers. The dealer might have tricked me. That idea gave me some comfort. The next morning, I rushed to inspect the back of the mirror. I took it down from the wall. It was heavy. I placed it carefully on the floor, leaning it against the couch. I checked every inch of the back. It was just old wood, dusty and a bit rough. No wires, no devices. I tapped it with my knuckles. Solid. I turned it around, feeling a chill as I faced the glass. The reflection stared back. I pressed my ear against the frame. I heard nothing unusual, just my own heartbeat. I decided to leave it off the wall. I leaned it against the wall in my hallway where less light reached it. Maybe I just needed to keep it out of sight for a while. But that night, I still felt drawn to it. Around midnight, I left my bedroom and walked into the hallway. I didn't turn on the overhead lights. The place was dim. I stood a few feet away from the mirror. My reflection stood there, shaped by the faint light coming from under the bathroom door. The frame glowed softly again. I heard the low moan. I felt my legs tremble. I clenched my fists. I whispered, "What do you want?" The reflection's mouth moved. I heard it say, "I can tell you things." Its voice was weak and airy, like a draft in an old attic. I felt a cold sweat on my forehead. My stomach tightened. I didn't answer. I just stared. I didn't know what else to do. The reflection continued, "I can tell you what you hide." I felt my scalp prickling. My breathing got heavier. I whispered back, "I don't hide anything." The reflection smiled. Its teeth looked the same as mine, but slightly darker. I noticed the muscles in my legs tense, ready to run. My mouth felt dry, and I licked my lips, but that didn't help. I turned on the hallway light, and everything went quiet. The glow faded. The reflection went back to normal. My legs were shaking. I sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, breathing hard. My chest felt tight. I thought about covering the mirror with a sheet, but I was afraid to approach it. After a few minutes, I got up and grabbed a bed sheet from the closet. My hands shook as I threw it over the mirror. The cloth settled, hiding the frame and the glass. I stared at the sheet for a while, expecting it to move or show signs of light underneath. Nothing happened. I went back to bed, but I couldn't sleep well. I tossed and turned, my mind replaying the voice over and over. The next morning, I decided to call the antiques seller. I found his business card and dialed the number. It rang a few times, then went to voicemail. I left a brief message asking about the mirror's origin. I didn't mention what happened. I just said I was curious about its history. After that, I had breakfast and tried to distract myself by cleaning the apartment. Every time I passed the hallway, I saw that sheet covering the mirror. I felt uneasy, but at least it wasn't staring at me. Around midday, I decided to test it again. I went into the hallway and pulled the sheet off slowly. Nothing strange happened. The mirror looked normal in the daylight. I stood in front of it. I waved. The reflection waved. I turned my head, squinted, and tried to catch a delay. Nothing. It was perfectly normal now. I looked closely at the carved faces on the frame. They looked calm and still. I touched them again. Rough wood, a bit dusty. I thought maybe I had lost my mind the night before. Maybe I was half asleep and hallucinating. I felt my shoulders relax a bit, but as evening came, I started to feel anxious. I didn't want to turn off the lights again. I made some coffee and stayed in the living room with the TV on. Around 10 p.m., I muted the TV and listened. The apartment was quiet. My back felt tense. I got up and approached the mirror. I stood very close, peering into my own eyes. I inhaled slowly. I turned off the main light, leaving only a small lamp on in the corner. The mirror's frame caught the faint glow. I saw a flicker. Then I heard the sighing again. My chest felt tight. My mouth went dry. I tried something different. I pulled out my phone and tried to film the mirror. As I raised the phone and looked at the screen, I saw myself holding the phone. Nothing strange. I recorded for a few seconds, then turned off the light completely, except for the phone's screen glow. The frame glowed faintly and I heard the moan again. On the phone screen, I saw only darkness. I pointed the phone flashlight at the mirror. The glow vanished. The moan stopped. I turned the flashlight off. The moan came back. I felt panic rising in my chest. I pressed my lips together to keep quiet. I whispered, "What do you want to tell me?" The reflection's mouth moved in the darkness. I leaned closer. I felt sweat trickling down my back. The reflection whispered, "I know your secrets." My heart pounded. My hands felt clammy. I said nothing. The reflection continued, "You keep things inside." Its voice sounded distant. I swallowed hard. I wanted to deny it, but I had no words. My body felt stiff. I stared at its mouth. Its lips moved slowly, forming silent words. I leaned even closer, until my nose almost touched the glass. My breath fogged the surface. I watched its lips. It whispered, "I can show you." I shook my head and stepped back. My legs were weak. I sank to my knees, my eyes watering. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I felt trapped, cornered by a piece of old glass and wood. I stood up and turned on every light in the apartment. Bright light flooded the place. The whispering stopped. I paced around, rubbing my neck and arms, trying to calm down. I looked at the clock. After midnight. I didn't want to spend another night with that thing uncovered. I grabbed the sheet again and covered it. This time I wrapped some tape around the top so it wouldn't slip. I pressed my ear against the sheet. I heard nothing. Just silence. I slept in short bursts that night. In the morning I checked my phone. The antique seller hadn't called back. I tried him again. Same result. I searched online for Venetian mirrors with carved faces. I found references to decorative styles, but nothing about whispering reflections. I gave up and closed my laptop. I decided to get rid of the mirror. I grabbed it by the sides and took it to my storage unit in the building's basement. It was dark and musty down there, but at least I wouldn't have to look at it. I leaned it against a wall still covered by the sheet. I locked the door and went upstairs. My apartment felt lighter without it. I spent the rest of the day trying not to think about it. I watched some shows, cooked a decent meal, and even had a beer to relax. But at night, alone in my apartment, I could still feel the tension in my neck and shoulders. I kept looking at the living room wall where the mirror had been. It was just an empty space now. I wondered if the mirror was glowing down in the basement, whispering to itself. I wondered if the wood faces were sighing in the darkness. I didn't want to know. I rubbed my eyes, took a shower, and went to bed. I slept better that night, but I still woke up feeling uneasy. I decided I wouldn't go near that storage unit again for a while. Maybe I'd sell the mirror. Maybe I'd never touch it again. For now, I was just relieved it wasn't in my apartment looking at me, whispering in that strange voice, telling me it knew what I kept inside. I don't want to think about what secrets it could reveal. I don't want to know if it can talk louder. I just know I never want to face that reflection again. I heard about this inn from a guy at a roadside diner. He told me it was a quiet place out in the hills far from the main road. He said the rooms were always empty so I wouldn't have to deal with noise from other guests. I have trouble sleeping most nights, and I wanted a place to rest without hearing cars, voices, or anything else. He said people who stay there get better sleep than anywhere else. He didn't say much else about it. He didn't smile. He just wrote down directions on a napkin and walked out. I left my car parked at the bottom of a long slope and walked the rest of the way because the path was too narrow for the car. It was late afternoon and I was tired. My head felt heavy and my eyes were burning. I carried a small bag with a few clothes and some toiletries. The air was dry and still. I heard no birds, no insects, just my footsteps on the dirt path. The inn showed up behind a line of trees, a single-story building made of old wood, with a roof that looked warped in places. It had a short porch and a single door. No sign. The windows were covered with heavy shutters. I knocked on the door, and a man with a thick beard answered. He looked at me for a second, then stepped aside and let me in. He pointed to a small desk in a corner and told me to sign in if I wanted a room. His voice was flat, low, and had no warmth in it. I wrote down my name and the date. He took a key from a hook and handed it to me without saying the room number out loud. I saw a small number etched into the key. Room 3. He pointed down a hallway and told me where to go. I asked him if there were other guests. He shrugged and said no, not tonight. The entire place smelled like old wood and stale air. The floorboards creaked under my feet. I didn't see any staff besides him. I didn't ask for his name. I was too tired to talk. My room was small. A bed, a chair, a dresser, a narrow window with shutters closed tight. No decoration. I tried to open the shutters, but they were stuck. I didn't try too hard. I put my bag down and lay on the bed. The mattress was thin but firm enough. The pillow felt like a piece of folded cloth, nothing else. There was a single overhead light with a pull chain. I left it off and sat in the dark for a while, thinking I'd just sleep. But sleep never comes easy for me. After a couple of hours of lying there, I got up and walked around the room. I paced, I breathed deeply. I pressed my forehead against the cool wall, trying to calm my restless mind. It was probably after midnight when I first heard something. Light footsteps, as if someone was walking on the roof. They were slow and steady. A few steps, then a pause, then a few more steps. It sounded like boots on old wood. Then I heard a quiet sound, like someone laughing through their teeth. It was muffled and barely there. I turned on the light and looked around my room. Nothing unusual. I stood on the bed and pressed my ear against the ceiling. The footsteps were faint but real. I got down, opened my door, and peeked into the hallway. It was dark and no one was there. The hallway smelled musty, like wet rags. I wanted to see if anyone else could hear it, but I didn't know where the innkeeper was. I didn't see a bell or a phone. I closed the door and tried to sleep again. The next night I stayed up late, trying to see if it would happen again. I sat on the bed, staring at the ceiling, waiting. Around the same time I heard the steps again. They moved from one end of the building to the other. Then I heard that muffled laughter again, but this time it sounded like it came from the other side of my wall. I pressed my ear against the wood and listened. I could hear something like breathing, slow and steady, then a quiet snicker. I banged on the wall and said, "Who's there?" I heard nothing after that. I opened my door and stepped into the hallway. The corridor was completely dark. I ran my hand along the wall until I found a light switch. I flicked it on. A weak yellow light filled the space. The walls were bare, just old wood planks. The floor was uneven. As I stepped further down the hall, I saw a mark on the wall. It looked like a handprint, wet and shiny. I touched it and it felt damp. It smelled like water, not sweat or anything else. It was just wet. I wiped my hand on my pants and looked back at the print, but it started to fade. I watched it disappear in front of me as if it was evaporating. I looked around, but I saw no one. There were a few doors along the hallway, all closed. I tried a few door handles, but they were locked. My heartbeat felt heavy in my chest. I didn't like this. It made no sense. I stood there for a few minutes listening. I heard nothing. I went back to my room and locked the door. I stayed awake until dawn, listening for more sounds. I couldn't relax. My throat felt dry. My legs felt weak. The next morning, I found the innkeeper by the main entrance. He was wiping the counter with a dry rag. I asked him if he heard anything at night. He shook his head. I told him I heard footsteps and laughter. He just stared at me and shrugged. I asked him about the wet handprint. He looked confused and said he didn't know what I was talking about. I tried to press him for details, but he just said the inn was old, and sometimes the wood creaked, and maybe I imagined the sounds. He didn't argue, didn't get angry, just looked bored. I felt frustrated, but I didn't want to push it. I ate some stale bread and drank some weak coffee from the kitchen area. No other guests were around. I saw no one else, just me and him. That third night, I tried to sleep early. I wanted to see if ignoring the noises would help. I lay in bed with the light off. I kept my eyes closed for a long time, but I couldn't sleep. Around midnight, I heard the footsteps again. They were faster this time, more erratic. I heard them stop right above me. I felt a kind of pressure in the air, like when someone stands close behind you. I opened my eyes. The room was dark, except for a little light under the door. I heard that muffled laughter again, this time sounding like it came from inside the wall. I got up and yanked open the door. The hallway was dark again. I turned on the light. There were 3 wet handprints this time, running along the wall, leading toward the end of the corridor. I followed them, my heart pounding. As I got closer, I heard a quiet tapping sound, like fingers against wood. The corridor turned a corner, and I saw another closed door. No number on it. The handprints were on this door, glistening. I tried the handle. It was locked. I pressed my ear against the door. I heard soft breathing inside, then a low chuckle. I backed away, feeling my stomach tighten. I didn't know what to do. I turned around and walked back to my room. The handprints disappeared again. I checked where they had been, and the wood was dry. My palms were sweating. I felt dizzy. Over the next few nights, it got worse. Every time I tried to sleep, I heard those footsteps. Sometimes I heard them running along the roof. Other times it sounded like several pairs of feet shuffling. The laughter came and went, never loud, always just a quiet snicker, as if mocking me from behind a thin wall. Sometimes I felt a presence in the room, like someone standing next to my bed, but when I turned on the light, I was alone. My nerves were shot. My eyes burned from lack of sleep. My muscles ached because I was always tense. I tried asking the innkeeper again more firmly. He offered no explanation. He just said he never heard anything and that no one else had complained. He refused to open any locked doors and said they were for storage. He didn't try to calm me down. He didn't seem worried. I wondered if he was part of it somehow, but he just looked blank. No reaction. One night I decided to wait in the hallway, sitting on the floor, facing that door where I once heard breathing. I turned off the corridor light and sat in the darkness, listening. After about an hour, I heard faint footsteps again. I held my breath. I heard something moving overhead. I looked up and saw dust falling from the ceiling. Then I heard the laughter, right behind me. I turned around quickly, but there was no one there. I ran my hand along the walls and felt nothing. My heart was racing. My forehead was damp with sweat. Then I felt something wet on my hand. I pulled it back and saw a fresh handprint next to where I was sitting. It was exactly the size of my hand, only slightly elongated fingers, as if stretched. I touched it again, but it faded as before. I sat there, breathing hard, feeling a knot in my chest. I whispered, "Who are you?" No answer. Just silence. On another night, I tried making noise. I banged on the walls, I shouted, I told whoever was there to stop messing with me. I got no response. I tried waiting with the door open, hoping to catch whoever it was. Still nothing. But as soon as I tried to rest, the footsteps and laughter came back. It felt like it was playing with me, testing how far it could push me. Every time I got up to investigate, the signs would vanish. Every time I relaxed, it came back. I started to feel a constant tension in my body. My neck was stiff. My eyes were bloodshot. I jumped at small sounds. My clothes felt damp even though the air was dry. My stomach hurt. I could barely eat. I wanted to leave, but I had nowhere else to go that night. The path back to my car was long and dark, and I didn't trust my own reactions anymore. I felt disconnected, like I was losing track of time. I didn't remember what day it was. On what I think was my last night there, I packed my things and decided I would leave at first light. I lay on the bed, wearing my boots and jacket, ready to go. I tried to stay awake all night. Around midnight, the noises started again. Footsteps on the roof, laughter behind the walls. I got up and stood by the door, hand on the knob, waiting. I could feel my heart beating so hard that my chest hurt. I slowly opened the door and stepped out. The corridor was dark. I flicked on the light. No handprints this time. Instead, I saw the door at the end of the hall was slightly open. It had never been opened before. I walked toward it, one step at a time. My legs felt weak. My hand shook as I reached for the knob. Inside was a small empty room with a wooden floor and bare walls. No furniture. The smell was stale and sour. I heard something in the corner, a faint scraping sound. I took one step inside and stopped. There was nothing visible. The scraping continued, then stopped suddenly. I felt a rush of cold air. My throat tightened. I backed out of the room and closed the door. When I looked at my hand, it was wet. I wiped it on my jacket. I could feel something watching me from behind that door, even though I saw nothing. My breath was shallow. I stepped back to my room and closed the door. I sat on the bed, my heart pounding, and waited. I waited until dawn. Once I saw a little light under the shutters, I grabbed my bag and left. The corridor was empty. The main area was empty. The innkeeper wasn't there. I left the key on the desk and walked out. The air outside felt heavy and still. I hurried down the slope to where my car was parked. My legs hurt. My head felt like it was going to split. I got in the car and drove away without looking back. I still can't explain what happened. I don't know who made those footsteps. I don't know why there were wet handprints that disappeared. I don't know who was laughing behind the walls. All I know is that I didn't sleep the whole time I was there. I felt something there, something invisible, toying with me. It never hurt me, never attacked me, never even touched me in a way I could prove, but it got inside my head and stayed there. I can't shake the feeling that it watched me the whole time, enjoying every minute of my discomfort. I can still feel that tension in my body, that dryness in my throat, that tightness in my chest. I don't think I'll ever go back. I'd rather lie awake somewhere else than stay another night in that place. I arrived before sunrise, waiting on the rocky shoreline for the tide to go down. The place was empty. There were no boats, no people, no noise. I had checked my watch a few times, trying to gauge the right moment. I stood there with my boots sinking into patches of wet sand. I was alone. I carried a small backpack with paper, pencils, a camera, and a flashlight. My clothes were simple: an old jacket, canvas pants, and a cap. I had read about this coastal town in a dusty archive. The old document said it sank after a storm, and that its ruins became visible when the water withdrew. It was rare. Not many people bothered to come out here. Most considered it a waste of time. I wanted to see it for myself. I wanted to walk on its streets. I wanted to note every detail. As the tide lowered, I saw broken rooftops, edges of old stone walls, and tangled debris rise from the water. The exposed structures looked unstable. I stepped forward, feeling the muddy sand pressing against my soles. I smelled stale salt and something rotten. I tried to keep my breathing steady. I moved toward what had once been the main street. The water still clung to parts of it. Each step stirred small pools. My boots kicked broken pieces of wood and something that felt like smooth stones. I bent down, picked one up, and realized it was a shard of painted pottery. It was worn. I put it in my pocket. I walked deeper into the area. The place was quiet. My own steps sounded too loud. I looked at the half-collapsed walls, the broken windows, the chunks of roof beams. I saw old doors lying flat on the sand. I tried to imagine what these buildings were used for, but I kept my thoughts straight. I did not want to distract myself. I focused on what I saw: exposed wooden frames, rusted metal hinges, and scattered bricks. Everything looked damp and slick. I smelled the algae in the wet wood. I touched a wall. The surface felt cold and gritty. I kept going. I entered what seemed to be a narrow street. I saw crabs scuttling away. I heard a trickling sound of water draining. Then I heard something else. Soft whispers. It sounded like voices, but they did not rise above a murmur. It was not normal speech. It was more like gurgling or a low hum. It was coming from somewhere ahead. I tried to focus my hearing. There were no other people around, I was sure of that. I stopped walking, listened, and felt a slight tremor in my chest. I told myself to stay calm. I switched on my flashlight even though there was still some light. The sun was low but present. The flashlight beam bounced off wet surfaces. I saw nothing moving except tiny sea creatures and a few loose strands of seaweed. I walked on, following the sound. The sand stuck to my boots and made each step feel heavy. I looked through broken windows into the interiors of old rooms. They were dark, half filled with sand and water. I saw empty shelves, pieces of old wooden chairs, and fragments of tiles scattered on the ground. I smelled something musty. In some places, the walls were tilted. I could not enter every structure because they looked too unstable. I tapped a wall with my knuckle and the sound was dull. I noted the thickness of the plaster. I took a few photographs. As I turned a corner, I heard the whispering again. It was like soft gargling, like water passing through a tight space. I looked around for a pipe or a gap where the tide water might be draining. I saw only rough walls and broken floors. I decided to move closer to a building that still had part of a door frame. I stepped inside. The interior was dim, so I pointed my flashlight around slowly. I saw a collapsed table, a broken vase, and a pile of thick rope that had turned green with slime. My foot disturbed the water on the floor. It splashed against a wooden plank. Then I heard a quiet scraping sound along a wall. It was a light scratching noise. It made my shoulders tense. I approached the wall. I held my flashlight steady. I saw a patch of peeling plaster and exposed brick. The scratching continued. It did not sound random. It came in short bursts. I leaned closer. My mouth felt dry. I breathed through my nose. I tapped the wall lightly with my flashlight. The scratching stopped. I waited. I felt my pulse in my neck. After a few seconds, the scratching started again, but now it sounded lower, near the base of the wall. I crouched down. The water soaked my pant legs. I saw a small gap between the bricks. I aimed my flashlight inside. The gap was narrow. I could not see far into it. I smelled stale air. I reached inside with 2 fingers, felt the edge of a rough brick. Nothing moved against my hand, but the scratching persisted. I decided to leave the building. I did not want to stay too long in one spot. The tide would not remain out forever, and I needed to see more of the ruins. I moved back outside onto the damp street. The whispering sound was still there, now more noticeable. It seemed to come from all around, like a faint chorus of voices trapped underwater. I turned off my flashlight, letting my eyes adjust. The morning light was getting brighter. I saw that the street led toward a larger square. The square had a cracked fountain at the center. I approached it carefully. The fountain was made of stone blocks. Its bowl was half filled with dark water. I leaned over and saw bits of seaweed drifting inside. There were no fish. I noticed that the whispering grew louder when I stood near the fountain. I backed away. The sound lowered a bit. I approached again. The sound rose. I checked around the fountain. The ground was uneven. I kicked a piece of broken tile away. I stooped down and listened. The voices, if they were voices, sounded almost like they were coming from the ground below me. I felt the hair on my arm stand up. I did not know what caused these sounds. I considered the possibility of trapped air pockets under the ruins, or some kind of water flow beneath the surface. I tried not to think too much. I just noted the fact that there were strange gargling whispers here. I moved on, turning down another street. I looked inside another structure. The windows were shattered. Pieces of glass were stuck in the frames, and some lay on the wet sand. I stepped inside cautiously. The floor was slippery. I smelled something bitter. I checked a cabinet against the wall. Its doors were open, and the inside was empty. I found no objects of value. I found no personal items. I did not see any bones or remains. There were no plates, no cups, no clothing. Everything had been washed away or destroyed. I just saw fragments of building materials. I moved deeper inside that building. At the back, I found a narrow staircase leading down. It was partially clogged with sand. I shone my flashlight. The steps were covered in slime. I tried to descend a few steps, holding onto the wall. My hand touched cold stone. It felt stable enough. I went down carefully, one step at a time. The air got heavier. I felt my chest tighten. The whispering noise faded. Instead, I heard dripping water and something shifting behind the walls. I could not see what it was, but I heard a soft scraping again. It sounded closer this time. I gripped my flashlight tight. My hand felt sweaty. I tried to keep my breathing quiet. At the bottom of the stairs, I reached a small chamber. It was mostly flooded. The water reached my ankles. I moved the flashlight slowly over the room. I saw broken jars, rotted pieces of wood, and something that looked like metal hooks attached to a beam. Everything was crusted with barnacles and slime. I tried to pick up a piece of wood, but it crumbled in my hand. The scraping sound came from my left. I turned the flashlight that way. There was a hole in the wall. It was about the size of my head. The wall there looked weaker, as if something had pushed against it. I listened, holding my breath. I did not see anything inside the hole. I leaned forward, holding the flashlight closer. The beam reflected on the wet surfaces. The scraping paused. I felt my heart pounding in my ears. I decided not to put my hand inside. I was not sure what was behind that wall. The air smelled stale and salty. My back felt tense. I stepped away from the hole. When I did, something tapped on the wall from inside, 3 short taps. I froze. I did not want to panic. I thought about leaving immediately. My pulse sped up. I backed toward the stairs. My boots made soft splashes. The tapping continued. I climbed the stairs, slipping a bit on the slimy steps. I held the rail and pulled myself up. I reached the top, turned, and looked one more time down the stairs. It was dark. I heard a soft scraping again, then silence. I left the building without looking back. Outside, the tide was still low, but I could sense it would turn soon. The light had changed. I walked toward the edge of the ruins, back the way I came. The whispering grew faint. I passed by a cluster of toppled walls and noticed that some windows were larger than I remembered. Perhaps I had not noticed them before. I checked inside one more structure. It had a high ceiling that was partially collapsed. Patches of sunlight entered through holes in the roof. I saw broken shelves, a few metal tools, and scattered pebbles. The floor was uneven. I smelled a mix of damp stone and dead algae. I crouched near a pile of debris and pulled out a wooden frame that might have been a picture frame. The image inside was gone. The paper had rotted away. I set it aside and checked another corner. My foot bumped a piece of metal. I picked it up. It was a rusted hinge. I turned it in my hand, flakes of rust falling off. I put it down. I heard the whispering again, but it sounded distant. I stood up and walked outside. I looked toward the shore. I could see more water creeping in. The tide was starting to return. I decided I had enough. I did not know what made those noises. I did not know what scraped the walls or tapped from the other side. I had seen no people, no bodies, nothing alive except small sea creatures. The empty windows, the broken furniture, the hollow rooms all felt heavy. I knew I should leave before the water covered everything again. The ground was still firm enough, but I did not want to wade through deeper water. I walked quickly now, trying not to slip. My boots left prints in the wet sand. I headed back toward the rocky shoreline where I had started. The sound of waves grew louder as I moved away from the center of the ruins. The whispering faded behind me. I glanced back once or twice. I saw the old walls leaning at strange angles. The light made everything look plain and colorless. I felt my calves strain as I hurried. My heartbeat was still fast. I reached the edge of the ruins and stepped onto firmer ground. I looked down at my boots. They were covered in mud and bits of seaweed. Once on the rocks, I took a few seconds to catch my breath. I listened. I could still hear the ocean, but not the whispers. I could still smell the salty air, but not the stale odors. The ruins were behind me, half buried in sand and water, with broken windows and empty doorways. They stood there, silent now. I understood that the place offered no comfort. I felt tension leaving my shoulders, but my stomach still felt tight. I walked along the shore, away from the ruins. I glanced over my shoulder one last time. The water was rising, covering the lower streets. In a few hours, the place would vanish beneath the waves. The strange sounds would be trapped underwater again. I had my notes and my photographs. I did not know if I would return. I tried to focus on the steps ahead. Each step took me farther from that heavy silence and that strange whispering. I kept walking until I could no longer see the top of the old walls. The ocean covered them, and they were gone from sight. I had spent years handling rare texts and hidden manuscripts. I had seen books with covers that felt strange to the touch, and pages so old they crumbled under a soft breath. I had learned to handle them with patience and steady hands. I had not panicked before. I had not held my breath at every tiny sound, but that was before I received that package. That was before the grimoires and the symbols that shifted when I blinked. That was before I felt something pressing against the back of my head while I stood alone in my own study, too nervous to turn around. I knew how to handle old books. I did not know how to handle this. I remember the day I got the package. It arrived in a plain cardboard box with no return address. I had agreed to look at old and unknown works before, so this was not unusual. Inside, there was a single volume wrapped in a piece of rough cloth. The cloth smelled like damp soil. I placed it on my desk and pulled the cloth back. Underneath, I found a leather-bound book. The leather looked uneven and stained. I could not see a title on the spine or the cover. I noticed small scratches on the corners of the leather, as if it had been dragged over stone. I turned on my desk lamp. I held the book and lifted the cover. The pages looked thick, probably handmade paper, yellowish and rough. The ink on the first page looked fresh, as if it had just been written. I leaned forward and squinted at the words. They did not form any language I recognized. The shapes of the letters looked sharp and thin, almost like someone had pressed a knife into the page. I ran my fingertip over the ink. It felt dry. but the black lines seemed to glisten under the light. I flipped a few pages. Each page had different symbols. Some looked cramped, filling the whole page. Others were spaced out. A few characters at the top, some in the middle, some near the bottom. I tried to see patterns. I could not. I took a pencil from the drawer and tapped the tip against my desk. I wanted to mark pages, to note something down. I always did that. But I hesitated. Something about this book felt wrong, like it was waiting for me to do something before it reacted. I heard a faint sound. It was a scraping noise. I stopped turning pages and stayed quiet. The noise came again. It seemed to come from the window on my left. I looked over. The window was closed, curtains half drawn. I stood up and walked to it. I pulled the curtains aside and looked out. It was dark outside. The lamp on my desk did not light the outside well. I pressed my ear against the glass. The scraping sound seemed to move along the frame. I lifted the latch and opened the window a crack. Cold air rushed in. I listened. Nothing. Just quiet night air. I closed the window. I turned back to the desk. The scraping started again. I stared at the closed window. The sound now came from the glass itself, as if someone or something dragged a thin nail from one corner to the other. I looked at the window frame carefully. I saw no scratches. I tapped the glass with my fingertip. The noise stopped. I waited. After a few seconds of silence, I let out a long breath. I returned to the desk and looked at the book again. The letters on the page I had left open did not look the same as before. Before, I had seen a set of sharp characters arranged in 3 neat lines. Now I saw a single curved symbol in the center of the page, ink smudged at the edges. I flipped back to the first page. The text there had changed too. Now it showed a series of looping marks, each one thicker than the last, like spirals drawn in a hurry. I leaned in. The ink looked wet now. I saw it shine. I touched the corner of the page. The tip of my finger came away with a black smear. The ink was fresh now. I felt a tightness in my chest. I did not smell anything unusual. I heard my own breathing. I decided to check the rest of the house. I stepped away from the desk, leaving the lamp on and the book open. I walked through the hallway. My footsteps sounded louder than usual. The floorboards creaked. I went into the living room. Everything seemed fine. The temperature felt normal. I returned to my study. As soon as I stepped through the doorway, I noticed the air felt colder. I could see my breath. The room smelled damp now, like the cloth that had wrapped the book. The lamp's light seemed dimmer. The shadows around the corners of the room looked darker. I felt the hairs on my arms stand on end. I approached the desk. The pages of the book had changed again. Now, strange characters ran vertically down the page, and some of the ink seemed to drip onto the desk. I saw a black droplet roll onto the wooden surface. I grabbed a tissue and wiped it up. The ink stained the tissue. I threw it into the wastebasket and looked at my hand. My fingertips had dark smudges. I tried to rub them off on my pants. The black mark stayed on my skin. I reached out to close the book. As I touched the cover, I felt a slight vibration through the leather. It reminded me of something alive. A faint tremor. I pulled my hand back. I stood there, breathing slowly, trying not to panic. The window scratched again. I turned and stared. The curtains were still half open. I saw nothing outside but darkness. The scratching continued. It moved in small circles at the corner of the window pane. I thought about calling someone, but it was late. I did not want to explain why I was panicking over a book. I turned back to the desk and leaned down, trying to read the characters again. They were not stable. As I watched, they shifted shape. Some faded and reappeared in other places on the page. Lines of ink stretched and curled, breaking apart and forming new patterns. It was like watching insects crawl across the page, rearranging themselves. My chest felt tight. My scalp tingled. I tried to control my breathing. I decided to close the book. I grabbed the cover with both hands and slammed it shut. The sound echoed in the quiet room. The scratching at the window stopped. I locked my eyes on the cover and waited. The cover looked normal. The leather surface looked old and stained, but it did not move. I reached for the cloth that had wrapped it. I wanted to cover the book and put it away. I would deal with it tomorrow. I picked up the cloth and placed it on top of the book. As soon as I did, I felt the cold intensify. I saw my breath in front of my face again. I could feel sweat on the back of my neck. The room smelled even stronger now, like wet dirt and mold. I looked around the study. Nothing else had changed. My bookshelf still held my usual collection. The lamp still glowed, though faintly. My desk chair sat there. But something felt off. The corners of the room seemed darker. When I tried to focus on them, I saw shapes. They were small at first, like shifting shadows. Every time I blinked, the shapes seemed closer. I looked directly at one corner. Nothing. I looked at another corner. Nothing. But in my peripheral vision, I saw movement. It was as if something stood just outside my field of vision, waiting. My legs felt weak. I pulled out my desk chair and sat down. The seat felt cold. I kept my eyes on the center of the room, trying not to look at the corners. I took a deep breath and reached for the book again. I wanted to see if closing it had fixed the problem. I peeled the cloth back. The cover looked unchanged. I opened the book slowly. The first page was completely blank now. The second page had a few symbols drawn in thick lines. I touched the page. The ink felt sticky. I pulled my finger away. The ink stretched, forming a thin thread that snapped and recoiled into the page. I stared at my fingertip. The black ink remained there, not drying, not dripping. I tried to wipe it off again. It stayed on my skin. I flipped another page. More symbols. Some looked like twisted letters. Others looked like shapes I could not place, maybe runes or marks cut by someone who did not care about meaning. The ink on these pages shifted while I looked. Lines grew longer. Symbols broke apart and formed new ones. I flipped another page. I saw a shape in the margin, a small black circle that pulsed. I slammed the book shut again. The scraping at the window started once more. I rubbed my arms. I could feel goosebumps. My heart pounded. I thought about leaving the house, but the idea of stepping outside in the dark felt worse somehow. I tried to reason with myself. It was just a book, ink and paper, maybe a trick by someone who wanted to scare me, maybe a prank. But the temperature in the room, the smell, the shifting ink, that did not feel like a trick. I rubbed my face with my hands. My skin felt clammy. My fingers were shaking. The presence in the corners of the room felt stronger. I dared to look sideways, not turning my head fully, just shifting my eyes. I caught a glimpse of a shape. It disappeared as soon as I tried to focus on it. My stomach clenched. I felt a tightness in my throat. The cold air made me shiver. I looked at the door. It was open. The hallway beyond looked normal. I decided to try something simple. I stood up, took the book under one arm, and walked out of the study. I went straight to the living room and turned on the main light. It was bright and warm. I felt a bit better. I placed the book on the coffee table and stepped back. I watched it. For a full minute, I heard nothing. The living room stayed warm. I approached the book and touched the cover. It felt normal. I opened it. The pages looked different again, but the ink did not move this time. The symbols remained still. I ran to the kitchen, grabbed a trash bag, and wrapped the book in it. I sealed it tight. I placed it on a shelf. I waited. Nothing happened at first. Then I heard a faint scraping noise. It came from the direction of the study. I left the living room lights on and went back to the study. The lamp was still on. The room felt cold again. I looked around. The window was closed. No scratches visible. The corners still looked darker than they should. The presence was still there. I felt the back of my neck prickle. It was as if the book had filled this space with something, and it stayed even when I moved the book elsewhere. I returned to the living room to check the trash bag. It looked normal. I touched it. The book inside felt warm, which made no sense. I pulled it out and opened it again. This time the ink formed a large symbol across 2 pages. The symbol looked like an eye, a rough oval shape with a spot in the center. It did not move. I leaned in. The ink still smelled like soil. I closed the book. I could not stop thinking about the scratching noises, the cold air, the shapes in the corners. I could not pretend nothing happened. I decided to lock the book in my safe. I had a small safe behind a painting in the hallway. I entered the code, opened it, and placed the book inside. I shut the safe door and spun the lock. I listened. No sounds. I turned off the lights in the living room and walked back to the study. The room felt cold again, but I tried to ignore it. I left the lamp on and checked the window. The glass was intact. No marks. I checked the walls, the corners, the floor. Everything looked normal. Yet I felt watched. I felt pressure on my temples. I stood still in the center of the room and listened to my own breathing. My breath sounded shallow and fast. My heart beat hard in my chest. I turned my head slowly, scanning the corners. Each time, I saw nothing. But I could not shake the feeling that something was there, just out of sight. I closed the door to the study. I tried to leave whatever presence was there behind that door. I went back to the living room. I turned on every light I could. I paced around for a few minutes. Nothing happened. The temperature felt normal here. No strange smells, no sounds. I walked to the hallway and looked at the painting covering the safe. Everything was quiet. I touched my forehead. I was sweating. I wiped my hands on my pants again and checked my fingertips. The black ink stain was still there, darker than before. I ran warm water in the kitchen sink and scrubbed my fingertips with soap. The black stain faded a little, but I could still see it. I tried again. It would not come off completely. I leaned against the counter, breathing hard, trying to calm down. I reminded myself that no one had died. Nothing had attacked me. But I could not deny what I felt. The sense that the book was not just paper and ink. The sense that it wanted me to see something. The presence in the study. The scratching at the window. I stood in the kitchen for a while, listening to the hum of the refrigerator. The normal sound helped. I thought about calling a friend or a colleague, but it was late. I felt stupid. Who would believe me if I said the ink was moving on its own? I decided to wait until morning. Maybe sunlight would help. Maybe I could take the book to someone else. Maybe I could leave it somewhere and let someone else handle it. I felt ashamed of that thought, but I also felt scared. I headed back to the living room and sat down on the couch. I turned on the TV with low volume, trying to have some background noise. I kept glancing at the hallway, thinking about the safe and the book inside. I tried to focus on the TV, but my attention drifted. I rubbed my arms, still feeling the cold air that had surrounded me in the study. I could not forget the ink changing shape, the feeling that the book was alive, the scraping at the window. I stayed there, awake, alert, until the early hours. Every small sound made me jump. The fear did not go away. I could still feel something waiting, not in the room, but at the edges of my thoughts. I knew I would have to deal with the book again tomorrow. I did not know what it wanted. I did not know what would happen when I opened it again. I only knew I was afraid to try. I stopped at the old train station because I had nowhere else to go. I had been walking for hours and my legs were aching. The place looked abandoned. The paint on the walls was flaking. The wooden boards felt weak under my boots. There was a strange odor in the air, maybe old oil or damp wood. I saw a few old benches and some broken crates stacked in a corner. There were no signs of life. I wanted to rest. I figured I could spend the night there and move on in the morning. There was no one around to tell me otherwise. I remember standing near the entrance holding my small pack against my side. The night air had a sting to it. I tried to settle in. I took slow steps around, checking for anything dangerous. There were no lights except a few oil lamps hanging from rusty hooks on the walls. They were weak and their flames flickered for no reason. The glass covers around them were dirty. I saw a lot of dust in the corners. The door was half off its hinges. The floor groaned as I moved. I had not planned to stay inside. I thought about sleeping outside under the stars, but the wind picked up as soon as I arrived. It made sense to step inside for shelter. The station's interior was small. There was a single waiting area, and beyond it what looked like an old ticket booth with its window shattered. There was a corridor leading to a storage room, but I did not feel comfortable going deeper. I decided to drop my pack on a bench near the back wall. I unrolled a thin blanket and checked my water. I had enough for the night. I could move on at first light. I tried to relax. My shoulders were tense. My breath felt shallow. The wind outside kept blowing through the gaps in the walls. It made the boards creak. The place felt unstable, but I had no other options. I sat down, rubbed my neck, and tried to ignore my discomfort. I took a sip of water and leaned back. The oil lamps gave off a weak light that didn't reach the edges of the room. I tried to focus on the wooden boards and the cracked plaster. I stared at them, forcing my mind to calm down. My heart was still beating a bit fast from the day's long walk. Then I heard something that should not have been there. It sounded like a whistle. It was distant and weak, but it had a clear, sharp tone. It reminded me of a train's whistle, but I knew this place was abandoned. I had not seen any tracks in use for a long time. I stiffened, stood up, and listened. The night air pressed against the broken walls. I walked to what was left of a window and looked out. The rails were still there, but covered in rust. There were weeds growing around the ties. I didn't see anyone. I didn't see any lights. I just heard that whistle again, a little softer this time. I tried to make sense of it. Maybe the wind passed through some broken pipes or something. I listened carefully. The whistle faded. I waited for several minutes, leaning forward, my hand resting on the window frame. The wood felt rough. My fingertips pressed against splinters. I tried not to think about it too hard. There were no trains around. There hadn't been any here for decades, from what I could guess. I stepped back and looked at the lamps. They were steady enough now, not flickering. I decided to ignore the whistle and get some sleep. I sat down again, pulled the blanket over my shoulders, and closed my eyes. I listened to my breathing, tried to settle my nerves. Then I heard footsteps on the wooden floor outside the waiting area. I opened my eyes and stood up again. My legs felt tense. I walked towards the door and looked around. I saw nothing but empty benches and broken furniture. I walked back, and as I was about to sit down, I heard another sound. It was like something running along the rails, but not metal on metal. It was just a faint rustling sound. I stepped outside, stood near the platform, and looked at the tracks. The moonlight was weak, but I could see well enough. The rails were empty. There was nothing moving. I ran my hand over my face. I felt sweat. My forehead was damp, even in the cool air. I kept hearing faint whispers. They were too low to make out words. They seemed to come from all sides, but I could not pinpoint a source. I turned in slow circles, expecting to see an animal or a person. Nothing. The station was silent except for the wind and that strange whistle that came and went. I decided to try and sleep anyway. I had to move on in the morning. I sat down, breathing slowly, and stared at the floor. Then I heard my name. It was a whisper. Thomas. It was my name, spoken by a voice I didn't recognize. I jumped to my feet. My heart pounded. I looked around, wide-eyed. "Who's there?" I said out loud. My own voice echoed dully. No answer. I felt my stomach tighten. There was a sour taste in my mouth. I took a few steps toward the ticket booth. Broken glass crunched under my boots. I pushed the wooden door open and looked inside. It was empty. I passed my hand along the counter. It felt dusty. I reached up and turned the oil lamp so it would cast more light. The flame shook a bit. I saw a few old tickets scattered on the floor. They looked brittle. I stepped back out and heard something else. It was not just one voice now. There were multiple voices, all whispering my name. "Thomas, come," they said. The whispers were soft, but urgent. They repeated my name and something else I could not fully catch. It sounded like they wanted me to follow them. I froze. My neck felt stiff. My chest felt heavy. The whispering made no sense. There was no one there. I tried to push it aside, tried to ignore it, but the whispering got louder. I heard shuffling. It sounded like footsteps brushing against the floor, but I saw nothing. I tried to steady my breathing. My mouth felt dry. I whispered to myself that it was just the wind, but I knew the difference. The voices were calling me by name. The wind could not do that. I moved toward the door leading outside to the old platform. I stepped onto the old boards. They creaked under my weight. I looked at the tracks again. My eyes were adjusting to the dark. I could make out the line of metal stretching into the distance. I saw something then. It looked like silhouettes standing near the rails. They were faint outlines of people, standing still, facing me. I stared at them, blinking hard. They were there one moment and then they moved. They ran along the tracks, passing from one side to the other, vanishing behind old pillars and crates. I tried to follow them with my eyes, but they were too fast. They made no sound except a faint shuffling. I felt a chill down my spine. I stepped back into the station. My legs felt weak. I leaned against the wall and tried to calm myself. I thought about leaving right then, but I was tired. I also worried that if I left, I would have to walk through the dark fields alone. I decided to wait it out. Maybe my mind was playing tricks on me. I rubbed my eyes and drank some more water. I sat down, but I kept looking around, trying to catch any movement. The lamps flickered again. The flame in the nearest lamp grew dim, then brightened for no reason. I smelled something strange, like old coal dust. The voices came back. They whispered from the corners of the room. "Thomas, please come. Thomas, it's time." They said these words again and again. I clenched my jaw. I stood up. My back was tense. I moved toward the door. I wanted to leave the building, maybe hide outside. As I reached the doorframe, I felt a push of cold air. It hit my face and made me gasp. The cold made my teeth chatter. I looked down at my hands. They were shaking. I tried to say something, but my throat felt tight. The voices got louder. They were all around me, whispering at once. I walked outside onto the empty platform. I saw the silhouettes again running along the tracks, but there was no sound of breathing, no sound of shoes on gravel. They were just shapes moving in the dark. The moonlight hit the rails, showing how rusted they were. The silhouettes did not seem to care. They passed over the rails easily. I called out, "Who are you?" My voice cracked. I heard no answer. Instead, I heard the whistle again, clear this time. It rose in pitch, then faded slowly. Then I heard the voices say something else. "All aboard." They said it quietly, but the words were clear. They repeated it. "All aboard, Thomas. All aboard." My heart hammered. They wanted me to board something. I saw no train, no lights, nothing but empty tracks and weeds. Still, they kept saying it. I felt my legs tremble. I backed away from the platform's edge. I stepped inside the station, grabbed my pack, and slung it over my shoulder. I wanted to be ready to leave if I had to. I stood in the middle of the room, holding my pack with one hand, clenching it hard. I looked at the shadows on the walls. They shifted, even though the lamplight barely moved. I considered just running off into the fields, but the night was dark and I was tired. I hoped that if I ignored these voices, they would go away. I tried to think of something calm. I tried to slow my breathing. My heart was still pounding in my ears. My shoulders felt tight. The voices spoke again. "Thomas, the train is here." I heard a faint clank as if metal touched metal. I walked slowly to the door and looked outside. The tracks were empty. There was no train. I saw a faint outline of something darker than the night, as if a shape stood over the rails. It was like a large object blocking the faint starlight. I felt my pulse race. I could hear soft murmurs, as if passengers were talking in low tones. There was a faint smell of old seats. as if leather and dust mixed together. I could almost feel warm air on my face, but I saw no source for it. I backed away. The station walls felt too close. I felt trapped. The voices kept calling my name, telling me to hurry. I could not see them, but I heard their urgent tone. My mouth was dry. I tried to swallow. My arms felt heavy. I gripped the strap of my pack, looking for something solid to hold on to. I turned and looked at the benches. Nothing moved inside the station except me. The voices were coming from outside, but also inside my head. I shook my head, trying to clear it. I walked along the wall, feeling the rough wood under my fingertips. I reached a window and looked out. I expected to see fields and trees, maybe the faint outline of a distant farmhouse. Instead, I saw those silhouettes moving across the tracks. They were not solid. They flickered in and out of sight. They raised their arms as if waving for me to come closer. I clenched my teeth and stepped back. My eyes were watering. I wiped them with the back of my hand. The whispering rose in volume. The words blended together into a kind of pleading sound. I could not make out specific words anymore, just the sense that they wanted me to do something. The whistle sounded again, and I felt a vibration under my feet, a subtle shaking that made the boards creak. I looked down. The floor looked stable enough, but I felt a slight tremor. I stepped outside onto the platform. The tremor felt stronger there. It reminded me of how the ground shakes when a heavy vehicle passes by, but there was nothing there. I felt dizzy. I gripped a post and looked around, breathing through my mouth. The air smelled stale. The silhouettes were gone now, and I saw nothing but empty tracks. I tried to calm myself by counting my breaths. The tremor faded. The whispering faded too, but I could still sense them nearby. I stayed outside for a while, looking at the sky. The stars were faint. The moon was low. I judged that morning was a few hours away. I decided I would wait until the first light and then leave. I didn't care if I was tired. I just wanted to put distance between me and this place. I returned inside and sat on the bench. I kept my pack at my feet. I tried to rest my head against the wall, but every time I closed my eyes, I heard them whisper my name. Every time I looked around, I saw nothing but old wood, dusty corners, and broken furniture. The lamps flickered sometimes, but that was it. I tapped my foot on the floor, trying to stay awake. My throat felt sore. I drank some water. I stared at the door, expecting to see something appear at any moment. Nothing did. At one point, I stepped outside again, just to check the sky. I felt colder now. The wind had settled down. The silhouettes did not appear. I heard no whispering. I stood there for a while, silent, just listening. The air was still. The tracks looked empty. I heard no whistle, no voices, no strange sounds. Everything seemed normal now, as if the place had decided to leave me alone. I waited, tense, for hours. Eventually, I saw the sky lighten. The boards were visible without the lamp's light. I watched as the first rays of dawn touched the rails. Nothing moved. I rolled up my blanket, took a last sip of water, and stepped outside. My legs were stiff. My back hurt. I walked down the platform and followed the track a short distance. I looked back at the station. It was quiet and empty. The windows were broken, the wood was old, and I saw no signs that anyone had been there. I moved on, heading away from the place, not looking back again. As I put distance between me and that station, I kept thinking about the voices and the silhouettes. I had no explanation for it. I just knew I was never going back there. I felt tense and tired. My shoulders hurt. I walked fast, wanting to reach a road or a town. I wanted to be around people, to hear normal sounds, to see normal faces. The memory of those whispers and that strange whistle stayed with me for a long time, but I did not stop until I was far from that old station. I live in a small apartment on the top floor of an old building. The walls are thin, the floors creak, and the pipes make noises late at night. I never paid much attention to these things, but about a week ago, something started happening that I cannot ignore. The door of my living room closet began to open on its own in the middle of the night. I tried to convince myself it was a draft or a loose hinge, but now I am not so sure. Something inside the closet seems to watch me while I sleep. It does not attack me. It does not come out. It just stays there hidden behind my old shirts and jackets, whispering. I can hear it in the darkness, and I can smell something like old, dead flowers. It makes my head pound, and I cannot rest. I feel it changing me, or maybe I am losing my mind. But I need to understand it. I need to know what is in there. I woke up 3 nights ago at around 3 in the morning. My eyes were heavy, and my neck felt stiff. I rolled over and saw the outline of the closet door. I usually keep it closed, and I remember closing it that night before going to bed. But it was open. The door was slightly ajar, maybe a few inches. I stared at it for a few seconds, and I felt my breathing slow. There was a strange smell. It was like something wet and old, like flowers that have been left out too long. I sat up and rubbed my eyes. The door did not move, but it was not closed. I tried to remember if I had left it open. I was sure I had not. I stood up and walked over to it. I pushed it shut, and I made sure it clicked into the frame. Then I stood there in my underwear, looking at the blank surface of the door, feeling the cool floor under my feet. I listened for any sound. The building was quiet. I went back to bed. The next morning, I checked the hinges and the latch. Everything seemed fine. The door did not swing freely. If I opened it halfway, it stayed there. If I closed it, it stayed closed. There was no reason for it to open on its own. I tried not to think about it. I had to get ready for work. That night, I went to bed around midnight. I turned off all the lights, locked the front door, and checked the closet one more time. It was closed. I lay in bed and listened to the faint noises of the building. At some point, I fell asleep. I do not know how long I slept, but I remember waking up in the dark. I stared at the ceiling. I felt a pressure in my chest, like something heavy on me. I turned my head and looked at the closet door. It was open again. This time it was open wider than before. I could see my jackets hanging inside. They did not move, but I could see the dark space beyond them. I sat up and felt sweat on my neck. I felt a slight headache. I took a deep breath and got out of bed. I approached the closet slowly. I heard something. It was very faint, like a voice speaking from far away. I could not understand the words. It was not clear language, just a soft whisper. I leaned in. The smell of old flowers was stronger this time. I reached out and touched my coats, pushing them aside, trying to see the back of the closet. Nothing was there. Just the old wooden back panel, some boxes on the floor. No person, no animal, nothing visible. I did not sleep well that night. I kept the closet door closed and tried to ignore everything. But as soon as I lay down, I felt like something was behind that door, just waiting for me to drift off. I turned on the bedside lamp and stayed awake until dawn. The next day, I decided to do something about it. I brought home a small chair from the kitchen and wedged it under the closet doorknob. I checked it from different angles. If the door tried to open, it would hit the chair. I went to bed feeling a little more in control, but sometime after midnight, I woke up to a scraping sound. I looked over and saw the door open again, just a bit. The chair had been pushed aside somehow. It was still under the knob, but angled weirdly, like someone had twisted it. The door was open about an inch. I got up, grabbed the chair, and slammed the door shut. I pushed the chair back into place. I checked the latch and tried to pull the door open without turning the knob. It would not budge. There was no reason for it to open by itself. I barely slept that night. My head hurt. My legs felt shaky. I got up and made coffee at 5 in the morning. The apartment felt heavier. There was no actual weight, but I felt pressure in my ears. I looked around the living room. Everything looked normal. The closet door was closed. The floor was clean. The sofa and TV were where they should be. The smell was gone, but I could not forget the sound of that whisper. It was not loud or angry, just constant, like someone talking behind thick walls. I decided to try something else. That evening, I took out all my clothes from the closet and placed them on the sofa. I emptied the closet completely, leaving only the bare interior. There were 2 old boxes on the floor with some papers and junk inside, but I took them out too. The closet was empty. I inspected it carefully. The back panel looked solid. There were no holes. The sides were old wood, scratched and dry. The floor was dusty, but nothing unusual. No mold, no insects, nothing that could explain the smell or the whisper. I left it empty and closed the door. I turned off the living room light and went to bed. That night, I woke up again. The air felt too warm. I got up and walked to the living room. The closet door was open. There were no clothes inside, nothing to hide behind. Still, I smelled the old flowers. I leaned in and listened. I heard the whisper again. I could not tell if it was one voice or several. It sounded like a conversation, but I could not make out any words. It was like a low, muffled breathing combined with occasional clicks and pops. I felt my heart beating harder. I looked around the empty closet. I reached inside and touched the back wall. It felt cold. I tapped on it, solid. I looked at the edges where the wall met the sides. Nothing there. I left the door open and stood back, watching. Nothing moved. I waited a few minutes, feeling silly, feeling angry. I slammed the door shut again. I went to the kitchen and drank a glass of water. My hands were shaking. I needed sleep, but I could not relax. The next day, I was tired at work. I kept thinking about the closet. I avoided telling anyone. I just wanted to fix it. That evening, I bought a heavier chair, one with a higher back. I jammed it under the doorknob even tighter than before. I taped the knob with duct tape to the frame, wrapping it around a few times. I wanted to make sure the door stayed shut. I turned off all the lights and waited in the dark for a few minutes before going to bed. I tried to calm down, but I felt my chest tighten. I checked the door one last time before going to sleep. It was secure. I woke up suddenly, my ears ringing. I opened my eyes and saw that the lamp beside my bed was flickering. I heard a creak. I got up and rushed to the living room. The chair was still in place, but the doorknob was turning slowly against the tape. The tape stretched and made a soft tearing sound. I stood there, my mouth dry, my heart pounding. I grabbed the doorknob and held it still. It tried to move again, a gentle push from inside, then it stopped. After a minute, I slowly peeled the tape back. I opened the door. It swung open without resistance. The closet was empty. The smell was strong this time. The whisper was louder, but still not clear. I said something out loud. I think I said, "Who's there?" But there was no answer. The whisper did not stop. It just kept going at the same tone. I reached inside and pushed on the back wall again, checking every inch with my fingers, but found nothing. I closed the door and backed away. I sat on the sofa and stared at the door for a long time. Eventually, I got up and pushed the sofa against it. The sofa was heavy. I made sure the closet was completely blocked. Then I turned on all the lights in the apartment. I sat at the kitchen table and waited until morning. I did not sleep. In the morning, the sofa was still there, and the closet door was closed behind it. I pushed the sofa aside and checked again. When I opened the door, I smelled old flowers. There was no sound this time. I left it open all day while I was at home, just looking at it from time to time. Nothing happened. It seemed normal. But at night, when I turned off the lights and tried to sleep, I heard the door creak open again. I got up and saw it halfway open. I shone a flashlight inside. Nothing there. I closed it again. I went back to bed. A few hours later, I heard the whisper. I got up and the door was open again. I started feeling tension in my chest and neck. I could feel sweat on my hands. My stomach felt tight. Each night, the door opened on its own, always slowly, never fast or violent. Each night I smelled those old flowers. Some nights the whisper was soft. Other nights it was louder. It never formed words I could understand. It never made a clear demand, but it was always there, waiting, observing me, just beyond my reach. I tried to record it with my phone. One night I set my phone on a chair in front of the closet, door closed, lights off. I waited in the bedroom, listening. After a few hours, I heard the door open. I stayed in bed, pretending to sleep. The next morning I checked the recording. I heard the hinge creak. I heard a soft rustling sound. I heard a faint whisper, but it sounded like static. I could not separate the whisper from the background noise. No clear evidence. I tried keeping the closet empty. I tried putting my clothes back inside. I tried placing a towel under the door to block it. None of it worked. The door always found a way to open. The whisper and the smell always returned. After a few days of this, I started feeling strange in my head. My sleep was broken, my appetite got worse. I kept looking at the closet during the day, touching its surface, checking the hinges, testing the latch. Everything was normal. There was no logical reason for this, but I could not deny what I saw and heard. I stopped using the living room in the evenings. I stayed in the bedroom with the door locked, headphones on, music playing. But even then, I imagined I could hear that whisper through the walls. I tried talking to it a few times, asking it what it wanted. It never answered. It just kept whispering. Sometimes it paused for a few seconds, then started again. The smell of old flowers never went away. It was always faint, clinging to the air. I tried spraying air freshener, but after a while, that old smell returned. After another week, I decided to ignore it. I told myself it could not hurt me. It never did anything harmful. It never touched me or caused physical damage except for opening that door. The presence stayed inside, watching me from behind the darkness, whispering. I tried to accept it. I tried to sleep without worrying, but I could not forget it was there, night after night studying me. Now I stand in front of the closet again. It is late. I smell the old flowers. I hear the whisper. I see my clothes hanging inside. They look normal, but the space behind them seems deeper at night, as if the closet extends into darkness that I cannot see. When I shine a light inside, I see only the back panel. When I reach in, I feel nothing unusual, but when the light is off and I am in bed, I know it is there. I know something is there, watching. I do not know who or what it is. I do not know where it came from. I have tried to understand it, but it does not respond. It just watches and whispers. It does not attack. It does not leave any marks. It just opens the door each night, enough for me to notice. Enough to remind me that I am not alone here. I feel my chest tighten and my head ache. I rub my eyes and blink. The whisper gets quieter. I close the door again firmly and walk back to my bedroom. I think about moving out, but I know I cannot leave right now. I have a lease. I have my job nearby. I have no reason to explain this to anyone. I lie down and close my eyes. I hear the door creak open again in the darkness. I feel my heart beat faster and I grip the sheets with my hands. I smell old flowers. The whisper returns, steady and calm. I stay still, eyes open, staring at the darkness in my bedroom. My head hurts. My neck feels stiff. My mouth is dry. I know the closet door is open. I know it is there, and I know I cannot stop it. I can only wait and listen. It does nothing but watch me. It does nothing but whisper. It will not leave, and I cannot make it leave. I breathe slowly and stare at the ceiling, waiting for morning.